An important request for all our exhibitors, our partners, associates, guests, and VVIP guests to kindly join us at the inauguration in at the entry. Check, check, check. We request all our exhibitors, partners, associates, esteemed guests, and VVIPs to kindly join us at the entrance. We're about to begin. In our midst, we have the presence of Dr. Nitin Vag, Dr. Ajit Salvi, Sri Satish Padwal. A big hand to all of them. Mr. Briren Dalal and Sir Sanyal Desai, thank you so much for inaugurating today's event, the Envirotech Asia 7th edition. A big round of applause to all our esteemed guests. A warm welcome to all our esteemed VVIP guests. Thank you so much for inaugurating today's session and this exhibition, the Envirotech Exhibition Asia 7th edition. Thank you so much. May we request all our guests to kindly have a seat. A warm welcome, a very good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your presence here. May we request our dignitaries, our VVIP guests, to kindly join us in lighting the lamp. May I request, with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Dr. Nitin Vag, Executive Director, ENS, Maharashtra State Power. Can we have a big hand for Nitin, sir, please? We also request near the lamp, Dr. Ajit Salvi. Please, Dr. Sir, if you can, please join us. A big hand for Dr. Ajit Salvi. A big hand to Sri Satish Padwal, Joint Director, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. Satish, sir, if you can please join us. A big hand to Sri Briren Dalal, sir, if you can please join us. Technical Director, India Waterworks Association. And Sanyal, sir, CEO of Radical Communication. Thank you so much. Please be there. Pakishri, if you can join in. Sir. We'll play the Ganesh Vandana. Let's have a big hand as
सुखकर्ता दुःखहर्ता वार्ता विघ्नाची दुर्वी पूर्वी प्रेम कृपा जयाची सर्वांगी सुंदर उठशिंदोराची कंठी झळके माळ मुक्ता फळांची जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मान कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय 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 गणेश जय 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 गणेश जय जय गणेश जय 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 मंगल मूर्ति जय हो गणेश ब्रह्मा.
May I request all our dignitaries, our VIPs to kindly have a seat. Thank you so much. We request on stage the presence of Sanyal sir, Sanyal Desai, CEO of Radical Communications, to kindly give a keynote welcome speech. A big hand to Sanyal, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected industry leaders, exhibitors, partners, media representative, and dear visitors. It gives me immense pleasure and pride to welcome you all to the 7th edition of Envirotech Asia 2026 in the CIDCO exhibition in Navi Mumbai, Vashi. Envirotech Asia has steadily grown into one of the India's important platform dedicated to environmental technologies, sustainable solutions, waste management, water treatment, air pollution control system, recycling, and green innovation. Today, as we open doors of 7th edition of Envirotech Asia, we are not just inaugurating an exhibition, we are strengthening a movement towards a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable future. These exhibitions brings together leading manufacturers and technology providers, governmental bodies and policy makers, environmental consultants and engineers, industry professionals and decision makers, startup driving green innovation. Envirotech Asia serves as a bridge between technology and implementation, between policy and practice, and between challenges and solutions. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our exhibitors, sponsors, strategic partners, supporting association, and entire organizing team whose dedication and hard work have made this event possible. To our exhibitors, thank you for showcasing your innovation and trusting this platform. To our visitors, I encourage you to explore, network, collaborate, and discover solutions that can create real environment impact. Let us, in these 3 days, not just business discussion, but for building partnership that contribute towards India's sustainability goals and a global environment commitment. Once again, I warmly welcome all of you to 7th edition of Envirotech Asia 2026. I wish a successful, productive, and inspiring platform. Thank you so much again.
A big hand to Sanyal, sir, the man, the vision behind Envirotech. Thank you so much, Sanyal, sir. And we request all our dignitaries to kindly have your eyes glued to the big screen, because right now we have someone who's as passionate as Sanyal, sir, about Envirotech Asia. He couldn't be here for some reason because he had prior commitment and he's traveling. But yes, he wants to be here amongst us with a voice conference. So may I request a big round of applause for Dr. P. Balgan sir, IAS Principal Secretary, Industrial Development, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. Sir has been an alumnus of the Bachelor's of Veterinary Sciences from Madras Veterinary College, Chennai, a Master's in Dairy from National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal, Haryana, and an officer in the Indian Administrative Services, IAS, Maharashtra 2001 cadre. Sir has been currently posted as the Principal Secretary for Industry Development, and he heads various policy makings and implementation, including getting investments in the state of Maharashtra through FDIs. And I'm sure during his tenure, Maharashtra is going to go ahead and see a huge leap in the FDI space. Dr. Sir has also been posted as and has held various positions as Chairman and Managing Director of Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited, and has the highest overall generating capacity amongst all the states' power generation. In India, the existing generation capacity is 13,200 megawatts in Maharashtra, out of which 9540 megawatts is to thermal, 2580 through hydro, 672 megawatts to gas, and 428 through solar. In his illustrious career spanning over 24 years, he has helped several important assignments in the government of Maharashtra. He is the joint CEO for Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, Member Secretary for Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, CEO for Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, and he has also held various assignments as Assistant Collector Solapur and Karad, CEO Zilla Parishad Nandurbar, and CEO and District Magistrate of Ahmednagar. A big hand to Dr. Sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Anbagan Sir, for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaskar. Am I audible?
Sir, can you repeat it once again?
Am I audible?
Faintly, yes. Sir, you can hear? Yes, sir, you're audible, sir. You can go ahead.
Can hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Namaste. Namaskar. Good morning. First of all, I wish the 7th edition of Envirotech Asia 2026 a grand success. For World Day, probably I think we have a couple of other days also to have an exhibition and also various deliberations. A grand outcome-oriented event, symposium, and come up with some good performance-oriented, I would say, actionable points. We all look at all the cities where air pollution is an issue, all the industrial towns where like water pollution issue, soil pollution issue, remediation issue. On that background, and we also want to reach 5 trillion economy, and for the state 1 trillion economy, probably then by 2047 the country should march to 30 trillion economy and state to have 5 trillion economy. So with all that is happening, I would urge probably all the stakeholders, I think people probably will be joining the later course of the day, go for like smart solutions, sustainable solutions for industrial productions. If I look at like some of the statistics for which like we should also will be working on for another like 5 to 10 years to go with. The state currently with like 578 billion USD, that's what the size of the economy, and probably will be reaching 1 trillion by 2029, I would say like 31st March 2030. So for that it requires at least 10 to 12% of the CAGR, not just in services, but also in manufacturing. The state we also know is like a paramount in attracting FDI. If you look at the cumulative 2-decadal FDI, we almost account for close to 1/3, like 33% of the entire country's FDI, which lands in this state. We look at the ecosystem, we all know because we are all from the technical. I think I can see Dr. Nitin was, Dr. Sontake, Parwal, Chanal, everyone. I think we are all there in the sector for almost close to a decade. So the state has a very good ecosystem with like more than 30,000 plus startups. Out of that, close to 15 to 20% is the deep tech, and we dominantly we have like a home to highest unicorns, and we are also home to projects like in electronic system design manufacturing parks, PM Mitra like integrated mega textile parks. Also like we have a smart industrial townships in like Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar and Digi Raigad, which is part of the Delhi Mumbai Industrial Corridor. We look at like maritime strength. We have a Bombay Port Trust. We also have like JNPT, and Vadhavan is coming up, which is going to be thrice the size of JNPT, going to be the biggest container terminal port in the country, probably the top port in the world. So with Vadhavan coming up and with Samruddhi connecting the eastern capital, like our winter capital, to the Mumbai, the entire hinterland of more than 12 to 15 districts are like exposed to the basically industrial development. And state is also having a very great sectoral diversification, strong in manufacturing like automotive, pharmaceutical, chemical, agrochemical, engineering, electronics, medtech, and also logistics and services. Service also like we are like great in like IT and IT export, electronic export. I would say like if we look at current World Economic Forum Davos, we signed a deal worth close to 361 billion, which is almost 30 lakh crore cumulative. And we are also having the finalization to like 7 to 10 lakh, which is another like 120 billion. So roughly around 500 billion USD of investment is in the pipeline. And of that, like I'm happy to share that close to 80% of those all have an FDI component. And it's from 18 districts, and probably it is going to generate employment of half a crore, like 5 million people. So when we look at last year World Economic Forum, our conversion rate MOU to like landing is almost 78%. So with that, I would say with policies, with sunrise sectors, if you look at industrial output, which is currently close to around 125 billion USD, it's going to be more than double in another 4 years, which again requires a double-digit growth rate, and which is going to like attract 500 billion USD in 5 years. Whereas in the look at the service sector, which is also growing phenomenally well, we are going to have another 350 billion US. Sectors also we really look at, there are 12 sunrise sectors which state is like dominant in that, and also we are trying to capitalize more on that, like because the chance of like growing probably in the exponential way is better in like EV, semiconductors, robotics, renewables, telecom, nuclear equipment, biotech, medical devices, defense, aerospace, of course, pharmaceuticals, biomanufacturing, obviously the entire logistic and data center and AI, quantum, all these sectors are there. The growth outlook is also strong. We look at like close to 12 to 13% of CAGR, and non-manufacturing almost it should be there close to around 15%, and manufacturing at 13%, and electronics probably will go up to 20%, construction and 17, pharma, auto, they all will be around roughly 15 to 16%. Here also we are like targeting 27 districts which are, when compared to others, 9 districts, they are like marginally lagging behind, and these districts are categorized as emerging districts. Emerging districts where like we want to incentivize the industries in a much more way. We need to bring a inclusivity, women workforce, and more trust on like labor intensive workforce like garment apparels, gems and jewelry, leather and footwear and apparels, and of course agro processing. The state is also looking at the GCC, the Global Capability Center, as the main thing. We also recently unveiled the policy for the GCC, ABC, because state is already a media and entertainment capital. So we also want to capitalize on that. So we are going to have Indian Institute of Creative Technology in Mumbai Film City campus, and we are also going to have like I would say Center for Excellences in each aviation, visual graphics, comics. In each sector, we are going to have a Center for Excellence. And new industrial policies have also been unveiled on like 31st of December, which again aims to attract 850 billion USD and close to almost direct and indirect more than a crore people employment. Come to like Envirotech, which is really working on a circular economy, looking at waste as a wealth, like I would say reduce, I would say you have all three. You have that all three are component, reuse, reduce, the major component basically. And of course, obviously the last component is a recycling. So the policies also aim to bring in green manufacturing practices as a main growth pillars for that, to promote a circular economy models, so that like entire value chain is captured. And we look at really what the states and the union government's commitment to, which is central to like climate smart industrialization, which is actually our growth strategy. So it's not like I would say like it's like a very pro component, and the policy is also trying to incentivize all such activities which probably thrive as like I would say get into the circular economy. And we are like spending close to around 1.2 lakh crore on these initiatives, particularly like sustainability. When we have a green hydrogen policy, we are trying to create a green hydrogen clusters. We are also trying to manufacture green ammonia. We also do like probably aviation fuel on totally on a sustainable basis. Bamboo to fabric, bamboo to methanol, and also to power to like downward derivatives. Also capitalize on the coal resource. The state is also looking at coal gasification to the downward derivatives, which maximizes the energy values of that coal in a very effective environmental sustainable way. And all the new townships which are part of the Delhi Movement Industrial Corridor, or like MIDC, or private industrial parks for data center or quantum, they're all being worked on like environmentally compliant and sustainable model, and also recycling. I can quote an example of one major like hyperscaler is going to use close to 40 million liters per day the sewage in Mumbai to use for the cooling system of the data centers. It's a major, as of the now, the company uses more than two-thirds of the data in the entire world. So that is based out of Mumbai, and they are going to invest close to around 13 billion. So that is what the models we should look at. So services also we are looking at as a part of a green value chains. So we are looking at opening up for a tech-enabled compliance and AI-based monitoring enhancing industrial services landscape. We also try to create 50 lakh green jobs by aligning skill development with emerging technologies and sustainable practices, ensuring that our workforce is ready for the future of industrialization. And MIT's industries are going to be future-oriented industrial parks, which will promote industrial symbiosis. Probably we will combine with renewable energies like solar, green hydrogen, of course, wind, and of course, battery energy storage system, BESS. We look at like liquid waste management. We are coming up with an integrated park where we should be able to like capitalize, monetize on its waste, and should be the least volume should go to the landfill. Where like we are also promoting, I think people are from MPCB, we are promoting the concept of like co-processing. So wherever the waste is of high value, of course, you can use it in brick kilns, probably the cement kilns and other industries. So we are shifting from like production at any cost to production with purpose. That is like we have that climate in mind. And for all that, you are anyhow, of course, obviously we are all here to make business. So I would also say I would be like very, I would say incomplete if I don't speak about single window system of the state, which is Maitri, which really goes for its name. So it's called as Maharashtra, like agency for an industrial property facilitation, industrial like services facilitation. Basically, it tries to be a gap. I would say that to bridge a gap between the units, industrial houses, and also the regulators or the approval people who are going to give the approvals. So this is also backed by a statute. So people are like mandated to give the approvals in quick time. I think you must have seen MPCB has done host of reforms. Almost close to 800 activities have been categorized as white. So that they don't require a permission, only you have to indicate. But it comes with a responsibility on your side, like both the side. The regulator relaxes that. That doesn't mean that like we can go berserk. So basically, then it comes with like both the sides. So we also manufacture with responsibility. We always say that care, handle with care. So more like that, we should be able to do that. So with that, I would say the state growth agenda is really focused on sustainability, and through the policy, industrial policy of 2025, and also the circular economy policy which is going to come, it embeds circular economy as a core practices in a smart manufacturing, and the state is also going to probably inject close to around 12 to 13 billion USD, like comes to around 1.2 lakh crore in like sustainable practices. So with that, I would wish the entire 3 day event a grand success and come up with some meaningful outcomes, actionable points. Thank you once again. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anbalgan sir. It is really great to have so much of passion and commitment from your side, and I'm sure with Honorable Prime Minister sir in the center and you here with us in Maharashtra, we will see Maharashtra growing in leaps and bounds. And we only go ahead and wish that the model that you have laid for Maharashtra can be scaled up to entire India and be adopted globally as well. A big hand, sir. Thank you so much. And now
Thank
it's
you,
time.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. It's now time to invite on the dais a very eminent personality, Shri Binen Danal, sir, with over 37 years of experience in design and project management of large-scale infrastructure projects, technical expertise for water supply system, sewage systems, stormwater network. Biren sir has worked with various central government-funded projects like Smart Cities and Amrut projects as a delivery head for Gujarat states. This includes challenging projects like 24/7 water supply scheme for Gandhinagar and rejuvenating of the sewerage system of the entire city of Gandhinagar, a capital city of Gujarat. Please, with a huge round of applause, welcome Shri Virendra Alsa on stage. And sir, before you take it up, we would request Sanyal sir if you can. Okay. we'll have your say. A big hand to Biren Dalal, sir.
Hello. Good morning, all. I want response. Good morning, all. Water flows on both directions. So I am a man of water. So I expect it should flow from both directions. I am Biren Dalal, representing Indian Waterworks Association. I am a director technical there, and we are knowledge sharing partner to this event, Envirotech Asia, and we collaborate with Envirotech Asia as a knowledge sharing partner. Indian Waterworks Association, the main motto of our organization is sharing of knowledge at various levels. We have around 15,000 of members. Out of that, 1,500 are organization member. Like now, Envirotech Asia is also our organization member. We have student chapters also. So all the institutes, degree engineering and diploma engineering, they can be our institutes, can be our, and all students can be our student chapters members. We across the India we have 39 centers, and we just convey technical sessions, technical seminars in the water industries, and we try to share the knowledge and experience gained by our various members. Most of them are like retired executive engineers or member secretaries from water departments of various states. So today also we'll try to have some discussion on reuse of water, and that's way we will also contribute something to this conference for 3 days. I wish that these 3 days will be full of knowledge sharing, and everybody will gain something from this, and wishing Envirotech Asia for 2026 a big success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Biren sir, if you can please be on stage. I request Sanyal sir and Bhagyashree, if you can please felicitate a small token of our respect and admiration. A big hand for Biren sir. Yeah. Come on, let's clap for Biren sir. Thank you so much, Biren sir, for that inspiring keynote at the start. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Biren sir. Come on. Thank you so much, Biren sir. You can have your seat. Thank you so much, Sanyal sir and Bhagyashree. I'll now call on Dias Dr. Ajit Vishnu Salvi, working as a director for Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies of AIILSG Mumbai, which is supported by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. He worked as a municipal with the Municipal Corporation of Greater Mumbai as the Deputy Chief Engineer. He has also done his DME and B in production, MBA in HRM and Diploma in Training and Development, and a PhD in Management. He has been serving for long 35 years of experience in planning and maintenance of sewerage conveyor systems, pumping and treatment plant, and his areas of interest are mainly related to environment. He is also a visiting faculty with various technical and administrative institutes, which include Mumbai's IIT, Yashada Pune, and AIILSG Mumbai. A big hand to Dr. Shri Ajit Vishnu Salvi sir.
Thank you for a nice introduction. Say, first of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers, because generally such type of conferences are happening in Mumbai, but Navi Mumbai is supposed to be, say, hub, or you can say pioneer for the recycle and reuse of treated wastewater, and such conferences is happening in Navi Mumbai, so that is a great thing. So first let us give a good round of applause to the organizers first. Thank you. And say another thing is what, when you I'm just trying to be very keep short and sweet. The reason is what, throughout the day lots of technical sessions are there, and we are going to talk on that. To be very frank, say, when you talk about the environment and sustainability, first of all, let us understand they are not the buzzwords now. whatever projects, whatever work, maybe on a say private sector, industrial sector, or it can be a government sector. Whatever project you start, unless and until you talk about this environment and sustainability, then you are nowhere. Say now you open the first page of Times of India, and nowadays it is not only Delhi, but even Mumbai also they are talking about what air pollution, air quality. My point is what environment is nowadays it is such a big issue, and we have to think about this. See, I can say in a short way, I can say that this particular issue cannot be addressed by every individual. All stakeholders are required, and this is the place. This is the place you can say a small gathering, but you will find that the stakeholders from the government sector, from the say advisory, maybe the consultants are there. The good say think tanks are also there. Industries are there. Then the board like a Maharashtra Pollution Control Board are there. And you can see all stakeholders are present here. And I find that such conferences throughout the day, and some technical experts are also there from the IITs and all. What will happen? Such conferences throughout the day, lots of discussion, lot of things will happening. And as a result, what is expected is what? Whatever problems are created over a period of time, that cannot be solved by individual. Lot of integration is required. Integration of knowledge is required. Integration of thought process is required. Whatever challenges faced by the governments are something different, but the challenges faced by the industries are something different. And finally, we have to find out the solution. Whatever the stalls are here, they are not here as a social work. They are also interested for some business. So I find that this is the place where they will get some business. The people will get some solution, and finally that will be the outcome of the say these conferences. Not only that, in the process, as I said, environment. Finally, if the environment is not there, nothing will happen. So environment will get a good solution, and we will be happy to live in such type of environment. So with this, I can say that I'm just trying to be a small and sweet. Thank you once again. Thank you for giving some small opportunity for talking here. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salvi, and thank you so much for emphasizing how environment and water has been something which is more critical. It's not a buzzword anymore. May I request the presence of Shri Neeraj Shah, CFO of Radical Communications. Please join us on stage and felicitate Dr. Salvi. A big hand to Dr. Salvi and a big hand to Mr. Neeraj as well. Bhagyashree, if you can join, sir, as well. A big hand. Let's keep clapping, sir. Come on, let's keep clapping for Dr. Salvi. Thank you so much. Can we hear a huge round of applause for Dr. Salvi? And I'm sure, as Dr. Salvi said, this should be the landmark year for great innovation in environment and sustainability. If I may now request Shri Satish Padwal sir, who is the Joint Director of the Air Pollution Control Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. He has 28 years of experience with 10 years of experience as a sub-regional officer and 3 years of experience as a regional officer in the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. A big hand to Shri Satish Padwal sir.
Very good morning to everyone, designated guests, the industry leaders, members of the press, and the ladies and gentlemen. I give my present pleasure to stand before you today at the 7th edition of the Envirotech Asia on behalf of the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. I extend the warm welcome to all you to the CIDCO Exhibition Center here in Vashi. The Arbalgan sir told what the MPCB done in last 1 year. We have get the various prizes and in Maharashtra. Our goal is the Pollution Control Board to move from the enforcement to the employment. We want to empower the industries to self-regulate through the advanced monitoring and the green technology adoptions. I would like to congratulate the organization to deal the communication and at our supporting partners to cutting such as the significant event. I wish his summit grand success. Thank you, and I welcome to all as to the Green Envirotech Asia. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Satish. But well, sir, please, Ubarasra. Sanyal sir, if you can please felicitate Satish sir. Can we have a big hand for sir, please? Let's keep clapping, please, everyone. Let's clap for sir. Thank you so much for your presence. Padwal sir and Bhagyashri also will join in. Thank you so much. A big hand to Padwal sir. Thank you so much for your words of inspiration and your constant support to Envirotech Asia. I would now like to call on the dais Dr. Shri Nitin S. Vag sir, PhD Environment, who is presently employed with the Maharashtra State Power Generation Company, serving as an Executive Director, Environment and Safety at Gair Palma Coal Mines. Sir has been working in the field of environment and pollution control for more than 25 years, inclusive of the working of the implementation of various environmental legislations in the state of Maharashtra, with responsibilities for preserving of natural resources, quality in terms of water quality, air quality. Now is in the designated capacity of implementation and utilizing the expertise to implement it at the thermal power plant of the state of Maharashtra, evaluating actual key performance parameters of all operating thermal power stations, and to suggest specific measures for improvements to achieve desired levels of performance and implementation of compliance related to environmental regulation policies necessary to operate the existing plants, and to reduce, negate and diminish the impact of the red category industry on pollutions and to humans. A big hand to Dr. Shri Nitin Vag sir.
Thank you so much for your sweet words. Ladies and gentlemen, the dignitaries, the industrialists, and all the respectable personalities present over here. Myself, Nitin Vag, I am from Mahajanko. Previously, I worked with MPCB also. I worked 18 years with MPCB as a regulatory authority. After that, I switched over to Mahajanko. So working both sides is really tough, because when you're working as a regulatory authority, you have full powers, and we are just utilizing the powers to implement the rules and regulations formed by the MOFCC or CPCB or MPCB. But complying all the conditions and all the directives from MPCB and regulatory authority is not difficult, but little bit really tough. So I have worked both the sides. So I have the experience how to deal with both the sides. Actually, this seminar of 7th edition of Envirotech, this is the Asia, and the main the theme is that scenario changes by rules, policies, and all these things. So previously, when we joined MPCB in 1998, that time only Air and Water Act with in force, and after that various rules, regulations, acts introduced by the central authority, like e-waste, biomedical waste, then municipal solid waste, battery rules, then hazardous handling rules and everything. And comparatively in Maharashtra, as previously I told that I work with MPCB, the manpower will not increase as per the new rules, regulations to implement all these things in Maharashtra. I think it is the same scenario in all over India, but the limited manpower also implemented and forcefully done the things with the compliance. That is more appreciable that Mahajanko and MPCB than the Ministry of Environment, that they had implemented the things. But as a authority, that is the complying authority of Mahajanko, I am just say that the FGD, what the rules, regulations were forced, that is MPCB and MOFCC was introduced in 2017, the new emission standards for the specific for power sectors. They had restricted the norms, they had introduced the new standards for SOx, NOx and SPM levels. And the only solution what they had suggested, that implementation or providing the flue gas desulfurization units to all over the plants. When we go through it, it seems that the systems is very much costly. It is financially not feasible, and they are not suggested, or even though MOFCC or MPCB, They are just saying you have to implement and you have to follow the rules, regulations. But the financial burden, they are not, anybody is not talking about the financial burden or not suggesting or not giving any solution on that. So right from first day, all the power sectors were denying to implement the things. They had represented to MOFCC, MPCB, that gives some another source or another ideas or another way to achieve the norms. But as per the Paris Agreement, they had given the time schedule of 2 years, 3 years to implement the things or to achieve the norms. But now, day by day, when they know the realities, they are relaxing the time period of implementing the things. They had said NERI to take a review of that. NERI carried out a survey, and after that they said that when we are having the stack height of 270 meters, we are dispersing the emission of 270 meter height, and the dispersion and velocity of wind, considering all these things, it is not implementing or it is not affecting on ground level concentration. So after that, now recently, they had just given the relaxation that they had categorized the power plants in A, B, C, three categories. A, that the near to the million cities, with the power plants near to million cities, they have to implement the FGD and they had to put the FGD plants. But category B and C, they had given some relaxation. Category C, they had saying that there is no requirement of implementation. But category B, you have to appeal to MOFCC. If they agreed on your say, they will give the relaxation. But what happened in period of these 3-5 years, Mahajanko already started the implementation for their small plants, that 210 megawatts and 220 megawatts. They had already installed. Now that plant categorized in C category. We had already implemented, we have already invested crores of rupees on that. And now, as per the new guidelines, it is categorized in C category, and it is not compulsion us to bind us to operate or to achieve the standards in that category. Secondary category A plants, that is big plants more than 500 megawatts. So we are implementing weight type of FGDs. But weight type of FGDs, problem is that secondary, their byproduct that gypsum is creating from that process. So at present, all the power plants, not only Mahajanko, all the coal-based thermal power plants are facing the issue of ash disposal. How to tackle the ash, the disposal, the transmission, the storage of ash issues. And now, after creating this, after installation of wet FGD, the gypsum is also a new issue, that how to handle and how to store the gypsum. My suggestion is that when MPCB or all the authorities were implementing or suggesting these new rules, regulations, so they come up with the solutions also how to tackle or how to deal with the gypsum problem. So they are just forcing us, means not us, but to every industry, to implement the things, but it is very difficult to tackle with the gypsum problem also, because at present what all the power sector is difficulty tackling and dealing with the ash issue, same thing will happen after implementation of wet type of FGD, because of it require huge place to store the gypsum and to tackle and transport and deal with it and dispose with it, because there is no as such secondary plants or industries to use in that capacity to use it as a raw material. Then I just said that the consultative sustainability of environment, Mahajanko, before that when I joined in 2016, all the operation people were dealing with this environment issue at their plant level. But in corporate level, there is no such a sale of environment. When I joined in the capacity of environment advisor that time, we create a separate sale of environment, and we start to do the individually plant level how to tackle the environment issues, because that time we are just taking the consent from MPCB, just renewing the consent and just treating the wastewater and taking care of air by putting just stack and ESPs. But as per the new rules, regulations, we are just upgrading as per the new norms, the ESPs, our ESPs upgrading, retrofitting to achieve the new standards of SPM. Also, we are put at their the low NOx burners to control the NOx emissions Also, we are putting FGDs. But my one suggestion is that we have given one pilot plant to Neri at our Khapadkhera 210 megawatt plant, that they are saying ki there is no need to put a FGD. We'll put some small pilot plant, whether we pass through the ash slurry only, and from that slurry we pass the your emission, and you get the SOx levels you get in that within the standards. So they run the pilot plant 2-3 months at our Khapadkheda, and they achieve the standards what we are MPCB is getting. But what is our issues that they are just in R&D and their pilot level, they are not come up with the commercial and market level. So in Maharashtra, MPCB authorities here, I request them that with NERI or with such type of R&D authorities, you put some R&D facility at Mumbai or at anywhere in Maharashtra, dedicatedly for environment achievement, for environment control systems, or some new technologies to introduce, like with NERI or other government or semi-government or private organization, like NTPC has established their one R&D center at Delhi, Netra, where they are doing R&D with all their operations related issues, some environment related issues, coal related issues. Like that, if we implement some such thing in Maharashtra, it will be benefited to authority also, like MPCB, and to industries also, that we will get the technology in some natural source or with some cheap, financially affordable position. So it is also, the results what we get, it is really appreciable, and we write NERI to develop the project in some big scale, but they are yet not, they come back to us with a big scale project. At present, to achieve the net zero target, what the central government given to Maharashtra and Maharashtra state is implementing with such stakeholders, like, because power sector is the major stakeholder in that, one of the major stakeholder in to achieve the net zero target to Maharashtra, that they are given in phase manner, 35, 45, 70, like that. So we had already initiated the process for that. We had established our one separate cell for renewable energy, that is for solar. Mainly we are focusing on solar. So our solar target is that up to 2035 will be able to produce 4+ gigawatt of solar energy. At present, we are achieving 1 gigawatt of solar energy from our various projects going on in Maharashtra under Mukhyamantri Saur Kurshi Yojana or any other projects from central and state. We are collaborated with SGVN, that NTPC, Tata, all this we made the JVs with them, and we are implementing in big scale of solar projects in Maharashtra. Also, we had made a JV with one Russian company, that is a Russian government company, for uranium-based clean energy. Also, we are targeting some clean energy from hydrogen. That is newly, we had taken a pilot plant at our Bhusawal thermal power station, some small scale. But now with HPCL, we are putting a large scale of hydrogen-based energy generation. So we are already taking these initiatives for the clean and green energy. And that obviously up to 35, that net zero targets what they had given to us, we may achieve all these things. For one thing, I just want to say that one MPCB as a regulatory authority, I have also worked with them. After not complying the consent conditions or not complying the standard emissions what they had prescribed to us, authority, to any industry, they are forfeiting the bank guarantee. But I say that that bank guarantee money that we are requesting them from our higher authorities also to them, that bank guarantee money, they will utilize it for to control or to sustainable environment process, like to give some subsidies to big industries to achieve the new standard norms for air and for obviously for water. We are already complying that online connectivities, we are regulatory monitoring the connectivities. Then apart from that, we are having 1 hour dedicatedly, just we had captive coal mine at our Chhattisgarh. So we are working that how we will take the minimize the emissions from coal-based thermal power plants. That we had installing some big washeries over there to clean the coal from our that Chhattisgarh plant and bring it to our Koradi Khaparkheda, which is nearest from that place, and utilize it and take it as captively. We will reduce the energy generation price. Obviously, it will benefit it to end consumer, because all this what we are implementing for control the air pollution or water pollution, what MERC achieves us or approves us, it definitely passes through the end consumer and the burden goes to end consumer. So if government and MPCB suggested some financial process or financial way outs for implementing all these things, it will be beneficial to end consumer who are utilizing or who are using this electricity from that from the government authorities or any authorities. Here I will just say that I will just take a morning I will take around and 50 stalls are there where all the authorities, government authorities, private authorities, all the stakeholders were established their all the plants with, although also some consultants put their technologies and displayed their technologies over there. It is very good and it is very appreciable. The technologies which are required to us, which are benefited to us, that we'll see and we'll visit in one under roof. I wish all the success and all the best to the organization. It is a great event and it is a thank you to them to calling us and giving us the opportunity to meet the delegated, all the responsible and respectable faculties and people over here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wag. If you can please be on stage, if I may request Sanyal sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Wag. Dr. Wag, you were really inspiring with so much detailed numbering. Really wonderful. A big hand to Dr. Wag, sir. Can we have a big hand? Bhagyashree, if you can please join as well. Let's have a big hand for Dr. Wag. Thank you so much. And I think so, Dr. Wag is one person who has a 360-degree knowledge because he's been on both the sides of the spectrum. So I'm sure chatting with Dr. Wag will be really, really inspiring and knowledgeable. Thank you, Dr. Wag. May I request now our conference director, Akshay Jakate, to kindly thank the people without whom this conference wouldn't have been possible, and a keynote closing address. Thank you. Can we have a big hand for Akshay, please?
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Radical Communications and AB Consulting and Envirotech Asia 2026, we would like to take the opportunity to thank our guests, Dr. P. Anbalgan, Dr. Nitin Vak, Shri Satish Padwal, Dr. Ajit Salvi, and Shri Biren Dalal, who grace the occasion with their presence. We would also like to take this opportunity to thank our event sponsors and partners. We particularly want to thank National Mission for Clean Ganga, Namami Gange, for their participation at our event. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our principal sponsor, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. We would like to extend our gratitude to our gold sponsor, Maharashtra Industrial Corporation Limited, MIDC, Maharashtra Industrial Township Limited, Maharashtra Industry Trade and Investment Facilitation, Maitri, Maharashtra State Power Generation Company Limited, Mahagenco, State Water and Sanitation Mission, Government of Maharashtra, and Green Gene Enviro Protection and Infra Limited. We extend our sincerest thanks to our silver sponsor, Vishwaraj Environment Limited, and also to our corporate sponsor, Thermax Limited and Spray Engineering Devices Limited. We would also like to thank our startup partners, Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, SIGN IIT Bombay, our knowledge partner, Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies, RQs, at All India Institute of Local Self-Government, Mumbai. Our expert knowledge associate, Indian Water Works Association, our ESG knowledge partner, Eco Support Private Limited, and our sustainability partner, Biocrux. Envirotech Asia is also supported by Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. It is also supported by Thane Belapur Industries Association, Material Recycling Association of India, National Solid Waste Association of India, Indian Environmental Association, and Water Trade Association of Rajasthan. We thank all our visitors, exhibitors, and delegates for their participation in making this event a grand success. Thank you all once again.
Once again, a big hand to all our sponsors and partners. I may request the man with the vision behind this conference, Sanyal sir, to say a few words. A big hand to Sanyal sir, please.
Thank you so much. આજકાલ, we are talking about women empowerment. we are saying that it's an equal ratio between man and woman. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Bhagyashree for taking the initiative to lead this project. Now she is our partner in Radical AB Consultancy, her and Akshay. So big round of applause for Bhagyashree, please. Thank you so
Big
much.
hand. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Bhagyashree. Sanyal sir, if you can be here, please. May I request everyone to kindly join Sanyal sir, Bhagyashree, Akshay, and the entire team. Sir, if you can, Ajit sir, Salvi sir, yeah, if you can, Padwal sir, if you can please come on stage for a picture. Nitin sir, Viren sir, yeah, come. Sir, if you can please join us. Sontake sir, please come, please join. Can we have a big hand to our inspiring minds, our leaders for tomorrow? Bhagyashree, please, if you can. Yeah, yeah. Come. Sontake sir will join in. Yeah, come. Thank you. So we'll all look in the camera and we'll all smile. Yeah, the main camera. Come. Everyone, may I request everyone to kindly join us. We'll have a group photograph for this remarkable first day. Can we see everyone please join in? Everyone please join in. Please join in. Yes. Please, let's see everyone joining, all our delegates, all our exhibitors, our partners, whoever is present here. We would want you to join in. Okay, Akshay. Okay, we'll all look in the camera of the person in the black. And now the person in the white. Thank you so much. A big cheers, a thumbs up to the victory and the celebration of Envirotech Asia. Let's give a big round of applause, a big thank you, and 3 cheers for Sanyals and the entire team. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much. We'll have a short break and we'll reconvene at 11:45 for our next session. We thank all of you for being present here. We'll reconvene at 11:45 for the next session. May we request all our esteemed guests, our panelists, our speakers to kindly join us in the conference area. We're about to begin our sessions for today. A humble request to all our speakers, guests, presenters to kindly join us at the conference area. We're about to begin our sessions for today. A humble and earnest request for all our speakers, guests, delegates to kindly join us at the conference area. We're about to begin our session for today. Once again, a warm welcome to Envirotech Asia, the international exhibition and summit on environment and sustainability, the 7th edition on the 4th, 5th and 6th February 2026 at the Sitco Exhibition Center, Navi Mumbai. We would like to request all our esteemed panelists, presenters, guests and exhibitors to join us in the conference area. We will be starting our important presentation for today. Our technical session on backwash water treatment with advanced ceramic membrane, maximizing water reuse, presented by Sri Ajit Khandeshe, Managing Director, Kwan Environmental Solution India Private Limited. A humble request for all our delegates, our exhibitors, our partners, and our guests and our VIP guests to join us. We'll begin our next session in a couple of minutes. सभी पार्टनर्स अतिथियों से निवेदन है प्लीज़ हमें कॉन्फ्रेंस एरिया में मिलिए हम शीघ्र ही आज के टेक्निकल सेशन बैकवॉश वाटर ट्रीटमेंट विद एडवांस सेरेमिक मेम्ब्रेन मैक्सिमाइजिंग वाटर रीयूज़ जो प्रेजेंट करने वाले हैं श्री अजीत खंडेशे मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर क्वान एंड एनवायरमेंटल सॉल्यूशंस प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। प्लीज़ आप सभी से निवेदन है शीघ्र ही कॉन्फ्रेंस एरिया में आपकी उपस्थिति पाए। हम शीघ्र ही शुरुआत करने वाले हैं। रिक्वेस्टिंग ऑल आर एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट, पैनलिस्ट, आर VIPs and our exhibitors to join us in the discussion area, the conference area. A humble request to all our esteemed guests, panelists, speakers and presenters to join us in the conference area. We are about to begin our session for today. humble request to all our esteemed guests to join us in the conference area. हमारे Yes, we'll begin in a couple of minutes, requesting all our humble request to all our guests to kindly join us in the conference area. I know the exhibition is really intriguing and we want to watch each and every stall, but we also have some very informational session starting right away. So we request all our esteemed guests to join us. विशेष सूचना कृपया अपने मान्यवर अतिथियों से निवेदन है प्लीज़ कॉन्फ्रेंस एरिया में हमें आके मिले हम आज के प्रेजेंटेशन की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं हमारी आज की पहली प्रेजेंटेशन की शुरुआत होने वाली है तो सभी से निवेदन है प्लीज़ जल्दी से आके आप हमें कॉन्फ्रेंस एरिया में मिलिए रिक्वेस्टिंग ऑल आर partners, exhibitors and esteemed guests to join us in the conference area. We're about to begin our first presentation for today. Check. A humble request to all our esteemed guests to join us in the conference area. We are about to begin our first technical session for today. Requesting all our guests to kindly join us in the conference area for our first and very inspiring and insightful first session for today. Requesting all to join us at the technical session in the conference area. We're about to begin in a minute. Requesting all our esteemed guests to join us. A humble request to all our esteemed guests to join us at the conference area. We are about to begin our first technical session for today. A humble request to all our esteemed guests to join us for our first technical session for today. We request all our esteemed guests to join us for the first session, and we request everyone sitting behind, if you can kindly come in front, that'll be great. If you can please take the seats in front. May I request all our guests who are in the exhibition area to kindly be present in the conference area for our first technical session for today. Once again, Thank you so much. Please, if you can occupy the seats in front, that'll be great. Okay. A warm welcome once again. Thank you so much for joining us back. We are starting our first session. The session title is Water Treatment, Recycle and Reuse. Our first technical session will be on the topic backwash water treatment with advanced ceramic membranes, maximizing water reuse. Presentation is given by Shri Ajit Khandeshe sir, Managing Director, Kwon Environmental Solutions India Private Limited. May I request with a huge round of applause, let's welcome Shri Ajit Khandeshe sir, Managing Director, Kwon Environmental Solutions India Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir.
Shall I start? Yeah. So good afternoon to everyone, and we have got crisp of the people who wish to understand the topic. So they are here. I will start directly on the topic. I will give a brief introduction of our company. So it is established in 1993. This is my startup, so no service for anyone. We have completed projects for sewage treatment plant and recycling plant, effluent treatment plant, recycling. Technologies we have adopted almost all, including membrane bioreactor. Now, Ajit Salvi sir was saying that in Navi Mumbai wastewater recycling starts. For your all information, the first plant is nearby, which was executed in 1998 for 0.6 MLD or 600 cubic meter per day. So we executed. Okay. Okay. So this was executed in 1998. So this was the first plant. So we will talk about water treatment plant. So in water treatment plant, there is a pre-treatment, flocculation, clarification, filtration, and then chlorination. Where from the backwash water is coming from? The backwashes are coming from clarifier sludge waste and sand filter backwashes. It contributes around 2 to 10% of the total water. So sometimes it is 2%, sometimes it is 10%. So it depends upon the design of the plant. So the color you can see, the backwash water, almost 500 plus is the turbidity. So we can adopt ceramic membrane for treatment of water as well as backwash water. In this case, if you see the red mark is there, so clarifier is not required for such type of treatment. So you can eliminate the clarifier, which these types of membrane can take high organics load. It can, if there is fluctuating total suspended solids, that also it can handle. Some coagulation is required, flocculation is required, but clarification or the settling is not required. It can handle the organic traces also. Now in case of well water, we can have low organics present, low total suspended solids, but it can be with high manganese or iron. So it can handle those also. So how the ceramic membrane looks like? So these are the membrane which are NSF 61. Cutoff is less than 100 nanometer. Process is submerged, which is out to infiltration. Total suspended solids, it can handle up to 1000 ppm. Flux, it can take up to 350 LMH. And it can actually handle PFAS also. And we can give the warranties up to, or the life of the membrane up to 20 years. So how the membrane look like? Actually, there was some. So इसमें हे आहे का लेझर आहे याच्यावर लेझर आहे इथे दिसत नाही ना पण नाही याच्यावर दिसत नाही नो प्रॉब्लेम so this is a single ceramic plate. You can have module of from 710 mm 576 mm by 160 mm. A single module will have 6 square meter of area. It weighs around 36 to 37 kg and number of plates in single module are almost 34 numbers. With single module 5 in stack you can have single tower and then there can be a multiple towers of the ceramic membranes. So this is out to in filtration. So the water is or the dirty water is outside and you get clean water out. When it is backwash the flow is reversed. So when flow is reversed all the things are getting out. So you can have homogeneous layer of shape on the membrane. You can have a backwash effect, homogeneous and homogeneous air scouring also. So this is happen. I will request to start the video. The click button दाब ना. Where is that? कौन है ते बघते ते? हाँ, बस झालं चालू. So you can see the good quality of water which is coming down. This is the dirty water. But on the top you can see the water which is filtered. In this process it is taken back to the system. Now backwash will start. So you can see the sludge is getting dislodged homogeneously. Aeration has started at the bottom and it is drained out. So you get again the membrane clean how it was at the time of start. So this is happening. So homogeneous is there. So you can have a maximum fouling control because of all these actions. So ceramic in backwash water treatment. Normal case in this calculation I have taken 10% is waste. Okay. So in first stage you get a recovery up to 90%. That 10% will pass through the ceramic membranes. So from that 10%, 85 to 90% can be recovered. So you get that 90%. So it becomes 99.7% and only 3% is going out. So in all such cases where there are big plants, 20 mld, 30 mld, 40 mld, 10% is again a huge. Everyone is aware that per mld the cost is almost now 10 crore. For if it is a new source, it is 10 crore per mld. With these cases, it will be much lower side. Based on the total suspended solids, we can estimate the cost also. So there are some case studies. So in this case, there is a 1000 ppm concentration of iron and manganese. And you can see the clear water which is possible, which is ultra filter water. In this case, the circle is 20,000 is the drain ultrafiltration, which we can get less than 1. So with this, I will like to conclude. Normally, water treatment plant backwash is recycle back, installing additional clarifier. The process right now followed is put an additional clarifier, take the overflow to the inlet. It is normally right now is done. 5% of total flow can be recovered. This is a crude method, not that scientific method, but depends upon the skill operation. वहाँ पे जैसा operation कैसे है उसके हिसाब से वो होता है. Sorry. With introduction of membrane, we can recover up to 98% plus. Quality of water is better than the gravity sand filter water. It will not overload the system. लेकिन जब आप 8 से 10% वापस लेके जाते हो तो it overflows the systems. तो वो नहीं होगा. Cost is less against the development of new source, and more important, it can take care of PFAS also. So it can take care of PFAS. PFAS ये आगे जाने वाला है या इसमें तकलीफ तो होने वाला है. PFAS is going to be a problem. So this membrane can take care of PFAS also. So ये existing plant को अगर आपको double capacity करना है, there is a water treatment plant of 50 mld and you want to make 100 mld, which is possible with the same civil structure, but instead of the gravity or the sand filter, you can put these membranes in place of the sand, and if this is, we can double the flow. We can actually get more flow, but okay, for sake of discussion, I am saying that we are confirming that it is possible that we can double the flow. And with this, we come for question and answer. And yeah, you have a question.
So,
Sir, one question is already answered, that it requires half a space, because same area you are doubling the capacity.
Yes.
And I want a cost comparison with the conventional sand filter and this one.
Conventional से तो ये महंगा है, बहुत महंगा है. I will not say.
No, मतलब percentage wise.
Percentage wise, it is 2.5 to 3 times.
Okay.
But अगर आपको कहीं जगह, मतलब like in Mumbai, the space is a constraint. So all those spaces, एक बात. अब हुआ ऐसे है कि वाटर ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट तो नॉर्मल केस में सिटी के नज़दीक ही रहता है, वहाँ पे डबल कैपेसिटी करना है तो इट इज़ ऑलवेज अ चैलेंज, एक बात. और वो भी नहीं मिला बैकवॉश वाटर के लिए, तो ये मेम्ब्रेन सबसे बढ़िया है. सो व्हेन देयर इज़ अ बैकवॉश, दिस मेम्ब्रेन, इसके लिए कोई कंपटीशन ही नहीं. सो जहाँ पे आपको इफिशिएंसी और दी वाटर रिकवरी फ्रॉम द प्लांट इज़ रिक्वायर्ड और टारगेटेड, दिस बिकम्स अ ईजियर. आज की तारीख में आपको भी मालूम है नया सोर्स मिल नहीं रहा है, तो एवरीबडी इज टॉकिंग ऑफ रिसाइकलिंग एंड रीयूज ऑफ वाटर. तो रीयूज में है तो ये तो फ्रेश सोर्स है विच कैन गो फॉर डायरेक्टली फॉर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, when you are when the capacity is getting doubled in terms of the flow which is coming out of the filter, are you increasing the head, the pressure head? Are you giving the extra pressure on the media?
No, there is no extra pressure is given. The surface area, if you see the plate is like this, so surface area is increased. Because of increased surface area, we can take the water out, that's all. We are not doing any pressurize. It is a gravity only, gravity process only. It is a gravity process.
So there is no extra energy required?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
Sir, is there any issue of fouling of membranes in the system?
In every membrane, for your information, we are working in membrane from 2008. So yes, there is always a problem of membrane fouling if it is not attended properly. So there are basically 2-3 things. You have seen in the video, there is backwash is given. So there is some air purging is there, okay? So there are sometimes it is a chemical enhanced backwash. I am not talking of water treatment, in wastewater treatment. So backwashes, backpulls, cleaning of the membranes, all those things are very important to be taken care while operation of the plant. If it is taken care, I am very proud to say that we have supplied, I am just going out of this thing contest, we have supplied a membrane bioreactor based plant in 2015 for Hotel Trident Nariman Point, 800 KLD, 0.8 MLD, which is still running without any single fiber replacement. It is almost 11 years. So it has to be taken very properly. There is requirement of a PLC, there is a requirement of a SCADA. All data needs to be there, so it takes care of properly.
No, about fouling of membranes.
Fouling is going to happen if you have backwashes, backpulls in place and then chemical enhanced in case of wastewater. Although if those things taken care properly, there won't be any fouling. That fouling will not choke the membranes, that I can assure.
And whether the membranes can, remove nanoparticles in water?
No, it is an ultrafiltration membrane. It was a good question. Recently, what we have done, there are common effluent treatment plant where you should give a good quality water from drainage. Okay, in this is the only membrane where we can add carbon particles while wastewater going in. So the carbon particles takes care of the color also. So it is possible, yes, it is possible. It is not nanoparticle, but along with this water, the carbon is going and it sticks on the membrane surface. If it sticks, it removes that color. When backwashes are there given, they come out. So actually with this, you can avoid carbon filter. If there is a requirement that you want to have good quality of taste of the water, all those things can be taken care.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Sir.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Khandeshe, for a wonderful presentation. Two questions. One, you spoke about the reuse of the water and it can be used for drinking. Any case study or any example that you have done? And secondly, is this the indigenous local technology or do you use any international technology here?
Okay. First question, yes, there are some examples where the backwash water is being used. Right now, everybody is worried. Yesterday also, I had a meeting with, I should not give the corporation name, but they have a backwash water of 20 mld. So they have also asked the similar question what you asked. In normal case, in gravity sand filter, the filtration is done because of media filtration. And in this case, it is through ultrafiltration membrane. So the quality of water which is passing through this membrane are far superior than the gravity sand filter. This is one thing. So there is no chances. It can remove log to base 6 based on the quality of inlet water, but yes, it is possible. This is one thing. There are some case studies, and these membranes are manufactured in Germany. So the technology is, or the material of construction is not in India, but okay, they wish to have some manufacturing unit in India based on the volume. So it will take some time, but okay, there are some technologies where it is some imported or this replacement is possible. So it is there.
Thank you.
My question is, you have said that in the city generally we require, there are concept of space and number of government water treatment plant, they are old and they require refurbishment. So during the refurbishment, whether this is a possible to use, how much? Because one thing is there are other component also, not single, this is a filtration and but other component also. So how it is useful in the refurbishment of the existing treatment plants?
Okay. I have shown the process flow. In process flow, you have seen that there is a flocculation, but clarifier is not required. So if we are really going for refurbishment, the clarifier can be removed. Clarifier can be removed. So flocculation is required. This is one thing. In case of the existing sand filter media, I have shown that photograph. थोडासा तो परत दाखवता येईल का? तो photograph last one what slide? Take your time. So in that case, आपण काय केले? Sand we have removed everything. त्याच्या आधीची slide. हा sorry. So you can see here, actually this is the 3D which is prepared based on the existing structure only. So there is a modules which I have explained. There are ceramic plates, modules and towers. Okay, this is module tower which is sitting inside the sand filter media. Air scouring, air we require, there is a air requirement here also, and main header pipe. So all those things are there, in place. So what we actually do, based on the configuration what is available in existing gravity sand filter or rapid gravity sand filter, we can take it, the dimension, we can fit our system into it, and it is possible. So less work is required. With existing plant only, we will able to refurbish and enhance the capacity in terms of the quantity, in terms of the quality also.
I think his concern is the other components of the WTP, which is having certain capacity of like inlet chamber and flocculation. You are doubling filtration things, but you are not doubling inlet chamber and flocculation. I think it is his concern.
No.
And that is what I also
All those things as engineering side we will have to double it.
Yes.
We will have to double it. I cannot just push that water. I can talk about, okay, if it is inlet structure, yes, it is required. You also know there are channels actually on higher side. It is always there on higher side. There are some bypass arrangements also there which actually bypasses the clarifier. So we can take all those water to sand filter or the ceramic filtration, which is possible. But engineering will not. We are talking only of the ceramic side of. Rest of definitely all engineering. It cannot be just. It cannot be just. Yeah, absolutely, you are correct, sir.
Thank you so much, Ajit sir. And I'm sure if you want to go ahead and chat with Ajit sir, you can surely continue it on your break time at lunch or on coffee. Thank you so much. A big hand to Ajit sir. Thank you so much. It's really nice.
Thank you so much.
Ajit sir's session, backwash water treatment with advanced ceramic membranes, maximizing water reuse. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your guidance. Our next session is urban water reuse policy to practice. Presentation is done by Shri Dharmesh Solanki, and Dharmesh Solanki sir is Senior Manager Business Development, Vishwaraj Environment Limited. Can I ask a huge round of applause for Dharmesh sir, and Dharmesh sir, if you can please come on stage. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll just quickly introduce myself. My name is Dharmesh Solanki. I look after business development at Vishwaraj Environment Limited. This is the one, right? Before we move on to the reuse side, which we have done or contributed, or we share insights on the reuse side from the government policies, we'll quickly give you a quick glimpse around our company. So we are basically one of the leading developers on the water utility and wastewater management projects in India, and of course ranked 24th amongst the private operators by JWI. Not on the numbers, but definitely a good contribution towards the projects that we have done on the reuse side. So we have heavily focused on projects where we are able to invest ourselves also, which is, if you see, we have done more than about 10 treatment plants under the PPP or HAM contracts, serving to about approximately 1800 MLD worth capacity and on value of about more than 5,500 crores. Out of this, if you see, the focus has been more towards reuse, so close to about 380 MLD UF based plants is what we have done, and with other applications of 540 MLD on the reuse side. We had multiple different industry sectors and applications. In short, on our capability side, we have done on the water supply schemes, we have done on the wastewater management side, and of course, when looking at all the contracts that are there for 15 years, 20 years O&M, this automation, lifecycle support is by default coming along with the projects. And yes, definitely a huge aspiring vertical on the renewable energy side. So we have a portfolio of about 200 megawatt of solar under construction at the moment at 6 different districts within Maharashtra. Let's look at the water scenario in India as of now. So if you see the water supply that we had back in 2008 compared to what we are expecting to have in 2030, it is declining substantially. So the water supply and against demand in 2008 was much higher. So there was enough water for the supply against the supply. And if you see it by 2030, this is going to reduce drastically. And on the other side, when you see the sewage treatment, right now in India, based on the population, we are able to see that about close to about 72,000 MLD worth of sewage is being generated. And against that, we are only treating about 20,000 MLD, which means there is about close to 50,000 MLD worth of sewage which is going untreated. Of course, it leads to pollution, which is on the water body, river, lakes, and definitely diseases that comes with it. We all know what happens when this sewage treated water, indirectly or directly, if it's consumed by human, what happens. So it becomes fatal on that side as well. So what it says is basically there's a huge opportunity on the municipal sewage treatment. I'm sorry. There's a huge opportunity on the municipal sewage treatment that needs to come. There is a river pollution abatement projects that can come definitely. And of course, why just treat this sewage and dispose it? Why not look at the opportunities for reuse as well? The screen is turned off. Excuse me. Screen off. I think should be okay. Right, so why reuse? Basically, there is a huge growing gap. The water demand is increasing because of the infrastructure development, because of the increasing population, and definitely uh, when we see water is finite, is climate dependent. There is a limited fresh water available for the population and of course for the infrastructure development as well. There's a huge volume of water. There's a huge volume of water that's being treated, but definitely it's just discharged, but have not reused at all. And if you see, getting new sources of water, drinking water, for be it freshwater consumption or industrial reuse, it's going to come with a huge capex, constructing a dam, bringing the water from the outskirts to the city. So when we look at this, there's a huge government push also, and there's a policy push also. One of the key policies which I would like to highlight is from the Ministry of Power, Tariff Policy 2016, which clearly states that if there is a thermal power station within 50-kilometer radius of ULB having a sewage treatment plant, they necessarily need to use the sewage treated water. And definitely not just that, but any infrastructure, the capex cost that comes with this, it has a pass-through tariff also. So the power plant is not burdened with the extra cost of constructing the new sewage treatment plant or for the tertiary treatment that we do. These are few of the investments. I'm sure these are not all with respect to the reuse, but this just goes to show that yes, the government and the policy has a push. They are inclined towards it, and it gives you a direction that yes, this is something good for the future. Few of the individual state policies that we see that they have been released and what are their targets. A quick glimpse on few of the 10 states that we have come across, and not only this, but I think there are few more at the industrial level also where they are coming with ZLD or even at the central level as well. So this just gives an idea that yes, this is the need of the hour. Yes, we need to push on the reuse side, and these are the enablers which help the ULBs or even the contractors or environmental infrastructure companies like us to invest more on this side. How are we contributing to this is we'll quickly share a quick case study on it. So this is one of the plant which we have, it's operational since 2020. It's one of the largest PPP contract, which is 100% private investment by us. It's a 200 MLD Bhandewadi reuse project. Few core features or the components I would say is there's a 200 MLD sewage treatment plant coming from the Nagpur population. 190 MLD of tertiary treatment, which is of course sold to the Koradi and Kaparkheda thermal power stations at Majanko. And we have also gone ahead with a UFRO based treatment plant as well, which is again going to be supplied to the thermal power stations at Koradi and Kaparkheda. How is it benefiting is, of course, neither the thermal power station or the Nagpur Municipal Corporation has to make any investment on the capex side. Having a long-term contract of say 25 years, 30 years, definitely the O&M responsibility, the accountability of the contractor increases drastically. Since this is a predefined set parameter, quality water to be sold to a particular thermal power station, there is no compromise on the treated sewage or even the water sold because it is interlinked with your complete O&M. And yes, a brief component on the piping and definitely a huge 30-year O&M contract. So this was one of the classic ones which has been one of the examples wherein how this Ministry of Power 2006 tariff policy is being implemented, and how has it become a win-win situation for all three of us. In similar lines, there are few more projects which Mahajanko has taken up, which is 50 MLD Chandrapur reuse project, similar on PPP HAM contract. There is a 100 MLD Bhusawal TTRO, which is on PPP DBA 40. There's 110 MLD reuse Koradi, and definitely the upcoming one, which is 25 MLD Paras project. So this goes to show that yes, if this is being successful, operational for so and so long, this definitely can be replicated across different states where you have thermal power stations, where you have sewage treated water available in the vicinity of 50-kilometer radius from the thermal power station. So a quick glimpse on this. So you have a 200 MLD STP wherein they are giving sewage water from 3 of these pumping stations. Then there is a tertiary treatment plant of about 200 MLD. And post that, with a 15-kilometer pipeline, there is a UFRO plant of 190 MLD. A few of the part is going, as a 10 MLD is going for a DM water for one of their application, and the reject for 10 MLD is going for the ash pond. This plant basically is using this water for their cooling towers. Everybody knows that in a thermal power station there's a huge volume of water requirement on the cooling towers. So when you have treated water, sewage treated water being given to the thermal power station for cooling tower application, it not only just fulfills the requirement in terms of water, but it also saves this much amount of water for the Nagpur city. So directly the moment you are buying this water from this treated sewage, the same amount of water is being now moved towards the city for the city of Nagpur. So this is what is being benefited across the three stakeholders. When you see Nagpur city, they have a huge water surplus now. Definitely their next 15-year, 20-year demand has been fulfilled. When you see Nagpur Corporation, they have a sewage being treated, meeting the NGT norms. They have, they do not have to make any investment in terms of capex or opex, because the money is being recovered through the sale of water, and plus they are also getting the royalty over a sale of water as well. So other side, that's getting benefited, and of course less pollution and the health benefits that it comes with. When it comes to power plants, yes, they have a secure source of water coming in, because the contract are they're signed up for next 25 years, 30 years. And of course, they also do not have to make any upfront investment. They are also paying only on the per MLD or per KLD basis. And the pass-through tariff, so no financial burden in terms of if the cost of reused water is higher. So that's again supported by the policy. So happy to say that yes, it's India's largest reuse project, which is in line with the policy, and it has paved way for more than, I think, close to about more than 5,000 MLD of reused water for the power plants in India. And if that is being implemented completely, it is going to benefit more than about 12 crore citizens in India. Yeah. So looking at the way forward, what we are trying to say is that yes, reuse is going to improve your water security, resilience. It will reduce your dependency on the freshwater resources, and yes, it is sustainable urban and for the industrial and urban growth. So to conclude on this line, wastewater reuse is not just a necessity, but I'm sorry. What happened? There's a slide? Okay. Close off. The last slide again? Okay. No, it's okay. So yeah, so concluded, yes, wastewater reuse is not just a thing that we need to have, but it's actually a necessity. And we would urge the stakeholders out here, and we've got a chance to present what we've done at, at one of the places. And we look forward to replicate this across the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solanki. So if you can just take the dais. If you have any questions for sir? Yeah, sir.
See, at the end, you have shown 5,600 MLD. What is that?
So looking at the number of power plants that we have, so vis-a-vis you correlate each of these power plants with the megawatt capacity and how much water their cooling tower will be required. So the volume 5600 what you see is actually the volume of water required if all the power plants use this sewage treated water. So it's the volume of water required in the cooling towers and power plant.
At all the power plants in India?
Yes, in India, for the thermal power stations.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Right? Sure. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. A big hand to Dharmesh Solanki, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Our next session is the session on restoring rivers to their 100-year-old pristine condition by creating a zero liquid discharge ZLD society. And to present this presentation, we have Mr. Rajul Mishra, Team Lead Water Division. Can we have a big hand for Rajul, sir? Can we have a big hand for him? And people who are behind, if you can please come in front, that'll be great. People, if you can please come in front. Thank you so much. Rajul, show over to you.
हेलो 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 गुड आफ्टरनून टू एवरीवन मेरा नाम राजुल मिश्रा है। मैं स्प्रे इंजीनियरिंग डिवाइसेस लिमिटेड को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं और जैसा कि बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगा मैं एनवायरोटेक एशिया को जिन्होंने ये प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड किया है ताकि हम आगे आने वाली फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए हम कुछ कर सकें उसके बारे में डिस्कस करने के लिए। क्या होता है ना कि जल ही जीवन है, शुरू से ऐसा था, बट अभी बहुत सारा इफ्लुएंट जो है ना, इंडस्ट्रीज़ का इफ्लुएंट है वो नदियों में डिस्चार्ज हो रहा है। तो उससे क्या हो रहा है कि जो नदियों की जो पानी की क्वालिटी है वो भी ख़राब हो रही है। साथ में आपका जो वहाँ पे जो लाइफ्स हैं, जो आपकी जो जीव रहते हैं पानी में, वो भी आपके मर रहे हैं। आपका मतलब पूरा इकोलॉजिकल सिस्टम पूरा जो है ना वो हिला हुआ है अभी। उस डायरेक्शन में हम लोग थोड़ा सा काम कर रहे हैं हम लोग। Our mission is dedicated for sustainable environment development to unlock perpetual food and energy resources। मतलब आपकी जहाँ पे भी एनर्जी आपकी जो है वो वेस्ट हो रही है, चाहे वो फूड से हो या आपका जो भी कोई भी एनर्जी आपकी वेस्ट हो रही है, हम उस एनर्जी को यूटिलाइज करेंगे हमारे प्लांट में आपकी ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट को रिड्यूस करने के लिए। थोड़ा सा कंपनी के बारे में हम लोग जानते हैं। कंपनी है स्टार्टेड इन 1992। वी आर द मैन्युफैक्चरर, वी आर डिजाइनिंग द प्रोसेस, वी आर द इक्विपमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरर, एंड नाउ वी आर डूइंग द इंजीनियरिंग, इरेक्शन, कमिशनिंग, ऑल द एक्टिविटीज आर बीइंग डन बाय अस। We have approximately 45 patents, Indian patents and international patents, 16 trademarks. We have 18 plus recognition and awards for the wastewater treatment. We have 3 production facilities in our Baddi. Our type of industry is thermal water recycling. Basically क्या है, जो ये कॉन्सेप्ट हम लोग जो है ना वो घर से ही लेकर के आए हैं। बहुत पुराना कॉन्सेप्ट है, इवापोरेशन कॉन्सेप्ट। हम लोग घर में चाय बनाते हैं, पानी उड़ता है तो पानी वेस्ट हो जाता है, चाय हमको मिल जाती है, वहाँ से ये कॉन्सेप्ट हमारा आया हुआ है। नंबर ऑफ एम्प्लॉइज़ कंपनी में अभी करीब 1450 एम्प्लॉइज़ हैं कंपनी में। ग्लोबल प्रेजेंस हम लोगों ने अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 90 प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोगों ने ओवरसीज़ किए हुए हैं। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट 500 प्लस प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोगों ने इंडिया में किए हैं। एंड वी आर द लार्जेस्ट कंपनी इन इंडिया हु इज़ वर्किंग ऑन द MVR evaporators. Till now we have supplied more than 300 numbers of the MVR evaporators in India and overseas. These are our verticals. So we are specifically working for the sugar industry. Actually, company's managing director, Mr. Vivek Verma ji, he is the sugar man and he is very renowned personality in the sugar industry. So sugar में हम लोगों ने पहले क्या है, स्टीम कंजम्पशन उनका जो था वो 50% होता था। हम उस स्टीम कंजम्पशन को रिड्यूस करके 19% तक लेकर के आए हैं और आज की तारीख में इंडिया की हर शुगर मिल में स्प्रे इंजीनियरिंग का कुछ ना कुछ इक्विपमेंट लगा हुआ है। दूसरा सेगमेंट हमारा है आता है वेस्ट वाटर। वेस्ट वाटर में सर हम लोग जो हैं आपका जो भी इंडस्ट्रियल इफिलेंट है या आपका जो भी म्यूनिसिपल इफिलेंट है, उस इफिलेंट से हम अच्छे पानी को रिकवर करते हैं बाय यूजिंग द हीट। आपका जीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज होता है, आपका जीरो लिक्विड इनटेक है उसमें। तीसरा सेगमेंट हमारा आता है बायोफ्यूल का। बायोफ्यूल में हम लोग जो है वी आर मैन्युफैक्चर ऑफ द कंप्लीट एथेनॉल रिफाइनरीज। सो रिसेंटली वी हैव एग्जीक्यूटेड वन प्रोजेक्ट विद डालमिया शुगर मिल्स in that is 175 KLPD grain based distillery. थर्ड वन इज जैगरी। आज के टाइम में ना लोग शुगर कम यूज करते हैं, जैगरी पाउडर ज़्यादा यूज करते हैं। सो वी आर द मैन्युफैक्चरर ऑफ द जैगरी प्लांट एज वेल, एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट वी आर प्रोवाइडिंग द इंजीनियरिंग सर्विसेज फॉर द अदर एप्लीकेशंस। दीज आर फ्यू सस्टेनेबल इंजीनियरिंग प्रैक्टिसेस और जो सोल्यूशंस हैं हमारे इसमें। आपका हम जो सोल्यूशन देते हैं, वी डू नॉट यूज एनी फॉसिल बेस्ड फ्यूल एंड पावर। कोई भी आपका जो है वो एमिशन नहीं होता है, आपका जीरो मतलब जीरो डिस्चार्ज है, बट यस डेफिनेटली वॉट एवर द टीडीएस इज देयर दैट यू विल गेट। आपका वी ट्राई टू रिकवर 100% कार्बन वॉट एवर इन द एथेनॉल प्लांट्स, 100% bagasse saving for diversifying values added product for the sugar plants, 100% water recovery, up to 100% water recovery in the like any industrial effluent like pharma, textile, tannery, distillery, whatever the industry is. We use the MVR based low temperature evaporation technology, reducing the chemical requirement, because if we will not use the chemical in our process, then the chemical will not be recovered. So we are not using the chemical in our process. Enhancing income by establishing the ruling infrastructure, providing the green solar power. हम लोगों ने सोलर पे भी काम कर रहे हैं हम लोग अभी आज की तारीख में। आपका जीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज फॉर द वेस्ट वाटर रिकवरी फ्रॉम द इफ्लुएंट एंड द वेस्ट वाटर। वाई रिवर मैटर्स, जैसा कि बताया था हमने पहले, रिवर्स हैव सस्टेन्ड ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन फॉर thousands of years by supporting life, farming and biodiversity, while also holding the deep cultural and spiritual importance in the India's as scared inspiring natural treasure। बहुत लंबी चौड़ी लाइन है सर, मुझे भी नहीं याद, मैं भी नहीं पढ़ पा रहा था। बेसिकली क्या है ना, जैसा जल ही जीवन है, आपका पानी है तो पानी तो हमें बचाना है। अदरवाइज क्या है कि एक ऐड आता है ना, उसमें देखते हैं हम लोग कि पानी पहले हमारे बाप दादा ने जो है वो नदियों में देखा था, हमने कुओं में देखा है, और उसके बाद में अभी जो पानी है वो बोतलों में देख रहे हैं। मैं इसमें एक लाइन और ऐड करता हूँ, हम लोगों ने 20 लीटर वाली बोतल में देखा है, हमारे जो आने वाली जनरेशन है वो 1 लीटर वाली बोतल में देखेंगे। तो बेसिकली सारा का सारा जो मुद्दा है वो पानी को बचाने का है अल्टीमेटली। अभी इस पानी को बचाने के लिए अभी क्या है ना कि नदियों में जो हमारा जो पोल्यूशन हो रहा है, उन पोल्यूशन के मेन रीजंस क्या हैं। पहला जो है वो है आपका इंडस्ट्रियल इफ्लुएंट। जो भी इंडस्ट्रियल इफ्लुएंट है वो सारा का सारा मतलब पानी जो है मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम पानी जो है वो नदियों में ड्रेन करते हैं। लाइक आई एम फ्रॉम यूपी, तो मैं एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल लेता हूँ। अभी इलाहाबाद में जो है वो ये चल रहा है, गंगा स्नान चल रहा है। तो जो मेन डेट्स होती हैं, उन डेट्स पे जितनी भी ये गंगा की साइड वाली जितनी भी फैक्ट्रीज है ना, उन फैक्ट्रीज को 4 दिन पहले से बंद कर दिया जाता है। तो उससे क्या हो गया, एक तो आपकी फैक्ट्री बंद हुई है, तो आपको क्या है मॉनेटरी लॉस तो हो ही रहा है आपको साथ में। जितना आपने पैसा एक छोटे से प्लांट को लगाने के लिए बचाया, उससे ज़्यादा पैसा आप जो है साल में अपना फैक्ट्री बंद करके जो है वो निकाल देते हैं, रह जाता है आपका पैसा। हाई कंटेमिनेशन, आपका टीडीएस जो है वो बहुत हाई होता है, सीओडी वीओडी वैल्यूज जो हैं वो भी बहुत हाई होती हैं। तो इसकी वजह से हमारा जो बायोलॉजिकल लाइफ्स जो हैं वो सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाती हैं हमारी पानी में। आपका नदियाँ जो हैं वो लगातार श्रिंक होती चली जा रही हैं, लगातार श्रिंक होती चली जा रही हैं। आपका इकोलॉजिकल डिग्रेडेशन भी होता चला जा रहा है हम लोगों का। सो उस सेगमेंट पे हमें क्या करना है, हमें सिर्फ कुछ नहीं करना है, बस नदियों में जो हम इफ्लुएंट डिस्चार्ज करते हैं, हमें सिर्फ उतना ही रोकना है कि हम नदियों में इफ्लुएंट को डिस्चार्ज ना करें। बाकी रिवर्स में अपनी कैपेबिलिटी है कि वो अपने आप को सेल्फ क्लीन कर सकती हैं। We have discussed major contributions to the river pollution, industrial waste water, thermal power plants, आपका टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्रीज हो गई हैं आपके थर्मल प्लांट्स हो गए हैं, प्रोसेस इंडस्ट्रीज हो गई हैं आपकी, ये सारे पॉल्यूटेंट्स हैं। अच्छा, अब हमारा क्या है विजन है इसको लेकर के कि हम कैसे आगे काम कर सकते हैं। सो पहला आता है कि जीरो डिस्चार्ज। जीरो डिस्चार्ज का बहुत लोगों की नज़रों में ये होता है ना कि जीरो डिस्चार्ज जो है हमने इवापोरेटर लगाया और मेरा काम खत्म हो गया तो जीरो डिस्चार्ज हो गया। नहीं, जीरो डिस्चार्ज का मतलब है आपकी इंडस्ट्री से जो भी पानी निकल रहा है वो आपका ग्राउंड में डिस्चार्ज नहीं होना चाहिए। आप उसको किसी भी मेथड से आप उसको ट्रीट कर सकते हो, बस आपका ग्राउंड में डिस्चार्ज नहीं होना चाहिए। कंप्लीट रिकवरी हम जो आपको दे रहे हैं दैट उसमें आपको अप टू 100% वाटर रिकवरी हम आपको दे रहे हैं पानी में। जो आपका जो सपोज आपका अगर 3-4 हज़ार TDS है पानी का, तो हम उसमें से 99.9% रिकवरी आपको हम दे देंगे। बचा हुआ आपका जो TDS है वो फॉर सॉलिड डिस्पोजल आपका जाना जाएगा। सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ, इंडस्ट्रीज थ्राइव्स व्हाइल इकोसिस्टम फ्लोरिश। ये लाइन मेरे को समझ में नहीं आती है सर। अच्छा, जीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज सिस्टम जो मैंने आपको बताया अभी, बेसिकली क्या है कि आपका एडवांस ट्रीटमेंट है। जैसे कि यहाँ से हमसे पहले भी जो लोगों की प्रेजेंटेशन हुई है, सर बैठे हुए थे, सर बैठे हुए हैं, सोलंकी जी बैठे हुए हैं, तो क्या होता है ना, आप लोग काम करते हैं RO तक का, लेकिन अभी RO का जो रिजेक्ट है उसका आप क्या करेंगे? दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि वो भी एक अच्छी क्वांटिटी होती है। अगर हम एक 3 mld या 5 mld के प्लांट में चले जाते हैं, तो 5 mld के प्लांट में करीब करीब 5 लाख लीटर पानी जो है वो आपका रिजेक्ट वाटर निकलता है RO से, उसका हम क्या करेंगे? सो दैट इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट। सो उस पानी को ट्रीट करने के लिए पहले एक टेक्नोलॉजी, पहले क्या शुरू से टेक्नोलॉजी चल रही थी, इवापोरेशन। इवापोरेशन में हम पानी तो रिकवर कर रहे थे, बट क्योंकि उसकी ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट इतनी हाई होती है कि इंडस्ट्री उसको चला नहीं पा रही है प्लांट को, तो चला नहीं पा रही है तो प्लांट पीछे के रास्ते से पानी जो है वो नदियों में जा रहा है। तो उस पानी को ट्रीट करने के लिए उसके बाद एक टेक्नोलॉजी आई, मल्टी इफेक्ट इवापोरेटर। मतलब हम स्टीम को जो है वो कई बार वेपर्स को यूज करेंगे और अपनी स्टीम की इकोनॉमी को बढ़ाएंगे, ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट को रिड्यूस करेंगे। वो भी मैगी थी सर। उसके बाद में फिर आया TVR, थर्मल वेपर रिकम्प्रेशन। उसमें हम क्या करते थे कि वेपर का एक पार्शियल अमाउंट लेकर के, थोड़ा सा ज्यादा हो रहा है सर, पार्शियल अमाउंट लेकर के वेपर का हम अगेन स्टीम की इकोनॉमी बढ़ा रहे हैं। बट आज की तारीख में क्या है, स्टीम की एक अपनी अलग कॉस्ट है। सपोज करिए अगर आप कोल से स्टीम बनाते हैं तो करीब 4.5 रुपए 5 रुपए पर केजी आपको स्टीम का कॉस्ट पड़ता है जाकर के। अब 450-500 रुपए पर केजी अगर आप इवापोरेटर में आप RO रिजेक्ट को ट्रीट करने के लिए जाते हैं, तो आपका पर केएल ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट समवेयर अराउंड 900 to 1000 रुपीज पर केएल आपका ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट पड़ता है सर। 1 रुपए लीटर का पानी जो है RO रिजेक्ट सर कौन ट्रीट करेगा इंडस्ट्री में? कोई नहीं करेगा सर, और ना बहुत कम इंडस्ट्रीज हैं जो करती हैं इसको। हाँ, जिसके ऊपर बर्डन है कि जिसका माल नहीं बिक रहा है, बाहर से लोगों ने पेनाल्टी लगाई हुई है, वो करते हैं, अदरवाइज कोई नहीं कर रहा है। ZLD, कमिंग टू द टॉपिक, ZLD जो है वो नदियों को कैसे रीस्टोर करेगा? बस आपका जो पानी है उसको क्लीन करके आप नदियों में दोबारा छोड़ दीजिए, आपकी नदियाँ जो है वो दोबारा रीस्टोर होना स्टार्ट हो जाएंगी सर। आपका रिडक्शन है वो मिनिमल हो जाएगा, आपका इकोलॉजी आपकी मेंटेन हो जाएगी, ग्राउंड वाटर आपका इम्प्रूव होगा, आपका लॉन्ग टर्म रिजेनरेशन हो जाएगा आपका नदियों का। हम लोगों का रोल जो मैंने आपको बताया कि हम लोग जो है वो MVR बेस्ड टेक्नोलॉजी प्रोवाइड करते हैं, जो कि आज की तारीख में एनर्जी इफिशिएंसी के लिए आप लोगों ने जो भी ZLD फील्ड से हैं या इफिलेंट फील्ड से हैं तो उन्होंने नाम सुना होगा ZLD में भी MVR आज की तारीख में जो है वो चल रहा है। तो MVR क्या है एग्जैक्टली? MVR जो है वो एक सिर्फ डिवाइस है। MVR इज अ ओनली इक्विपमेंट, कह सकते हैं हम लोग इसको, कि एक इक्विपमेंट है जो आपकी वेपर्स को रिसाइकिल कर रहा है, ताकि हम आपकी जो स्टीम वगैरह है उसको यूज ना करें। हम उसको एक आगे दिखाऊंगा मैं आपको अभी। ये है बेसिकली ये जो आप देख रहे हैं पॉइंटर है, इसमें कैसे दिस वन नो दिस वन इज गोइंग बैक हियर, ओके। हाँ कोई नहीं, मैं समझा दूँ ऐसे। इसमें क्या है सर, आप देख रहे होंगे कि जो पहले जो प्लांट्स आते थे, मल्टी इफेक्ट इवापोरेटर आते थे, उसमें हम यहाँ से हम स्टीम फीड करते थे। स्टीम फीड करते थे तो क्या होता था कि स्टीम जो है पहले इफेक्ट से दूसरे में, दूसरे से तीसरे में, तीसरे से चौथे में वेपर्स ट्रेवल करती थी, और फाइनल इफेक्ट में यहाँ से आते आते यहाँ से हमारी वेपर्स जो हैं, वेपर्स बाहर निकलती थी। उन वेपर्स को हम कंडेंसर में ले जाते थे। कंडेंसर में ले जाने के लिए हमें कूलिंग टावर के पानी की रिक्वायरमेंट होती थी, कूलिंग टावर का पानी लगता था। हमने क्या किया, अच्छा जो वेपर्स मेरी यहाँ से निकलती थी, दोज वेपर्स हैविंग द टेम्परेचर ऑफ 60 डिग्री, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 60 डिग्री का टेम्परेचर होता था। हम क्या कर रहे थे, उन 60 डिग्री की वेपर्स को कंडेंस कर रहे थे, मतलब उनको हम पानी में कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे, बट हम एनर्जी को वेस्ट करने के लिए एडिशनल लेने के बाद में आपका वेपर्स का जो प्रेशर है वो इंक्रीज हुआ, उससे हमारा टेम्परेचर इंक्रीज हुआ। अब 60 डिग्री की जो वेपर्स हैं, उन वेपर्स को हमने 70 डिग्री की वेपर्स में कन्वर्ट कर लिया और उनको सिस्टम में एज अ हीटिंग मीडियम फीड करना शुरू कर दिया। तो जब वंस वी स्टार्टेड दोज हीटेड वेपर्स वंस इनटू द सिस्टम, तो हमारा जो इधर बॉयलर की रिक्वायरमेंट है मेरी, ये खत्म हो गई। मतलब ये मैंने एक कैपेक्स सेव कर लिया, आपकी एनर्जी सेव कर ली, हमने एनर्जी बचाई है, तो हमारा ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट भी रिड्यूस हो गया। अभी रिसेंटली हम लोगों ने करीब जो लेटेस्ट प्लांट दिए हुए हैं तो उनमें 3-4 MLD के हम लोगों ने जीरो लिक्विड डिस्चार्ज प्लांट दिए हुए हैं, और यू वॉन्ट बिलीव जो उनकी ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट आ रही है दैट इज 100 रुपीज़ पर KL, मतलब 1000 रुपये पर KL से, और 100 रुपये पर KL जो है वो ऑपरेशनल कॉस्ट आ रही है। दैट इज अ ह्यूज सेविंग फॉर द इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, और जो आपका हम लोगों को काम भी थोड़ा अच्छा मिल गया उससे सर। अच्छा, जो वाटर रिकवरी यहाँ से हुई, ये जो कंडेंसेट निकल के आया, जो कंडेंसेट निकल के आया उसमें जो वाटर रिकवरी हुई हमारी, तो वाटर रिकवरी भी अप टू 99% पानी की रिकवरी हुई, और ये पानी जो है वो बहुत सारी इंडस्ट्रीज जो हैं वो डायरेक्टली अपने प्रोसेस में यूज़ कर रही हैं। लाइक टेक्सटाइल कंपनीज जो हैं वो डायरेक्टली इस पानी को अपना जो डाइंग होता है उस प्रोसेस में यूज़ कर रही हैं, क्योंकि इस पानी का टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री में जो प्रैक्टिकल एग्जांपल्स मेरे सामने आए हैं उसमें इस पानी का जो TDS आया है वो करीब करीब 20-30 मैक्सिमम 50 तक TDS आया है इस पानी का। तो 50 TDS का पानी अगर उनको मिलेगा, और अर्लियर वो नीचे से ज़मीन से अगर पानी एक्सट्रैक्ट कर रहे हैं तो उसका TDS जो है वो समवेयर अराउंड आपका करीब 150-200 रहता है, तो जाहिर सी बात है, नेचुरल है कि हाँ TDS कम है तो पानी की क्वालिटी अच्छी है, पानी की क्वालिटी अच्छी है तो कपड़े में शाइनिंग ज़्यादा आएगी। तो जो कॉटन डाइंग इंडस्ट्री है उसको बहुत फ़ायदा मिला है सिस्टम का। और उस टाइम पर हमने पाली, एक राजस्थान में एक एरिया पड़ता है पाली में करीब करीब हमने 20 प्लांट जो है ना वो इकट्ठे लगाए थे, और आज की तारीख में 2 रनिंग सक्सेसफुल। हम लोग क्या करते हैं सर, ये MVR इवेपोरेशन टेक्नोलॉजी है, बेसिकली थर्मल हीट रिसाइकलिंग है, जो मैंने आपको पूरा एक्सप्लेन किया था। ये है MVR कंप्रेशर, इसमें से आपकी जो वेपर्स आपकी जो वहाँ जा रही हैं वही वेपर्स हमारी मतलब उड़ रही हैं, और वेपर्स उड़ करके सिस्टम के अंदर जा रही हैं, और फिर सिस्टम से एज अ हीटिंग मीडियम हम फीड करें दोबारा से यहाँ पे। इसमें क्या हुआ सर, जैसे हम लोग स्टीम ले रहे थे तो स्टीम से हमारी जो बॉयलर कनेक्टेड था, बॉयलर लगा हुआ था, बॉयलर से हमारी जो कार्बन जो है वो कार्बन एमिशन हो रहा था हमारा उससे ज़्यादा। हमने क्या किया, हमने यहाँ पे सोलर से हम इस प्लांट को चला रहे हैं तो हमारा कार्बन एमिशन बिल्कुल रिड्यूस हो गया हमारा, पहली चीज़। कई सारी कंपनीज हैं जो आज की तारीख में, जैसे बेयर हो गया, यूवेक हो गया, तो ये लोग कार्बन क्रेडिट का फ़ायदा भी ले रहे हैं इस प्लांट से। आपकी जो वाटर रिकवरी रेट है वो आपका बढ़ गया, आपका कैपेक्स जो है वो आपका कम हो गया कंपैरेटिवली, बिकॉज हमने आपके 2-3 इक्विपमेंट हमने आपके कम कर दिए जो कि आपके हाई कैपेक्स वाले इक्विपमेंट थे। साथ में आपका हम जो इवापोरेशन कर रहे हैं ना सर वो लो टेम्परेचर पे कर रहे हैं, 60 डिग्री पे पानी को हम इवापोरेट कर रहे हैं। एम्बिएंट कंडीशन में पानी जो है वो करीब 100 डिग्री पे पानी उबलता है जाकर के, तो हम इवापोरेशन कर रहे हैं इन वैक्यूम, 60 डिग्री पे हम इवापोरेशन करते हैं पानी में। आपका इनोवेटिव हीट रिकवरी सिस्टम, हमारा जो पूरा सिस्टम है मतलब खुद सेल्फ डिजाइंड सिस्टम है। इंडस्ट्री के साथ जो एप्लीकेशंस हैं, टेक्सटाइल डाइंग यूनिट, फार्मास्यूटिकल, एग्रो फूड, डिस्टिलरीज, पेट्रोकेमिकल्स, ये तो सब कुछ हैं। करीब करीब 15-20 तरीके की इंडस्ट्रीज़ में हम लोगों ने आज तक काम किया हुआ है। और आज का जो सबसे मतलब इमर्जिंग फील्ड है लाइक सोलर पावर है और आपका जो CBG जनरेशन है, तो उन प्लांट्स में हम लोग जो है आज काम कर रहे हैं। ये सिस्टम है सर हमारा, इसमें मैंने आपको जो एक्सप्लेन किया था कि आपका जो भी पानी है वो आप यहाँ से फीड कर रहे हैं। ये हमारा प्रीहीटर है, प्रीहीटर में हम पानी को प्रीहीट कर रहे हैं। सपोज यहाँ पे आपका एम्बिएंट कंडीशन में जो आपका पानी है करीब 35 डिग्री का पानी है, हम इस 35 डिग्री के पानी को हम करीब यहाँ तक फीड कर रहे हैं, करीब 55 डिग्री तक हम यहाँ पे इसको प्रीहीट कर लेते हैं। प्रीहीट करने के बाद में हमने सिस्टम के अंदर वैक्यूम बनाया हुआ है करीब 20 किलो पास्कल का, जो भी समवेयर 180 mm ऑफ Hg मरकरी कॉलम होता है, हमने वैक्यूम बनाया हुआ है। फीड कर रहे हैं, फीड करने के बाद में हमारी वेपर जनरेट हो रही है। जब यहाँ से फीड कर रहे हैं और सिस्टम के अंदर जा रहे हैं तो 60 डिग्री पे हमारी इवापोरेशन हो रही है, 60 डिग्री पे इवापोरेशन हो रही है, तो वेपर्स ऊपर से जो उड़ रही हैं वो भी 60 डिग्री की हैं, सिस्टम में जा रही हैं, 70 डिग्री की वेपर्स निकल रही हैं, सिस्टम के अंदर फीड कर रहे हैं हम लोग। तो जो वेपर्स निकल रही हैं उन्हीं वेपर्स से हमारी हीट रिसाइकलिंग हो रही है, पूरा प्लांट उन्हीं से चल रहा है। और उसके अलावा में जो ये पंप्स और मोटर्स जो चल रहे हैं वो सारे के सारे इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी पे चल रहे हैं, और जो इलेक्ट्रिकल एनर्जी है वो हमें सोलर से मिल रही है। कंसंट्रेट जो आपका निकलता है वो ड्रायर से चल रहा है। आज की तारीख में हम लोगों ने MVR पे ड्रायर भी डिजाइन कर दिया है, जो कि कंप्लीटली MVR पे चल रहा है आपका ड्रायर। कुछ इंस्टॉलेशंस हमारी हैं, एक NJ फूड जम्मू में हमारा प्लांट लगा हुआ है 800 KLT का। आप यहाँ पे देख रहे होंगे, यहाँ पे पानी का TDS जो है वो 2000 से 4000 TDS, 2000 से 3000 TDS के आसपास पानी आता है। अब 2000 से 3000 के TDS पे सर ये प्लांट लगाना फिजिबल नहीं है, प्रैक्टिकली मैं रिकमेंड नहीं करता हूँ कि 2000 पे आप ये प्लांट लगाइए, बिकॉज हाई कैपेक्स है, हाई ऑपेक्स है, तो प्लांट का ऑपरेशन कॉस्ट बढ़ना है। बट उनके पानी में कुछ जो ये बेसिकली कोक की फैक्ट्री है, तो उसके पानी में कुछ बैक्टीरिया था जो केमिकल ट्रीटमेंट से भी नहीं निकलता है और आरओ से भी नहीं निकलता है, वो सिर्फ इवापोरेशन से निकलता है। तो उस इवापोरेशन को के लिए हमने ये प्लांट लगाया था, और इसका जो पानी निकल रहा है वो पानी जो है वो कोक की ब्लेंडिंग में यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो लोग। ये हम लोगों ने एक प्लांट लगाया था, पिक्चर लगा हुआ है साइड में, रैम की हैदराबाद के हम लोगों ने ये प्लांट लगाया हुआ है जवाहर नगर में। ये बेसिकली जो लीचेट है ना सर, लीचेट के ऊपर प्लांट लगा हुआ है हमारा, जो आपका लीचेट क्या बेसिकली जवाहर नगर में काफ़ी जी, उसके ऊपर ये प्लांट लगा हुआ है हमारा। और सर खासियत है ना कि अगर ये 2000 केएलडी का प्लांट है तो आप देख रहे होंगे उधर 4 मॉड्यूल लगे हुए हैं, तो 500 केएलडी के 4 मॉड्यूल लगे हुए हैं, तो आप अपनी सूटेबिलिटी के अकॉर्डिंग इस प्लांट को चला सकते हैं। ये सर डीएमएसडब्ल्यू में प्लांट लगा हुआ है, जो हम लोगों के घरों से जो कचरा इकट्ठा होता है वो कचरा जो है वो उनके सॉर्टिंग प्लांट में जाता है, वहाँ से वो सॉर्ट करते हैं, उसके बाद में जो लीचेट निकलता है उस लीचेट के ऊपर ये वाला प्लांट लगा हुआ है, और उस लीचेट से ये लोग जो है पानी रिकवर करके और दोबारा इनका जो आपका पावर प्लांट में भेज रहे हैं, वो उनका वेस्ट टू एनर्जी वाला प्लांट लगा हुआ है तो पावर प्लांट में भेज रहे हैं, वहाँ पे इस पानी को यूज़ कर रहे हैं। ये एक प्लांट इसमें गुजरात में लगा हुआ है, टेक्सटाइल डाइंग के ऊपर लगा हुआ है, करीब 10,000 TDS है इसका, 2000 KLD का प्लांट लगा हुआ है, और जो उनका जो रिटर्न TDS मिल रहा है वो करीब करीब 200 से कम मिल रहा है, 200 तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, यहाँ पे 50 से कम मिल रहा है उनको बेसिकली। Rivers restored not only by cleaning but also stopping pollution at source. Building ZLD society, कोलैबोरेटिव इकोसिस्टम। इसमें क्या होता है कि आपकी इंडस्ट्री है उन्हें भी सपोर्ट चाहिए, ZLD सोसाइटी चाहिए, पब्लिक पॉलिसीज़ भी अकॉर्डिंगली होनी चाहिए आपकी। आपका जो है इंडस्ट्रीज प्रोएक्टिवली अडॉप्ट ZLD टेक्नोलॉजीज एंड प्रैक्टिसेस, गवर्नमेंट इन्फोर्सेस क्लियर रेगुलेशंस एंड प्रोवाइड्स स्ट्रॉन्ग इनिशिएटिव्स, technology provider continuously innovate solutions for ZLD. Society recognize and value water as a precious resource. Collaboration across all the sector is crucial for impactful progress. स्ट्रेटेजिक अलाइनमेंट में आगे हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, जीरो कार्बन एमिशन के लिए हम लोग हमारा एक विवेक जी का बेसिकली प्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे था, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो नहीं आ पाए तो मुझे आना पड़ा। जीरो कार्बन एमिशन लाइफ स्टाइल स्मार्ट विलेज कॉन्सेप्ट है, हम लोगों ने लास्ट टाइम इंडिया एनर्जी वीक में इसको दिया था। इसमें क्या है कि एक गांव है, उस गांव से ही जितना भी प्रोडक्ट है वो आपका वहाँ से प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, गांव के गांव में ही आपका जो है उसी से आपको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी मिल रही है, उसी से आपको पावर मिल रही है, वहीं पे आपको जो है वो जॉब मिल रही है, सारा का सारा उससे रिलेटेड था प्रोजेक्ट पूरा। क्लीन कुकिंग रेवोल्यूशन, ये हम लोगों ने अपने यहाँ पे, हमारा मोहाली में ऑफिस है तो हमारे मोहाली ऑफिस में हम लोगों ने इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया हुआ है कि आपका जो है एलपीजी को हम कम से कम यूज़ करेंगे, और जो हीट जो हम रिसाइकिल कर रहे हैं उसी हीट को हम लोग जो खाना है उसको बनाने के लिए यूज़ कर रहे हैं बेसिकली। सेंट्रलाइज ग्रीन एनर्जी, सेम वेस्ट टू ग्रीन केमिकल्स, स्पेंड वॉश है, एथेनॉल, प्रोटीन्स एंड न्यूट्रिएंट्स हम रिकवर कर रहे हैं, कार्बन रिच वेस्ट जो है वो प्लेटफॉर्म केमिकल, एसिटिक एसिड सब लगा रहे हैं। वाटर सर्कुलेटी एंड रीयूज, डिस्टिलरी स्पेंड वॉश ट्रीटेड विद MVR वेस्ट ZLD, 90% वाटर रिकवरी कर रहे हैं, उसमें से हम लोग वो अपना पानी जो है वो डिस्टिलरी में यूज़ कर रहे हैं वापस। थैंक यू, दीज आर कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स। कोई भी आपका सवाल होता है तो प्लीज़ बताइए मुझे। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद मिश्रा जी, आप और आपकी संस्था बहुत ही सराहनीय काम कर रही है, और जो हमारी नदियाँ जो पूजनीय हैं उनको संरक्षण देने के लिए आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया। लेट्स हैव अ बिग हैंड फॉर देम प्लीज, दे आर कंजर्विंग आवर रिवर्स, सो ग्रेट हैंड राजुल सर। एंड नाउ वील हैव अ प्लेनरी सेशन, वी विल हैव a 2 minutes break so that we can arrange the chairs, and we'll start with our plenary session. We request all our exhibitors, partners who are in the exhibition, if you can take a few minutes off and please join us for a plenary session. The topic of today's plenary session is from waste to resource, scaling water recycling and reuse for urban and industrial resilience. So we request all our esteemed guests, exhibitors to kindly join us in the conference area. Check. Check. Thank you so much. We're about to begin our plenary session. We request all our guests and esteemed exhibitors, partners, and associates to kindly join us. So we have this knowledge session partner, Indian Water Works Association. So thank you so much, Indian Water Works Association, for being our knowledge partner for this session. Water treatment, recycle, and reuse. Our plenary session, the topic for the plenary session is from waste to resource, scaling water recycling and reuse for urban and industrial resilience. And our moderator for this session is Shri Biren Dalal, Director Technical for Indian Water Works Association, who has 37 plus years of design and project management experience, designing projects, large scale projects like Smart City and Amrut for Government of India, and heading the Gujarat division, which is in itself a great example of sustainability model. Can we have a big hand for Biren sir? Can I have a big hand for Biren sir? Biren sir, if you can please take the center stage, center seat, as Biren sir moderates this session. We would like to also call on on the dais our esteemed panelist, Shri Vijay Kumar Vaikar sir, Executive Engineer, State Water and Sanitation Mission, WSSD, Government of Maharashtra. Big hand for sir. Vaikar sir was very busy, but he's made time for this session, so thank you so much. We'd also like to thank Shri Sudhir Mehta, Director, Yaha Waters, for being here. A big hand to Sudhir Mehta sir. Big hand to Sudhir Mehta sir. And we'd like to call on the dais Dr. Shri Ajit Salvi sir, Director RQs of AII LSG and former Director CEE of MCGM. A big hand to Dr. Ajit Salvi sir. We'd also like to call on dais Shri Dharmesh Solanki, Shri Senior Manager, Business Development, Vishwaraj Environment Limited. A big hand to Shri Dharmesh Solanki. Can we hear it for Dharmesh Solanki ji? And Shri Dilip Sonavne, Vice President, Central and Eastern Region, Water and Urban Development, Shah Technical Consulting Private Limited. A big hand to Shri Dilip Sonavne sir as well. We'd like to thank all of you all for your presence here. Over to you, Biren sir. You can take over.
Hello. Good afternoon all. How hungry you are. I know you all are hungry, but let us have some discussion on importance of reuse as the topic is. I think those who have seen the presentation from Mr. Dharmesh Solanki, uh, Namami Gange has published a document in 2022, and which is can be a Gita for reuse of water. This is Gita is for national framework of safe reuse of treated water. Luckily, it has covered everything, the standards, the norms, the system, how can we go into that, and rightly presented by Mr. Dharmesh that in India we have 72 billion liters of sewage generation. It is 72,368 MLD. And again, he has also presented that we have a treatment capacity of 44%. So it is 31,000 or 32,000 MLD. And approximately 15% of that capacity is not fully operational. This is the scenario of our country. 18% of the world population we possess. However, our renewable water is only 4%. So there is long way to go for this. We will cover 5-6 topics for the reuse, and first is the policy and regulatory evaluation for mandatory use. The policy, I show that Namami Gange, Ministry of Jal Shakti has published this policy, and they have given free hands to all the states that let have your reuse policy independently for particular state. And again, he has shown that more than 10 states have already initiated. Now maybe it is more than that, but initially it has started with Gujarat, Haryana, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, and so on. So all states have their policies. I think none other than Mr. Vijay Kumar Vaikau, who is from State Water and Sanitation Mission, Maharashtra, I think he can throw some light on the policy. So I request Mr. Vijay Kumar Vaikau to speak on this.
Thank you, Birenji. So before going forward and actually citing the policies which are in place right now in Maharashtra, I would like to highlight two important things which actually have created the background and necessity for reuse of wastewater. So the first and foremost important thing is, right now, as all of us are aware that 48% of population of Maharashtra lives in urban area. So considering the service level benchmark at which we are supplying water to them, ultimately that will create a wastewater. So 80% of that water, I think in metro cities we are supplying the water at 135 liter per capita, and in metro cities we are actually supplying 150 liter per capita daily, while in big cities we are supplying 135 LPCD water. So ultimately that water going to create a wastewater. And if we compare and add into that, we have another interesting fact regarding this. 43% of Maharashtra geographical terrain comes under a water scarcity area. So, and accordingly if we add into that two more things, the industrialization and the technology that Maharashtra wants to be pioneer in, and ultimately the Honorable PM Sir's visions of $5 trillion economy. So ultimately all these things will lead to industrialization, urbanization, and ultimately that will create a wastewater. And considering the limited resources of fresh water that is available in the state, so there is no other option than go for reuse of treated wastewater. So that is the first thing. In the second thing, the whatever sir has already mentioned, in the India scenario also we have only 4%, 5% of reuse of treated wastewater. If we compare this to state of Maharashtra, we are currently having 9,000 MLDs wastewater is generated through the commercial and domestic and whatever government institutions are there. Those collectively generates 9,000, approximately 9,000 MLDs wastewater is generated. And from the industry perspective, I think around 1,700 to 2,000 MLD wastewater is generated from the industries of Maharashtra. So right now we are at 11,000 MLD generation of wastewater in the state only. So as rightly mentioned that only 42 or 45% around, so approximately 50% only we have the capacity to treat that wastewater. So the first gap is industrialization and urbanization. And the second point is we are lagging in the wastewater treatment sector only. So we have to increase our treatment capacities so that we can go for the reuse of that water also. So these are the two important things which have created the background for the policies. And as far as policies are concerned, the first framework or the first initiative was taken by the Maharashtra state only, the Maharashtra Water Resource Regulatory Authority Act 2005 that came into place in 2005. So that act itself established an authority which has created a mandates or the policy frameworks about reuse of wastewater. So as per MWRRA Act and later in 2003 state water policy also and in 2019 state water policy also, we have mandated or created a framework where we can treat at least 30% of treated wastewater. So we have to use that 30% treated wastewater into different sectors. Recently, the sectors identified which are national power tariff policy is also there. 2016's national power tariff policy has created humongous transformation. The one example of that is in Nagpur city. The Nagpur Corporation is already selling the water to Mahagenco and generating a revenue of almost 60 CR. So their total operation and maintenance and capital cost also Mahagenco I think has taken the responsibility of 50% of capital cost at the time of construction of STPs. So that was a good model, and based on National Power Tariff Policy 2016 only, that model was created and successfully implemented. I think there is one more model at Gujarat also regarding this. Surat, there is one more model where they have utilized. So Maharashtra state has also prioritized the first sector, that is thermal power plant sector. And as we go ahead, as I have mentioned, that state water policy 2019 is there, which has also mandated that 30% of wastewater treated should go into reuse in different sectors. The sectors were identified as thermal power plant sector. The second sector is different industries which are identified by the industries department, the MIDCs. The third thing for which the recently government of Maharashtra in October 2025 has drafted, and already the GR has been issued regarding the same. So there is one more policy, comprehensive policy. The outcome of all these and epitome of all these discussions have came, and in October 2025, the state of Maharashtra has notified the policy that is regarding policy on reuse, safe reuse and management of treated wastewater. So that is 2025's policy is in place right now. The policy provides a comprehensive guideline, the different sectors which are involved into it. The first sector which is appointed as a nodal officer, that is Urban Development Department. So there is high power steering committee at Chief Secretary Sir's level, and there is also machinery created in the policy at district level also, where the collectors and commissioners also at division level given the responsibility to monitor these things. And accordingly, there is one more thing which the Honorable CM Sir's vision also, the Vikasit Maharashtra 2025 document, which was published in December 2025. In that also, we are not just restricting ourselves to 30%, we are targeting to achieve it by 2029 only, where already there are in Maharashtra 171 functional STPs are there. We are targeting those cities. 424 urban local bodies are already identified for the same. And for that, one program is also launched, that is MUREP, Maharashtra Urban Wastewater Recycle Program, and 500 CR's budget is also incorporated for the same. And that project is going on in the next 6 months. That will go on the floor, and at least for those 424 urban local bodies, we are going to have a 30% reuse of wastewater. And for the same, different departments are also collaborating. The most important part in this program or policy is that only where interdepartmental coordination is required. Even though the urban development department has given the responsibility, but ultimately the water resource department, the water supply and sanitation department, the industries department, the MIDC, the Maharashtra Water Resource and Regulatory Authority, and all other stakeholders have to cooperate and do the things. There are financial models are also given, as our topic is also regarding the same, the institutional resilience and how the financial model should be given. So MWRRA has nominated for that task only, so that to decide the tariffs. The two important bottlenecks, or we can say the hurdles, for which we have to find the solution. The first one is the end user or buyer of the wastewater, treated wastewater, and second one is the deciding the tariff of the wastewater. So for that also there are steering committees, discussions are going on, and accordingly the MWRRA will come out with a detailed solution regarding this, and we will facilitate the same. So regarding the policies, the Maharashtra is on track. Before this, as like solarization, we were just discussing about solarization, and now actually we are reaping the benefits out of it. So considering the same, I think the wastewater is going to create a wealth for urban local bodies, and that mindset to that wastewater can generate the revenue for urban local bodies also, and the target that government of Maharashtra decided, I think we will succeed into that. As I have discussed that in Vikasit Maharashtra also, there was vision management unit is also established regarding the same. So they are also closely monitoring the visions which we have already documented. So right now for 2029, we are thinking of using 30% of wastewater. By 2035, we are focusing on 100% wastewater treatment and at least 50% of reuse of that treated wastewater. While in 2049's visions, we are targeting 80% of reuse of wastewater, treated wastewater. So the kind of cooperation and kind of work that is going behind at government level, I'm pretty sure that we will achieve those objectives and vision of Honorable CM Sir also, and will lead Maharashtra into this. Thank you.
I think Vijay Kumar ji is very karmanist adhikari, executive engineer who knows all the policies by himself, and I think he is keen to implement that all. Thank you, Vijay Kumar ji. Same topic, a brief note from Mr. Dilip Sonwane, who is Vice President of SAR Technical Consultancy.
Thank you, Birenji. I think we got the comprehensive outlook of what Maharashtra government is doing. Now, if we think about, say, reuse of the water and what it is happening, say, since last 30-35 years, during 90s, there had been a reuse of water more in the refineries, whether it's the Madras refinery or Madras fertilizers, or even in Mumbai, we know about the fertilizer plant, which is RCF, which is even many people visit and see how it is in operations. So since that time, the zero discharge and recycle word is in place. In 2002, for the Mumbai Corporation, for the BSDP master plan, we had proposed, I was part of that team, and we have proposed a complete recycle of all the wastewater, which was almost 2,400 million liters per day for the agriculture use with a pumping arrangement beyond Kalyan. That project was submitted in 2002 to Mumbai Corporation. Probably I don't know what happened further to it, but yes, this thinking is happening. Even policies, if we look into it, 2008 there is a national urban sewerage policy which talks about 20% recycle of wastewater, and also look into the government building having the double plumbing system. So these policies are existing, even the funding which are coming in various forms, like Amrut projects are there, or the smart city projects with MOD guideline, HEO manual, they are also talking of 20% recycle and reuse. Now what is happening on the ground, if we look into it, the more actions are happening for say power plant is one of the visible thing which in our country, or the industrial sector where the recycle and reuse is happening. We have seen many new townships since 2007 where I had been a part of such townships, and if we put a comprehensive plan, entire township as a whole, then the recycle content, it goes as had 40-50% and even 60%, depending on the mixed use pattern of the township. So the content is much higher, and if we talk about say it is 110 lakhs as per the 2021-22 data of CPCB, 110 lakhs MLD of wastewater is getting generated. And if we see the numbers which we even seen for the power plant, it comes about 5%, and say at other places, maybe if we add, it may go say 7-8% or 10% at all India level. So we have got much more scope, and also the policy improvements, because whatever is happening in a scattered way, it has to happen even for the townships which are, or the cities which are developed. Now it requires a more integrated approach in terms of the planning for the whole city. Sewerage cannot follow water. Water and sewerage has to go hand in hand. Then only it is possible that 50% wastewater will not go untreated in the water courses. So we have to have those policies where the projects will be handled in an integrated way with the departments of water, sewerage and the urban planning working together. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip ji. With the small remarks that the policy have shown you the hard copy, it is available on website of Ministry of Jal Shakti. You can download that. Second topic we are taking is the technology pathway, the decentralization system, AI enabled O&M and membrane innovation. I think in India we are doing everything in large. Like our population says that what the facilities we required in the large scale. But then we need to go for the decentralization of the system. That gives us the O&M ease and the redundancy also. Like if I have a 50 MLD plant and I will split into two plants of 25 MLD, I have a redundancy available with me and my operational things will get me ease. Of course, for these things, automation is must. So we have to integrate. Then after this, artificial intelligence comes. It is now very easy and essential to incorporate automation in water sector. So we have two prominent speakers from the commercial organizations, Mr. Sudhir Mehta from Yaha Water and Mr. Dharmesh Solanki. We have already heard him, Vishwaraj Environmental Limited, to just throw lights on this aspect, that decentralization, AI-enabled O&M and membrane innovation. So starting with Mr. Sudhir Mehta, please.
Thank you very much. As you rightly put it, there is a demand in fragments, as what he has said very clearly. And our tendency is always to put the water in a centralized zone and then look at the transportation of water to the industry. So if you have a big plant in Mumbai, but our industrial areas are almost 100 kilometers away or 200 kilometers away, it doesn't make economical sense to pump the water over there in that respect. So more important is how do we decentralize in a local area or nearby local areas. Technologies today are available. There are various technologies which are available, starting with conventional systems, which has already been defined in so many years. Then we have technologies which are based on aeration systems, technologies which are based on membrane systems. There is no dearth of or lacuna of technologies. The mindset is the more important thing, whether you would like to use a tertiary water that we call as a polished water to the industry. So if you are having a steel plant, let us say if you are having a steel plant in Dolvi or in Roha, which is almost around 5 million, 10 million tons per year, basically you require minimum around 100 mld water as makeup water. Now if you are giving a certain percentage of that water in tertiary water or recycled water, the cost of the water to them comes down significantly. Now there is a differentiation that today majority of the water, whatever we are having is sewage water. But if we would like to put industrial wastewater, then the treatment cost becomes high. But the sewage water is still a water which can be reused, and there are number of countries like Singapore, Israel, which are using that on a continuous basis. So definitely yes, decentralization with technologies is an option which has to be implemented, and the protocols have to be put into picture. And if they would like to polish more within their company, they have the funds to do that. But if you bring it to a certain level of the biological and the COD and the suspended load, I believe they can do the good job. As regards to the artificial intelligence, in fact, all the plants today, even in water supply, today we are having a certain level of machine learning which is already there. The SCADA systems are already there. So we need just a database to reorient that and to make those plants much more intelligent. And this is the way the industry definitely will progress. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Dharmesh Solanki.
I think, I think in continuation to what exactly Sir said, initially the STPs were at the outskirts of the city. We were trying to bring it at one place and then treat it and then dispose it off. Now looking at the way the city boundaries are and the population that we have, the urbanization or the rapid growth that we have seen, it is practically impossible for collecting the complete sewage and getting it to one place. There are a lot of applications right across the townships only, where you can actually treat it to a level where for gardening purpose or non-portable purposes that can be used on the residential level as well. That is one area which we see. The second is on the parameter front. The moment you have a centralized one, there is a set parameter which you are able to deliver. But again, industry to industry, the requirement of the quality of the water changes. So it is also important that if it is having a decentralized approach, probably an X company or again X industry is requiring water quality at set level, the other one would not require a certain similar stringent level of water quality parameter. Thus, doing a decentralized approach probably because of the technology which is economical in nature can definitely suffice this work. So yes, decentralize is one thing which definitely helps. And as on the AI side, as you rightly said, we have already using this SCADA and automation, but this will help us more towards the predictive maintenance. It will reduce your downtime in terms of the O&M front, and definitely helps the overall life cycle cost. So definitely these two will definitely make a big impact on the overall OPEX of the project.
Thank you. The third point we are discussing on the same topic is the quality standards. Now as we know that the reuse of water can be used by industries, it can be for agriculture purpose, it can be for corporation green space development, like watering to their green space development, gardens and other things. Even in industries, there are so many industries which requires a particular quality of water to take intake as an intake from the treatment plants. Some requires secondary treatment, some requires tertiary. So to know the basics, standards and other things, I think none other than Dr. Ajit Salvi can throw light on that. He is Director to Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies, All India Institute of Local Self-Government, Mr. Ajit Salvi.
See,
basically, when you talk about the urban sector, if you know that in 2022, NGT has given the standards for the discharge, that is for the discharge of the or treatment of the sewage. So rather than going into much more detail, we always talk that 10-20 standards, that is BOD 10 and TSS 20, and then maybe a COD 50. The point is what, when you are going for the reuse or recycle and reuse, then automatically for the urban setup, that remaining thing, all thing remains same, only we go for the reduction in the TSS, that is what 5, and maybe E. coli, or that will be a below detection limit. We cannot say 0, but it should be a below detection limit. I would like to say, after discussing, we can discuss a lot about the BOD, COD, TSS, everything. I would like to throw one challenge in that. The problem is what I think some of the speakers have already talked about that. The problem is what, let us say you consider one particular city. Let us, now there was a presentation about the Nagpur, and they say they give the treated wastewater to the power generation plant. Now this thing cannot happen for Mumbai, not possible. So idea is what, whatever the standards are there, you have to find out what are your probable reuse, possible reuse. Similarly, if I think about the irrigation, again it is not possible for Mumbai. So what is your probable reuse? And accordingly you have to set the standards. I would like to add one more challenge in that. I am not going about the public and the thing I think we can be discussed separately. But we are talking about the policy and standard. So in that related thing, sir was talking about the tariff. So that also a point I want to highlight, because the standards and everything will connected with that. So what happens ki one side, particularly in urban sector, corporation is supplying water at a very subsidized rate. And then we are treating up to TSS 5 or BOD 10 or less than something. And maybe treatment cost goes up to 15, 20, whatever it may be. And then we are talking about the sustainability. So that mismatch is there. My highlight is what, so far these quality standards are there, we should focus what are the possible reuse for that particular town, for that particular city. And accordingly, if treatment is done, then it is okay. Otherwise, unnecessary, it will be, we are treating up to the highest standard and discharging into again water bodies. That thing should not happen. That is the bottom line of the discussion. Thank you.
Again, I request Mr. Dilip Sonwane to just have some brief on this standards.
Yeah, sir, little contradictory statements. I am sorry for that. See, the net zero concept for the water, which is now being discussed everywhere, it talks about the minimization of fresh water from the sources. It also talks about giving back the water of the same quality and quantity. So when we are talking of the net zero energy, I am sure there is a net zero water which we have to follow, and we have to give the water of that quality. Yes, we need to have our treatment plants to meet the quality which will be assimilative to the water body capacity, or the standards which the MOUD is talking of, like MOUD is talking of 6 BOD if it is to be intended touch for the human body, or if it's going to be a big impounding reservoir where human touch is not expected, 10 BOD. I think considering the requirement of net zero water, we need to move to the next level beyond 2019 standards, which has been prescribed by the MOUD, and where the water will be of the same quality and we meet the net zero standard in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next topic in the same line, we are discussing on water pricing, cost recovery, and business model enabling adoption. So we know that in India, it is very difficult to impose any tariff. Like in water also, very less, I think towns have just started issuing the bills on water supply, and I don't know the recovery rate even. And in Gujarat, I don't know, there is a water policy, actual water policy published by government of Gujarat. So how can it be possible from the sewerage, like recycling of wastewater or used water in the sewerage from the consumer? It is not domestic consumer, residential, it is, I don't think it is next to impossible. But luckily we are supplying this treated wastewater to industries almost in India. And to just balance the things of cost, that it's being implemented by the private partner in this, and the recovery of that, I think it is a very critical subject, and none other than our commercial partner can throw light on that. So again, Mr. Mehta, and thereafter Mr. Solanki, please.
Ultimately, it is a cost. So if I am getting a cost which is less than my fresh water and it is meeting my standards, why should I not go for that? The question over here is what is mandatory? So if you are opening up the market, saying that 50% or 30% of your makeup water in your industry should come from treated water, and there is a certain price given over there, there will be a lot of private players who would be interested to sell water. Why not? At the end of the day, everybody is here to commercialize on a product. For us, water is a product, and we will like to do that.
I think definitely, but this again brings down to the same point. Who is your end user? So it's not one solution that's going to fit for all. So do we have the right technology? Yes. We have a number of technologies which is suitable for X or Y or Z industry. If you're able to pick the right technology, if you're able to pick the right setup in terms of maybe, as you rightly said, the policy mandate or the funding approval which comes, or the right financial modeling, then probably yes, it becomes lucrative for the buyer also. But he would not want to spend any extra penny beyond what he is currently getting. So this structure, when these three stakeholders are able to, or along with the technology, we are able to identify it the right way, yes, a good commercial product can definitely come out of it. Yeah.
Absolutely. So I'm just giving small my experience that I was walking on the road of Gandhinagar, our capital city of Gujarat, from the secretariats to the Mahatma Mandir. There is a central vista and very nicely green development over there. And I heard conversation between two people, that one is telling that foul smell is coming from this. So I became eager to listen that conversation in detail. And the person who was talking that foul smell is coming from this garden, he was knowing, he told then afterwards that he is knowing that the treated wastewater, used water from the Sargassum treatment plant is being used. I know the figures also, out of 10 MLD, 3 MLD is being used for that green development, for irrigation purpose of that. Though I was there, I didn't found any foul smell from there. But that fellow was having in his mind that it is a treated water being thrown here. So it is coming to the perception, as he rightly says. So we will just discuss about the public perception, behavioral changes and safety communication again. And I request again Dr. Ajit Salvi to speak on this.
I think this reuse of treated wastewater, I think policy is in place. Technology is not a problem. All are there. And not only that, no need to go for imported, make in India technologies are also available. Only problem is what? Perception. In India, in general, yesterday's water is a stale water. Yesterday's water is a stale water and they throw it, okay? If this is the case, I am talking about the fresh water. Just think about if you are supplying treated wastewater, what will happen? So that is the issue. And still, common public, say, even I was talking to engineers, forget common public. They say that if you are supplying treated wastewater, we are not ready to use. Okay. I'm not saying for drinking. I'm not saying for drinking. But at the same time, we are well aware that there is a, say, reuse and everything. You're talking about Singapore and all. But I can give you one more example. Particularly, I worked with one consultant from Sweden, and they have converted that wastewater into beer. Okay. Yes, there is a brand, brand. So, and they are using it. They are using it. My point is that they are using it. Even I have that bottle for my academic purpose, for education purpose. I kept it. So this is possible. Only thing is what here, just for example, if you talk about the solid waste, to separate solid waste into suka kachra and gila kachra, it took 20 years. Similarly, reuse of treated wastewater, though policy will be there, everything will be there, but we need to do some, say, public awareness. And for that purpose, again, I repeat again, tariff matters. Tariff matters. On one side, fresh water is available at 5 rupees and 6 rupees. And on the other side, if say, for common public, treated wastewater is available at 20 rupees or 25 rupees, who is going to purchase that? And that is the point. And likewise, our sir, he is providing ample fresh water, 135, 150. So who is going to take that treated wastewater? That is the problem. So my point is what literally over a period of time, in some of the slides, somebody has already shown how the supply side will be reducing and demand will be increasing. We need to think about, and it may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but we have to change the public perception. That is what required. And I say it is not an overnight job. It is not an overnight job. And for such, maybe academic institute, say for certain purpose, we take the help of students. That is better. That is better. They can understand. So likewise, if you can do from the today itself, definitely down the line after 5 years, people will be ready to use that treated wastewater. Whatever we are talking, reuse, that is for industries, for the power plant and not for the domestic purpose. That is not happening in general, in practical. Some of the cases here and there, very shortage, scarcity is there, then it is fine. Otherwise, it is not happening. So by and large, we have to change the public's perception. And for that purpose, lot of inputs are required. Thank you.
So let us hear from government side. What is their experience on this perception of people? Vijay Kumar.
Yeah, during the discussion, there were 2 points was mentioned. The first one is regarding the quality of water. So I would like to say that the policy already addresses this matter, and there is a concept of fit for purpose. So whatever industries is taking that treated wastewater, there is a concept of fit for purpose, and as industries department also convey the same, that almost 2/3 of industries are capable of using the water as per the MPCB's norm. I think less than 30 BOD, less than 100 COD, and pH ranging from 6.5 to 8.5. So policy already addresses that issue of quality. And regarding the financial models also, I would like to request and urge everyone to go through the policy of reuse of treated wastewater. That is a beautiful policy. Financial models and SOPs are also given regarding the same. The concept of viability gap funding is also there. So whatever additional cost, if some industry required more than tertiary treatments, so that cost, who will bear that? The SOPs regarding the same, that is also given into that. So this is a collaborative effort. Not only government, the local bodies which are given the autonomy rights by 73rd, 74th constitutional amendment. So those are there. So ULBs also need to step up collaborate with the government, collaborate with the private players which are there. So all stakeholders needs to come up, and ultimately finally the consumer, people, what they are saying rightly said that I am supplying the water at 135 and 150, but that resource is limited. In future, it won't be possible for me to supply the water at 135 liters. So you have to treat that wastewater and reuse for at least non-potable uses, so that we will get fresh water for potable purpose. So we will definitely work on that, and hopefully the Maharashtra will succeed into that.
Thank you. Brief from Mr. Sonwane on perception and behavior changes. Very brief.
Yeah, actually, sir already talked about the tariff in terms of the value of the water, which makes the difference. Probably the need which one should felt, and that need comes from the way we are moving towards the water scarcity situation. If you take back the data around say 2000 or prior, we had over 5000 cubic meter per person as an annual water availability, which is expected to come to the level of 1100 by 2050. Now this is a scarcity situation, this is beyond rate situation, and this need to go to the mind of the people. So education is required at the school level, because the children which grow up, they will start thinking that water is not available all the time or of the adequate quality. The second is education is also required in terms of the planners and decision makers. Without the combined use of wastewater, if the planning is happening for the city and if the funding is happening for the city, that is really speaking the injustice with the source of water, and the implementation becomes difficult. So one is the acceptability, and other is the decision making from the top, so that the people will start using it, and people will start implementing it. I think both sides it is required. Thank you.
So just let me inform you that everybody knows about the Central Vista project in Delhi. So in Parliament, new Parliament, there is a dual plumbing system, and sewage generated from the users, all MPs, are being treated, and it is used for the flushing of toilets. Same way, there are 3 buildings of Central Secretariat has been now inaugurated, and same way in that also there is a dual plumbing system, and reuse of water is being done over there also. So going ahead with the last topic, it is very important that ULB is here, private partners are here, public and consultants are here. So let us discuss on how to formulate this, the PPP model for this. So I'll just again request all the speakers to give 1 or 2 liner on this, starting from Mr. Mehta.
To scale up, definitely the policies, the first step is the policies, and the policies are definitely in place. One of the thought process is that you make the cost of fresh water much more costlier than treated water. And that's where the industry will go and more into the treated water than the fresh water. That could be the basic policy.
Yeah, I think the driving force is one is on the policy side, which is definitely going to support through that. Probably VGF funding is something which will come in. On the private partner side, definitely we are the ones who will be able to play a role in terms of the execution of it, or probably to a very good extent on the investment on it. And the third part is the community. So the acceptance level, the knowledge, know-how. Why is it okay? As rightly sir said, giving that knowledge right at the school level or even at the ground level. So having those 3 playing their individual role at the right place at the right time, probably definitely this can definitely work out.
Dr. Salvi.
Uh, I would like to only tell one thing, that PPP model and everything is possible on paper, everything is okay. But we say over a period of time, we have to make it sustainable and workable. So we should focus on say performance-based contract. That is much more required. The reason is what? Ki over a period of time, end user, maybe industries, whoever may be, and particularly public, they should be confident enough. Yes, whatever this water is coming, it is pure, or you can say it is safe enough for using, maybe for gardening, for whatever it may be. Otherwise, I can show that over a period of time, society level STP and all. One of my colleague just sent me one photograph that in through flushing water that worms are coming. Please suggest good contractor. Okay. So such thing should not happen. Otherwise, please try to understand this. So that operation, performance-based contract is must. And there is, say for example, I should not make it, but say public has got some image. Arey, Tata ka hai, then it is good. Similarly, in wastewater treatment, all people, all industries, those who are working, they should also make their brand. Yes, if this particular contractor is there, then definitely we are going to get a good treated wastewater. And over a period of time, again I'm repeating, it is not an overnight job. It will take some time, but it should happen. Otherwise, whatever we are talking, that will remain on paper. Consultants are working, and government sector, ULBs, they are spending the money, and nothing is happening. That thing should not happen. Sorry, very trying to talk very black and white, but it is there.
Sir, we are here for black and white talking only, because we have to have some takeaway from this conference. Otherwise, there is no use of talking. आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे विजय कुमार जी? और आप कर लिए for PPP?
Yeah.
Yes.
See, the PPP contracts for the cities, which are already there, and with the infrastructure, old infrastructure, we are finding many problems which are coming during execution, because a lot of unknowns come during that time, and that impact the performance of the PPP operator. But the new townships, whether industrial or residential, probably for this township, if it is made either mandatory or the requirement that the contracts of maintenance to be given to the private agencies for the maintenance over the long term, I am sure there will be some beginning and there will be learning also for us going forward.
Thank you, sir. And that's why now we have all the contracts for 20 years and 30 years of the O&M together with the construction. And that is the role of private partner in the PPP. Because earlier it was very difficult to introduce PPP in water sector. But now with this HAM model, I think you agree with me, with the HAM model, I think it is very easy to now implement. Now, we have policies in place. We have private partners available with us. ULBs are keen to do this. Now it is time to just integrate everything, increase the public perception and knowledge imparting to the public, and I think we can achieve these things, because since childhood, and I think everybody is listening that third world war will be for water, right? But I don't agree with that. We are doing so much things, and across the globe people are doing these things to save water and reuse of water. So there won't be any world war for water, that is for sure. That is my belief. With these remarks, I think anybody wants from the listeners, if they want to say something on this very briefly, because time is already near to the lunch, very brief. So please, you can give the mic to them.
Check.
Hello. Just I wanted to show some light on the water discuss on the one thing. There is a whether we want to go for reuse, and second is whether after reuse, whether it is possible to use it for somewhere. So, and in the representative from Swachh Bharat, they have told that there is a no reuse or recycling is happening. So I want to tell that in the Mumbai, every day 3,850 mld water is given for the Mumbai city daily. Out of that, there are 7 STPs, and all these STPs, previously tertiary treatment was not there, and now all the 7 STPs contracts were given, and tertiary treatment is happening on so much big scale. And also after tertiary treatment, they are going to reuse. So they have, their planning is going on, because it was earlier in the contract itself, it was decided that whoever the successful bidder, they should also provide for tertiary reuse of the water. So they should give to some factories, or they should find out some user, and they have to give. But all the bidder have back out from that, so it is not possible for us to do. But as a planner, city planner or city ULB, they should find out such treatment. It is possible for them. So already Mr. Sononi has told that RCF is already taking sewage from the municipal corporation and they are using. But since municipal corporation itself is going for tertiary treatment, they are already planned for use of this treatment plant, and that works are going on. There is the recycle and reuse also possible in the Mumbai for such a large quantity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Just I have one suggestion. It's not a question to anybody. Basically, we are lacking the environment. Basically, we are discussing here the entire quantum and entire issues based on the environment. Because all the policies, I was also part of the UD policy making since from the 2017 to 2023. And nowhere it has mentioned that what is quantity of water required for the ecosystem. Because there are thirst areas where no water is available. We can supply the water to the human beings through any pipeline or through the bottles or through the wagons. But these policies, when we are talking about the totality of any policy, this policy means even the central government 2012, then 2016, and even the UD policy of the state government is also lacking. The water supply to the wild animals, water supply to the animals who could not access to the water, and second part is how much water is required to be available in the rivers. If suppose we are planning to circulate the entire quantity of water for the different commercial purposes, that is the hardly 0.02 to 0.003% of the water which is utilized by the commercial establishments. So does you feel that it is supposed to be a part of the policy, and in future policies it should be included? That is the only suggestion from my end.
Thank you, sir. We have one more. Last question.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Viresh. I am a PhD from IIT Roorkee, and I have one suggestion. Like, for example, now we were discussing about recycle and reuse of domestic wastewater. Now, the end user, we were discussing about the end user, and we were talking about supplying the recycled wastewater to industries, and industries are located somewhere around 30-40 kilometers away from the city. Now, why not we use this wastewater, treated wastewater, for construction industry? Is it not possible to use the same way, treated wastewater? Of course, it cannot be, again the perception will come into picture, and people may not like that water for domestic consumption. But when large scale, construction is going on in and around Mumbai, now why not we use this treated wastewater for construction needs? And apart from this, like, we are discussing about using this wastewater for plantation or, supplying this water for parks, watering for plants and other things. So why not we think about the end user where there is no, not for potable use, but like, we can use it for construction needs or something like that. So this is one suggestion that I wanted to make it. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Videsh, sir.
Yeah, it has already started, like in Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, they have started this, the contractors, those who are bidding for their contracts, and one STP is going on, and they are utilizing the treated wastewater, used water from the nearby STP. They are using that. So it has, era has come, but it's a good suggestion. And as Mr. Ramesh Bamble also said that, we have to search for the users, and that is ULB has to do that. It can be a contractors, it can be industries, it can be agriculture. That is a responsibility of all of us together to find out our users out of that, because policy said that government of Gujarat has made their policy in 2018, and they have forecasted that 70% of generated used water, I said used water because now ministry said you don't use wastewater. Used water, 70% used water to be recycled by 2025, which has already gone. And policy also said that 100% recycle by 2030. See, there is a benchmark set. Of course, it is not achieved, but to achieve this, we, ULB, private partner, and everybody has to work together to find out the, like in Jamnagar, Reliance Industries came to the ULB and said, if you can give us the treated sewage, we can lay the pipeline. And it has happened. It has happened. So it is a private partnership. It is also very important to do that.
And sir, there is one more lacuna in the system, that we are managing the stormwater, very poorly.
Yes.
So this stormwater management, suppose if we can utilize the stormwater, urban stormwater especially, then I think even whatever the charges are met for treating the domestic wastewater, I think by half of the cost we can treat the urban stormwater. And because most of the times, especially in Mumbai during monsoon season, there will be flooding, and if we can manage that urban stormwater also, we can really manage the water resources very well.
Appreciate your concern, and that's why we have this rainwater harvesting, and everything is started so many years back. But this is not the topic to discuss today. Sorry for that. And that's way I think we conclude this plenary session. And thanks to all the prominent speakers who have thrown very useful ideas and lights to the particular topics. And we could cover 6 topics, just sleep by 10 minutes. Sorry for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Viren sir, for this brilliant insights. Thank you all panel members. May I request Sanyal sir's presence on stage? Bhagish, if you can join in. We're going to go ahead and felicitate our esteemed panel and thank them. So first we'll have a picture with Sanyal sir. If you can please come for a picture. We'll have a picture of all the panelists with Sanyal sir in the center. Yeah, please, Bhagishri. A big hand to this insightful session. Can we have a big hand for them, please? Thank you so much. And as a token of appreciation, we request Sanyal sir, if you can please honor Vijay Kumar Vaikar, Sanyal sir and Bhagishri, if you can please, yeah, in the center, if we can have you both. A big hand to Vijay Kumar Vaikar sir, Executive Engineer, State Water and Sanitation Mission, WSSD, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you so much, Shri Vijay Kumar Vaikar sir. We'd like to thank now Sudhir Mehta sir, Sudhir Mehta sir, Director, Yaha Waters. Okay. Sudhir Mehta, sir. Thank you so much. Can we have a big hand for Sudhir Mehta, sir? A big hand. Can we have a big hand for Sudhir, sir? Thank you so much for your perspective from a totally business and economic perspective. We have a big hand for Dr. Ajit Salvi, sir, Director RCUES of AILSG. Thank you so much, Dr. Ajit. We'd like to thank Shri Dharmesh Solanki, sir, Senior Manager, Business Development, Vishwaraj Environments Private, Vishwaraj Environment Limited. A big hand to Shri Dharmesh Solanki ji. Can we have a big hand for them, please? Dilip Sonavale, sir. We'll have a big hand for Shri Dilip Sonavale, sir, Vice President, Central and Eastern Region, Water and Urban Development, Shah Technical Consultant Private Limited. A big hand to Dilip Sonavale, sir. And last but in no matter least, the one who handled this wonderful, wonderful session, insightful, brilliant, and years of experience speaking, Biren Dalal, sir, Sri Biren Dalal, sir, Director, Technical, Indian Water Works Association. Let's have a huge round of applause for Biren, sir. Thank you so much. If we can have all the dignitaries stand with their plaques in front, that'll be great. All the dignitaries, Sanyal, so you can be there with them with the plaques. Come, we'll have it closer. Can we all, Bhagishi? Yeah, come closer. Akshay, if you can join in. Vivek, sir, Vivek Verma, sir. And Rajul Mishra, sir. All the panel discussion speakers, please. Wait, camera person, just 1 minute, huh? Rajul, sir. Vivek, sir, yeah. We'll have a big thank you and a big round of applause for Rajul, sir. Mishra ji, thank you so much. Continue to do the good things that you're doing. Yes. A big hand to all our panel members. Thank you so much for your insightful session. Okay, we start our next session at 2:30. So we'll have everyone joining in here at 2:30. We request all our esteemed guests, our VIPs, to kindly join us for lunch. All our esteemed guests, our VIPs, are requested to join for lunch. You're all requested to join us for lunch in the delegation area. We reconvene back at 2:30. We would request all our esteemed guests to join us for our next session. May we request all our esteemed guests to join us for our next session. सभी अतिथिगणों से निवेदन है, प्लीज़ आपका अगर भोजन हो चुका है तो प्लीज़ हमें कॉन्फ्रेंस एरिया में मिलिए. हम शीघ्र ही आज के दूसरे सेशन की शुरुआत करने वाले हैं. We are going to start our second session. May I request all our esteemed guests, our panel members, our presenters to kindly join us here. All our esteemed guests, you are requested to kindly join us for our second session, wastewater recycling, reuse and management. Our session partners for this session is the All India Institute of Local Self-Governance. Our session partner for our next session is All India Institute for Local Self-Governance and RQ's Mumbai. May I request all our esteemed panelists to join us. We are about to begin our second session, wastewater recycling uses, reuse and management. May I request all our esteemed guests, our panel members, our key dignitaries, our guests and guests of honors to join us here. Our exhibitors, our partners, may I request you also to be present here. We're about to start our second session. All our esteemed guests, we are requesting you to kindly join us for our next session. We're about to begin our next session. May I request all our esteemed guests to join us for our next session, wastewater recycling, reuse and management. Okay, चलेगा मैं बाद में आप कर नहीं नहीं चलो आप ले लो. A humble request to all our esteemed guests, our VVIPs, our associate, our partners, our exhibitors to kindly join us in the conference area. We are beginning our second session, water waste recycling, reuse and management. हमारे partners, हमारे अतिथियों से निवेदन है, please आप शीघ्र ही conference area में प्रस्थान कीजिए. हम आज के दूसरे सेशन की शुरुआत करने वाली है. दूसरे सेशन का टॉपिक जो है वो है वेस्ट वाटर रिसाइकलिंग, रीयूज एंड मैनेजमेंट. मैं वी रिक्वेस्ट ऑल आवर एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट टू जॉइन अस. We request all our esteemed guests, panelists, partners and exhibitors to join us for our second session for this evening. You're requested to kindly join us in the conference area. A humble request, the last and final call for all our esteemed guests, partners, exhibitors, and associates, and guests and VIPs to please join us. We're about to begin our second session. We request all our esteemed guests to join us in the conference area. We are about to begin our second session for this evening. Our second session, titled Wastewater Recycling, Reuse and Management. We're about to begin the second session. A humble request to all our esteemed guests to join us for our next session. We request all our esteemed guests to join us for our next session. Thank you so much. May I request people who are behind to kindly come and occupy the seats in front. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon all. I am Mansi Gotendkar, Research Associate from all in RCS of ALSG Mumbai. So I welcome you all in seminar on wastewater recycling, reuse and management. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Radical Communications, AB Consultants and Envirotech Asia Exhibitions for providing us this platform for organizing seminar on such an important and timely topic. Talking about RCUES ALSG Mumbai, that is Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies. This center is supported by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. Our basic work is basically organizing trainings and capacity building programs for ULBs under various national missions like Swachh Bharat Mission, Day NULM, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Amrit Mission, etc. Beside this, we also undertake various research studies related to urban and environmental issues. To formally start this program or the seminar, I'd like to invite Mrs. Malika Ansari, Senior Research Officer, RCS of ALSG Mumbai, to formally start the program.
Good afternoon. I would like to request today's chief guest, Mr. Samir Unale, to come to dais, and similarly Dr. Ajit Salvi, Director RCUS, please join on the dais. Also requesting Mr. Sanyal Desai to join on the dais. Before we proceed further, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. Mr. Samir Unale sir, distinguished field servant, serving as a State Joint Commissioner in Directorate of Municipal Administration under Government of Maharashtra. He completed more than 28 years of dedicated services in urban governance, policy and city development. In every role, he has undertaken urban administration through innovation, inclusivity and collaborative governance. Secondly, Dr. Aziz Salvi, Director RCUES, Mumbai, RCUES Regional Center for Urban and Environmental Studies, Mumbai. He was working in Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation. He has vast experience of 35 years in sewerage operation of Mumbai city, leads multiple projects of sewerage operation in Mumbai. And presently working as a director, RCUES Mumbai, and handling various urban development missions, urban development subjects, and environmental issues. Thirdly, Sanyal Desai sir, I also welcome him on the dais. Now I am requesting our esteemed dignitaries to come forward for ceremonial lighting lamp session. Please, sir.
जयाची सर्वांगी सुंदर उठशिंदोर फळांची जय देव जय मंगल मूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे मान कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय 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 गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश जय गणेश जय जय मंगल मूर्ति जय हो गणेश ब्रह्मांड में तेरे जैसे
Now I thanks to all esteemed dignitaries. We completed inaugural session. Now I am requesting Mr. Sanyal Desai to give a few words in our today's subject.
Thank you so much. I would like to welcome Mr. Samir Unale, State Joint Commissioner, Municipal Administration, Government of Maharashtra. Sir, thank you so much for sparing your valuable time and attending this prestigious session. Dr. Aziz Salvi sir, thank you for your overall support to this initiative, and we appreciate and we look forward to your support in the future also. Uh, Delegates, this particular session is going to be very important session, as we know that water and recycling is going to play a vital role. So let's hear from our eminent speaker, and now I would like to request Mr. Samir Unale to say a few words, please. Thank you.
Namaste. Very good afternoon. After your lunch, I hope your span of attention is equally available for whatever will be discussed here. So, first of all, congratulations for the organizers to conduct such an event in the first place. As we know, SDG 17 goal is about increasing partnerships and collaborations. And therefore, in this context, event like what Desai sir you are doing is a very important instrumentality of ensuring partnerships and collaborations, not only nationally but also internationally. And however close we may come by platforms and WhatsApp and all other digital means, still the evolution of human mind requires in-person interaction and in-person feeling. So I believe, so first of all, congratulations, thank you for such an event. Secondly, environment, air, water, and also land pollution. As we know, global movement started at the Stockholm Conference in 1972, that will be almost 50 years, in which the first global effort was made and which immediately led to a spate of air and water pollution control regulations and acts all over the world. Even the Environmental Protection Agency of US came after the aftermath, the impact of this activity. And so also in case in India. So we are at 2025, and say for next 25, 30 years, the next generation, we should be hitting the inflection point and therefore must see the journey of a currently lower middle income or what they call countries as per the World Bank classification. We should go to the high income country level in next say 25 years, and that actually involves not only increase of our economic or income, like currently we are at 2,800 per capita dollar. We should reach to $12,000 per capita annual income. There's almost 4 to 4.5 times jump, and that is doable. That is doable. And second, of course, it is just not the monetary calculation, but also the quality of life. And this quality of life ultimately, or most importantly, is impacted by the quality of air, quality of water, and even quality of land. The land pollution is something that is not much discussed, but is also there. So in this broader framework of movement, transition from a lower middle income to a high income country, and also someone with greater quality of life, is a goal that we have in front of us. I always say maybe 100 years back, if people had gathered here in some other reason, they'll be talking about how to get independence, say in 1926. In 2026, our goal is how to become Vikasit Bharat, how to become a high income country, how to have the best quality of life for our citizens, despite of whatever limitations that we have, and we overcome those limitations. Second, to the urban context, as we know, the current urban population is estimated to be around 35–36%. The next census, I believe, will give us a more accurate figure. But almost 50 crore people are staying in the cities. I come from the municipal sector, so 500 million people stay in cities, and the quality of life, air pollution, water pollution, and land pollution, therefore, is an important task that we have to handle. And therefore, the reason for coming to this conference was, of course, I know Sir Ajit ji and also associated with this organization. I also felt coming government, the industry, the research, the policy needs to come together and therefore take up greater actions as far as water is concerned. So if you look at the topic, it is just not water pollution, it is wastewater recycling and reuse and management. So we are taking the simple issue of just controlling pollution to next step of reusing it also. It's just not you remove the pollution through the water. So the water scarcity is going to hit us, the population, urban population increasing, and therefore this transition journey is going to be there. And therefore there are the 4,500 municipalities in India in which maybe there are around 1 million people work in this 4,000 municipalities and provide services to 50 crore people. So that is the broader line. And in this water, due to water scarcity, the water challenges which are there, the demands, the supply side water enhancements also require wastewater treatments. And therefore, wastewater recycling has been an important part, as you are aware. I won't take much time, I know there are next other speakers here, but just that municipal sector, the urban sector, water recycling is a priority and lot of activities are being done. The movement from primary to secondary treatment to tertiary treatment of wastewater is coming up fast, and therefore we hope that instead of just building new dams and building new pipelines, we should be in a position to treat the water, remove the water pollution and reuse it multiple times, as we have seen other countries happening. And if we were a leader of the digital public infrastructure, I am sure we can be also leaders of the water supply infrastructure. We have all the industry with us, we have got all the talent with us, and India obviously in its very close to inflection point, and we will soon emerge as leaders, of thought leaders, of technology leaders, of entrepreneurship leaders, to provide not only for us but also to various other countries, maybe in Africa, in Central Asia, Southeast Asia and other, so that the dream of Vikasit Bharat is also Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The planet is our family and we will stop thinking only for us but also help the other countries around us. So thanks a lot. That was, I probably digressed from the main topic, sir, but I thought the context was very important. We have got entrepreneurs and industrialists here, and therefore whatever little time I could have, I thought this sharing was important. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much and all the best for you and your contributions to the Vikasit Bharat journey. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With the great words, inaugural speech, he has guided us and our participants. Now I am requesting Sanyal Desai, sir, to felicitate Dr. Ajit Salvi. Sir, एकच minute थांबा. Thank you to the esteemed dignitaries. We have completed our inaugural session. Now I am overtaking this session to anchor कोण करणार आहे? Excuse me, I would like to request Dr. Ajit Salvi to share his views in the topics of the seminar today.
Actually, to remain with the time management, I tried to cut my speech, but organizer wants that no, at least say something. Say particularly for the second session, you can see that it is a wastewater recycling, reuse and management. Now, say in a morning session, we tried to cover certain part of the wastewater management or recycle and reuse. But it is not enough that we can complete each and every aspect in a one session. So that is the reason one more additional aspects are to be covered in a second, say, half. I can say that as a part of as a director of RCUS, say whatever our research stage or whatever our, my Mansi was talking about, we are doing certain research also. To cut short, the reason requirement for this particular topic is what? One can see that the urbanization level is increasing. Everybody is well aware about that. And particularly, say if you talk about the percentage, particularly when I talk on an international dais, I always say that rather than percentage, we should talk absolute figure. Otherwise, what happens? They try to connect with their population, and that is what percentage. In our case, it is not so. Say, for example, if you consider the total population of Sweden or Denmark, it is less than even Mumbai. So when I say 10% of the population, they try to connect with their population. So that is the reason, so far urbanization is concerned, in India, the rate is very high and it is going on. Now that is the paradox is what maybe our great father, or you can say Mahatma Gandhi ji said that विलेज के पास चलो है ना उनकी तो और हम लोग बोल रहे हैं ना अर्बनाइजेशन करना है नाउ दिस इज द क्वेश्चन ऑफ डिस्कशन बट एनीवे लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड कि द रेट ऑफ द अर्बनाइजेशन इज वेरी हाई and India is going to add another 400 million population in an urban sector. So that is one thing. Second is what? In a morning session we already saw that out of 72,000 MLD of the wastewater treated, only actual proper treatment is up to about 20,000 MLD of the actual treatment as per the standards of the NGT and all. Say, even I can say that I talked about the operation and maintenance. Plant capacity is there, but it is not operated as per the requirement. So that is the one more issue. If you consider that, then what will happen? That untreated or undertreated wastewater get entry into our water bodies. That means what? It further contaminates the water bodies. So as such, the source or water supply is, say, water bodies are less compared to population. As everybody is well aware, India is having the 16% population and having only 4% fresh water supply. So that is not matching, and further whatever the 4% fresh water supply is there, we are just contaminating it. So that is one more issue. Now, in addition to that, whatever that fresh water we are supplying to the cities or urban part, then there is one more issue related to water sector, that is what? NRW or leakage, whatever. It is up to the range of maybe 35%, 40% and even more than that. That means what? Even almost half the capacity is what just wasted into the NRW or leakages, which is not so in a developed country. So if this is the scenario, then definitely the only answer is what? The wastewater. Only rather than only is one of the best answer is what? Treatment of the, say, wastewater. One can see that so far water security is concerned, say particularly the cities or the coastal cities, they can think about even, say, desalination and all this aspect. But say as experts, consultants, we have to need to think about whether it is a feasible solution, whether it is an acceptable solution or not. That is a question mark again. But what we can understand, it is every day, morning we say, even if you take the example of Mumbai or any, say whatever the water supply is there, 80% is converted into wastewater. So that much supply is available every day. Only thing is what? You have to just treat and convert it into the standards, reusable standard, based on your requirement. In the morning, again, we discuss about that, whether to use it for, say, agriculture, for flushing, for gardening, or whatever it may be. Generally, what happens when you talk about the wastewater treatment, then people are under impression, or they think that they are going to use it for drinking. No need to go for drinking at this stage. We can think about later on. But at this stage, we can at least go for all these secondary non-potable or say non-potable uses that can be done. This is what my simple say way out. I would like to add one more thing is what that is the reason what we are technical sessions are organized as a part. Sometimes what happens particularly at a research level, maybe at a research institute, they can do something, some other research activity, and on a, say, maybe on a prototype, they do something and say it can be done. But whether it is really possible or not, whether it is really possible on a, say, large scale or not, so that is that issue remains, because as you are well aware, ki sometimes research are okay, but practical applications are not that much successful. Considering this as aspect, we have kept one particular session: is resource recovery really feasible or not? That session is organized, and this is the one more addition to that. One more thing is what I, in my speeches, I always say, ki particularly in 21st century, we are talking about the infrastructure. When I did my engineering, infrastructure, or what are the, say, the resources for the industries is what? Main, machine, money, and all these things. That was the, or you can say, everything that was the infrastructure. But to be very frank, in the 21st century, the main infrastructure is what? Data. Correct or not? So data, if that data monitoring is not proper, then everything will be useless. My point is what? Ki particularly in a morning session also I told you, ki if the treatment standards are not matched or not made, then whatever we are doing is useless. So data is also one of the aspect, and that is the reason ki we have to, there is a one more session we have organized, that is what? Implementation of real-time water and wastewater quality monitoring. That is one of the requirement. Otherwise, this particular thing will remain on paper. That thing should not happen. See, last I can say that again I go to the data part only. If your data is not proper, is not reliable, we process that data and that becomes the information. And if the information further process, that becomes the knowledge. And just imagine if your data is not good, what sort of a knowledge will happen? So that is the issue. And generally our research institute, they prepare their, say, research papers or whatever it may be, based on data generated at what? Municipal level, ULB's level. So I repeat again that data should be, say, good enough so that it can be used for the, say, proper purpose. In last, I can say that the water crisis is not merely a supply problem. It is a governance, efficiency, and resilience challenge. The choice made in this decade will determine whether India's water system become driver of the sustainability or amplifiers of the risk. So whatever we do today, that will decide what will happen in next, say, decade. That is the conclusion I can say. Thanks. He just insisted, go and say something. So thank you, sir.
Dr. Salvi, thank you so much. A big hand to Dr. Salvi. So glad Akshay told Dr. Salvi to speak, because Dr. Salvi really projected the gaps that are currently existing in the system and how to kind of bridge the theory with the practical. We would now have our technical session started, and our first session is titled, Is Resource Recovery Really Feasible? Presentation by Shri Vikram Dhumal, Business Head, GEIST, Research Division of ZTech. Can we have a big round of applause for Shri Vikram Dhumal, sir? A big hand, Vikram, sir. If you can please take the dais. Can we hear a round of applause for him, sir? Come on.
So very good afternoon to everyone. So topic of my today's presentation is resource recovery. Yeah. So is the resource recovery really feasible? So this has to do more with the circular economy. So let us try to answer this question during the presentation. So in today's presentation, I will be talking about the concept of wealth out of waste. The second part which I will cover is basically few case studies where we have basically used this concept in the real life cases. And obviously then I will be giving some brief information or introduction about our company, that is GEIST Research. So I will start with the famous quote by a famous scientist Albert Einstein. We cannot solve our problems with the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. So this basically means that if we have to really solve our today's problems, we will have to change our way of thinking, way of approaching that problem. So let us understand what is today's need. So today's need is to identify and implement the most sustainable waste management technologies. Well, there are options are available. First option is definitely, can we reduce the waste generation at the source itself? If we look at this option, this involves basically doing the route change in getting the new processes and technologies. But definitely this is a very challenging option. Second option is, can we look at the better waste disposable technologies, incineration, landfill, but each technology has its own limitations. Hence the better option which is evolving is, can we basically convert waste into value? Can we look at the waste valorization technologies, which basically means converting waste into a valuable product. So let us understand what is waste. So waste from the industry point of view is an unintended product of a manufacturing activity. Many times waste doesn't have a use and hence it doesn't have value. Collectively, in most of the cases actually, the waste has a negative value. That means we will have to pay to get rid of the waste. Today they are cost and hence that's a pain. So question is, can we convert waste into profit? So let us find out. So this is one interesting example which I keep giving in all my presentations. This is about crude oil. So in 1850s, when the crude oil was accidentally discovered, crude oil was basically a black smelly liquid with a very limited usage such as lighting, lubrication and even medicinal purpose. And then came into picture the petroleum refining, and what we see today is that this same black liquid is now the source of so many raw materials, and in fact wars are fought over it. So as we can say, the technology is responsible for this transformation of a waste which is considered at one point of time to a resource. Second example is coming from agriculture industry. So this is what we know is stubble. So this is basically whatever is the residue left after crop harvesting. Conventionally what we have been doing, which is basically stubble burning, which basically leads to polluted cities. This is something which is always there in the news. So next option which is evolving is using stubble for production of 2G ethanol, and which basically promises to give us the cleaner cities. So again, the technology is making change. Something which is waste at one point of time is getting transformed into a resource. So let us understand, since I'm coming from a chemical industry background, let us talk about the waste from a chemical industry point of view. So waste is something which is basically a mixture of components. Some of them are known, some of them are unknown. These components, when they are present in the pure form, like purity of having a 99% purity, they have a value, but when they are in the mixed form, they lose their value. Cost of separation becomes very high, and efforts are always to basically treat or convert them into most benign form. Focus is always to meet the statutory norms rather than doing anything extra. So let us look at from the industry point of view what are various technologies which we are using. So once say we have a low COD streams, we send it to a biological systems. Whatever we basically, the treated liquid which we get is we filtered, go to polishing unit, we get a water which is either recycled or maybe discharged. Biomass which gets generated during the process, again this is a headache for its disposal. If the stream contains high COD, then we look at the incineration, basically burn it at a very high temperature. The gases go to scrubbers, and then the scrub liquid goes to ETP, and whatever is the residue which is left after incineration goes to a landfill. So that is regarding the COD part of it. If you look at the TDS part of it, if the TDS is low, obviously the simplest option is send it to reverse osmosis, recover maximum possible water from that. So water is recovered, it gets recycled back. we get a concentrate which goes to multiple effect evaporator, and again from the multiple effect evaporator as well we recover water, and the mixed salt which gets generated ultimately reaches to a landfill. If the stream has high TDS, then it directly goes to a multiple effect evaporator. Obviously, we'll get the water which we recycle, and the whatever is the residue which we get basically end up into as a mixed salt. So basically, if you look at all the technologies which we have been adopting, what we are basically trying to do is we are trying to convert a unmanageable waste into a manageable, which basically can be confined into a landfills. So what is the sustainability strategy? So first one is we need to change our way of approaching the waste. So we need to really look at the waste at its microscopic level. Secondly, use innovative technology for these kind of streams. So applications are available. Basically, there is a will to, we need to develop a will to basically adopt this technology for these kind of applications. And obviously then the third part is basically implementation of that, the smart implementation of any new technology. So when we say the first step is to identify a waste stream. So typically, conventionally, we are very habitual to basically characterize waste as in terms of TDS and COD and BOD. Secondly, we put everything into equalization tank and then basically think about how we can basically process it further. In Geist, in our company, basically we look at equalization tank is a basically biggest value killer, because if you have to do something after equalization tank, the volume of the stream has gone up, because of which the capex of the system would be very high. And the second reason is that once the concentration of specific components goes down, the OPEX becomes very high. The third part that we will have to consider is integration of a resource recovery as a part of the manufacturing activity. So let us look at a very interesting problem. So as I was talking about, we always characterize everything into COD and TDS. So COD and TDS is actually problems, and hence it's a cost. Whereas if we can segregate and get the composition out of it, we can really understand the opportunity associated with it, and then we can also understand what is the value we can recover from the streams. So scenario one, so let's say we have a stream containing say 50,000 ppm TDS. The moment we say it's only TDS, we start thinking about are we going to put it to an RO or a MVR or a multiple effect evaporator. So the mind is basically tuned to look from the treatment point of view. But the same data, if we present it as that the stream contains 5% sodium sulfate, now we understand, okay, the component is sodium sulfate, and then our mind starts working in a very different way. Now what we do is we take volume, the concentration, the price, and then we can actually derive what is the value which is present. So the same thing, 50,000 ppm TDS or maybe 5% sodium sulfate, but the way we basically characterize it, the changes the way we look at the problem. Second scenario is a stream containing say 53,000 ppm COD. Obviously, the moment we say COD, we start thinking about what kind of biological system we are going to use it. Are we going to put it to some kind of advanced oxidation process? But the same thing, if we change it and characterize it into say 5% acetic acid, we start realizing the value which is associated with the waste. So basically, by characterizing our waste, we need to understand what value is there, for which we basically has to put effort to get a composition right. Segregation. Now this is something which I've been talking about in all the forums, where the segregation is very important. Let's talk about a very simple example where we generate a biodegradable waste and some places where we will get a non-biodegradable waste. So if the segregation is not done, what we see is this, a municipal landfill which is basically eyesore for the entire the community. But if we look at the segregation for the same things, the biodegradable waste can go to a biological system, it can give us a biogas, and in fact whatever residual part which we'll get, we can get biofertilizer from that. Now non-biodegradable waste can go to a pyrolysis system which can give us a pyrolysis fuel. So segregation can basically bring value which is present in the waste. From the industry point of view, what are the basically low-hanging fruits? So the streams which are having high CODs, high TDS, streams which are being currently incinerated, which means that has a significant calorific value. Streams which are being fed to multiple effect evaporator only to get a zero liquid discharge. Streams which are basically needing the specific treatment. So these are the streams where we can actually look at the possibility for a resource recovery. So, so that was the theoretical part of it. Now let us understand a few case studies from the real life. So what we have done for specifically, this is for the chemical industry, is basically organic chemical industry. First example is for a pharma industry based in Gujarat. So the first picture is a wastewater coming out from a typical process. Lot of impurities along with acetic acid. But with the right use of technology, we can recover acetic acid with the purity of 99%. So now acetic acid, rather than getting basically degraded into ETP, we can recover the chemical which has a market value of 35 to almost like 50 rupees per kg. Similarly, another example is dimethyl sulfoxide, a very popular solvent in pharma industry. So again, coming out as a dilute solution. Once it is dilute, obviously the first preference would be to send it to ETP. But if we apply a correct technology, we can recover dimethyl sulfoxide as a 99.5% pure product, which can be recycled back. The next example is dimethyl sulfoxide and ammonia recovery from a pharma industry wastewater. If you look at the inorganic chemical recovery, so first example is inorganic salts like sodium sulfate, which had been recovered for the dyes and pigment industry. The second example is ammonium sulfate, again crystallized out from a very complex wastewater stream, but again the product recovered is pure in nature. The next example is Epsom salt, which is magnesium sulfate heptahydrate from a spent sulfuric acid. So this is very interesting example. So a lot of industries basically generate spent sulfuric acid, and the easiest approach is neutralize the sulfuric acid with lime, get a gypsum which eventually goes to landfill. But what we try to do in this case is that we reacted spent sulfuric acid with Epsom, the magnesium ore, got magnesium salt in the liquid form, and then it was crystallized out to get a Epsom salt, which again can be sold in the market. Next example is ammonia and calcium chloride recovery from a ammonium chloride containing wastewater stream. This one is again, this one is very interesting because this basically involves separation of two salts from a same solution, so sodium sulfate and sodium carbonate. This is separation of magnesium sulfate from a sludge. Again, ammonia calcium chloride separation from a wastewater. So there are multiple examples in the same fashion. Yeah. So to summarize, that there is a revenue generation possibility even from the waste. So we need to identify correct technology which can convert waste into wealth, and waste valuation technology ensures environmental and economical sustainability for industrial waste management. So regarding our company Guys Research, so we are basically a very proud Indian technology company working specifically in industrial wastewater domain, established back in 2005, and it's been 2 decades we are in this domain and very focused into resource recovery. Currently we are based in Baroda, where we have a full-fledged technology development unit and engineering project management setup. Our approach is we offer a specific technology for specific application, and we take up EPC turnkey projects for these kind of systems. Our systems, as I said, is basically turnkey supplies. Battery limit starts right from the receipt of raw material till we give product in the finished condition. The raw material obviously in this case is industrial wastewater. System comes with the guaranteed performance, and very important that there is a payback associated with these systems. We offer a hand holding for a period of 1 month once the system is commissioned, and going forward to we are also offering a post commissioning operation and maintenance contract for the systems which have been designed and supplied by us. So just would like to conclude with the thought that we are here because of the choices which are made. Ours as well as our next generation future depends on the what kind of choices we are making today. So hope this platform gives us enough knowledge to make better choices today. So thank you. We are at stall number U39. So if you have specific questions, we can discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shri Vikram Dhumal sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'd like to call on stage our next presenter. And for this, we would like to call on stage Shri Udit Kumar from Xylem Process Analyst South Asia. And Sir Udit Kumar's topic is implementation of real-time water and waste water quality monitoring solutions by NextGen Enviro Private Limited. Please put your hands together for Shri Udit Kumar sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Udit. I'm working in Xylem and handling sales and business development for India in water quality analyzers and instrumentation. So today topic is more about the data. As Sir said earlier, like real-time monitoring for water and wastewater is the priority of, like we are treating water, we are discussing technology for treating the water, whether it is wastewater, whether it is drinking water. But the utmost like result is like concluded by the real-time monitoring solutions. So here we will talk about the monitoring solutions. So just brief, I'll give you just brief introduction about the Xylem. Xylem is US-based big corporation, and Xylem is providing all solution in water. Like we have pumping solution, we have treatment technologies, like all kind of technologies, not all, but most of the technologies. We have SPR, we have disinfection, we have aeration technology, we have mixers, disinfection, lot of technologies we are giving from the Xylem for treating the water in wastewater as well as the drinking water. Third one is measure. Measure, like whatever we are doing, we have to measure. So without measuring, the effort we are putting on is just going into without direction. So we have to measure something. So we have sensors, analyzers to measure the water quality. So we will talk about in this. Later we have optimized solution, which is more into the artificial intelligence. We have a complete digital twin solution where we are just taking the whole data of the treatment plant, whether it is drinking water and whether it is the wastewater, and optimizing the treatment process and supply with the software, advanced software, and of course maintain. So within the analytical instruments, we have three different verticals. So one is the environmental. So of course, we have a lot of environment like process like ocean, we have rivers, lake, canals, so many things we have. We have laboratory instruments, so all kind of laboratory instrument which goes into the municipal segment, which goes into the industrial, food, pharma, petrochemical, refineries. So we can provide the water quality laboratory instrument which can be, which can provide, more accurate and refined and baseline data. Third one is process and online instrumentation. So process and online instrumentation is like we are measuring water quality continuously. It is not just we are measuring once in a day or 4 times in a day. We are measuring continuously on the site and giving data to some central server or maybe to SCADA, so that we can enhance the process and we can rectify the problem which we are having. So in process online instrumentation, there are further different application. So today we will talk about water, like drinking water as well as the wastewater. So drinking water is very important. So as of now, we have already seen in very recent time Indore incidents and Bhopal incidents. Raw water or wastewater get contaminating the drinking water, and there are a lot of casualty happened in Indore. But if we were measuring the water quality, and in the key areas, we could have avoided that situation. So like treatment, if we talk about drinking water treatment, so it has so many components. It is not just like we are taking water, as I said, the recycling, or like as of now we are taking water from the environment, whether it is river, whether it is lake or dam, whatever, and further treating it and supplying it and to the household peoples. So this is just general schematic. So why monitoring is important? If we know the water quality parameters in different points, such as the raw water, such as in the process, like there are so many processes happening in treatment itself. We have water quality sensor which can be implemented in the distribution lines, so we can have a whole data to just view the whole infrastructure, water supply infrastructure as a whole, and we can analyze whether everything is in as per the treatment process or as per the guidelines. So this is like this real-time data can give us insight of the process, treatment process. It can predict maintenance activity required, and also it can ensure people that whatever water we are supplying is as per the adequate water quality and it is as per the norm. So we have solution for that. So like there are a lot of solution around there, but we have very compact solution which can be mount at the outlet of WTP. So WTP outlet is the source, like from where we are further supplying water to the society, or overhead tanks, or underground reservoir, etc. So the system should be like very compact, and the system which we are showing here is very compact, and it is just plug and play kind of solution. We just need to give a tapping. You can see in the bottom we are giving a tapping. You can see pressure regulating valve, flow control, and the analyzer. So first is the turbidity, and several sensors are here. So this is one, you can say, one system which can be put at the WTP outlet, and we can analyze the quality parameters. So there can be different way to monitor. One is the full-fledged multi-parametric system which can measure pH, TDS, turbidity, chlorine, and let's suppose if we want to measure more, like we want to do some comprehensive analysis, so we can also add color, we can add TOC and DOC. So TOC, DOC is also very good parameter to have the data, like what are the organics in the water supply. And let's suppose if we do not want very big size of panel or analyzers, so we can have this very small single channel panel. It can be put in the water supply lines, it can be put in the water treatment plant process, and we can have the data. So first thing is, the most important thing is the quality of data. So the whatever the measurement we are doing, such as like turbidity, chlorine, or any other parameter, they should comply international methods. So here we are showing turbidity, which is ISO 7027 compliant, as or US EPA 180.11. We are doing chlorine as per the US EPA method 334. So they are reliable and accurate. So further, in like we are showing analyzers. So turbidity, like there are two technologies. One is sensor based. So in distribution line, we would prefer the sensor based technology, because which is very easy, because in the distribution line we will not have enough space, no enough power supply over there. So we can put the sensor based technology, turbidity sensor. But in treatment plant, where the actual treatment is happening, we can have this full-fledged analyzer, which is very accurate. It can go down to 0.001 NTU as a measurement of the turbidity. So this is one. Another is chlorine analyzer. Chlorine, again, like, because we are dosing chlorine for the disinfection at the outlet of the treatment plant, as well as it also require as a residual for disinfecting the any impurity in the pipelines. So we should also have residual chlorine. So that we have, again, two technologies. One is sensor based, which is more preferable in, in the distribution lines where, places are very limited. But in the plant itself, we can have full-fledged analyzer, which is DPD. It is equal as a laboratory measurement and working as per the DPD method. So it requires reagents, which we need to replace every month basis, but it is very accurate. So it gives, like, a part of these things, we have full-fledged facility. First, data is going to transfer to the SCADA. So local controlling can happen. So all operator at the WTP can decide what needs to be done next. But like some authority, like let's suppose municipal corporation commissioner want to see the data at EDP or of WTP as well as the distribution line. So they can have all the data through IoT at a single dashboard. So all can be done with the same system. And we have, small sensors which can be plugged with a complete panel, which I showed earlier. So within the same thing, we are combining very small, like pH, TDS sensors, as well as the full-fledged analyzer like chlorine and turbidity, and can make a whole comprehensive unit to measure the water quality. So it is another very important thing is, like, of course we are measuring water. So by giving water to the panel, we should not waste that water. So we are using very less water, which is 15 liter per hour, which is again very high, but if we are comparing with other, so it is still less. Next is chlorine. We are dosing chlorine. I think 99% in India, for disinfection purpose in drinking water, we are doing chlorination. There are other technologies as well, like ozonation, UV, but we have to keep residual effect in the pipelines. That is why we are doing chlorination. But chlorination is also hazardous. It is creating byproducts. So byproducts is like total trihalomethane, which is carcinogenic. So in any water process, there may be some natural organic can be available. If we are combining chlorine along with the natural organics, so it will make the trihalomethane, which is carcinogenic. Internationally, there is a guideline that as per US EPA, it should be less than 80 ppb. As per BIS, it is there in the manual that it should be less than 100, but nobody is measuring it. Some researchers, they have independently researched in so many different municipalities. They checked the THM levels are as high as 300 ppb in the water lines. So it is very high, because if we are drinking the same water of high level THMs, it may create, it is carcinogenic. So for children, for old age people, it is very dangerous. So we have this analyzer. So it measures THM and its component, which can be helpful to improve the process, to remove the natural organics before the chlorination. So accordingly, we can improve the coagulation, we can improve the filtration, and we cannot do the prior chlorination at the inlet. So we can do ozonation, some other disinfection rather than the chlorine. So that we can do by analyzing the THM. So this is THM. We have it works on GC gas chromatograph technology. It doesn't require any reagent. It is self-sufficient. It just need to have compressed air, this nitrogen air. That's it, and it is giving all values of all 4 components of THM. The one analysis is happening in 1:30 minutes, and but we can decide this measurement interval. We don't require 30-minute measurement. We can have one reading in 3 hours, 4 hours, like this. And it is highly rugged, so we can install in shade. So it is NEMA 4, IP66, And if we see the cost, operational cost, so if we are measuring for 5 years, the operational cost, if we are comparing along with the laboratory, it is very less. So we can optimize process by measuring THM. Like, of course, like in India, there are a lot of old infrastructure, old technology which are at place in WTP. So we can check the THM level and we can improve the process. And of course, we can ensure the regulatory compliance. As of now, nobody is measuring it, but it is quite significant, dangerous to human health. Now talk about the wastewater. So wastewater, like of course drinking water, we are directly consuming. So its impact is directly proportional to its water quality levels. But wastewater, we are giving after treating it, whether we are reusing it, whether we are just discharging in the river or canal. It's again very important. So we have measuring devices for wastewater treatment plant. So we can, as per the CPCB, in 2014 they came up with the guidelines, which is OCMS, Online Effluent Controlling, Effluent Monitoring System. So they were, guided that COD, BOD, TSS, pH is the minimum parameters to put at the ETP or STP outlet, which should be monitored regularly basis, and data should be transferred to the Central Pollution Control Board as well as the State Pollution Control Board. So we have the full solution for that. We have pH sensor, COD, BOD sensor, which is working on spectroscopy principle. We have total nitrogen, total phosphorus. So this is the method how we are measuring COD, BOD. The spectrophotometer which we have in laboratory, the same spectrophotometer we just made it in the robust sensor form. It has a light source, it has detector, and light is passing through the water and going into the detector. Detector is analyzing the absorption and transmittance, and on the basis of mathematical and statistical tool, it is giving the value of COD and BOD. So this is one sensor. A part of COD, BOD, it can measure TSS and color, and it can also measure nitrate and ammonia. So this is some unique like material of construction, the cleaning, because since this is working on optical principle, it needs to be clean always. So we have ultrasonic cleaning inbuilt in the system. So it doesn't require any additional air cleaning or chemical cleaning or wipers to clean the system. It is self-sufficient. We have this TNTP analyzer. So it is total nitrogen, total phosphorus, organics, which are very important. If we are discharging more than the limit, it will create the eutrophication in the natural bodies. We see like a lot of lakes and rivers, they have the eutrophication effect, and the whole water ecology will just dying. So to measure TNTP, we have this combined analyzer which can measure total phosphorus and total nitrogen. It is following alpha methods, same method like sample is getting digested first and getting measured. So same measuring unit is doing everything. This is just a schematic like how we are transferring the data. So like from the controller we are taking different protocols and just combining the RT unit and giving data to the central server, where we can analyze historical data and trend also. And another, it's a unique instrument which we introduced last year only. It's a laboratory instrument which can measure 100 parameters for water and wastewater applications. But what we did, we introduced a new RTU. RTU will be plugged with this photometer, and whosoever is going in the field to measure the water quality, it may send the data remotely. So let's suppose there are 100 location and we have only 10 units, so people can go to the different sites, they can analyze the data, and with GIS coordinate they can send the water quality information to the central board. These are the parameters. The common parameters are ammonia, chloride, and iron, fluoride, etc. But it can also measure turbidity, pH. It's very handy. It can be in just a small suitcase, and it will come along with the photometer, with chemical, and with the RT unit and battery, and it's very quite handy, and no skill, no special skill is required. Any semi-skilled person who just know how to operate a mobile can operate the system. This RTU and software, which is we are taking data in a central platform, is designed in India only by Xylem. So we have office in Vadodara as well as in Bangalore, where we have global capability center, where all the R&D is happening for India as well as for the international. That's it from my side. Any question?
Thank you so much. We'll have a few questions, just two questions asked. So anyone would like to ask a question? Can we have hostesses coming in?
सर यार फिर लगाए थे क्या
Hi. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, when I was working in Shimla as a professor in...
So your voice is low.
Yeah. When I was working in Shimla as a professor in environmental engineering, like one of my student, she did her MTech thesis on this outbreak of jaundice, especially in Shimla. And you know, the reason they gave is that there was leakage of wastewater in drinking water supplies.
Yeah.
Water supplies. Now, apart from all these detectors and sensors for turbidity or pH or whatever it is, now do you have any such kind of detector where it can detect these kind of virus infection in water?
Virus?
Yes.
Sir, virus is not possible as of now. What we have done during the corona, we developed a system like a sampling unit, which is collecting the sample, and somebody has to take the sample to the laboratory, and we are detecting it. But online detection of virus is not feasible as of now. There is no technology available for online continuous monitoring.
Because even if TDS is little bit more
like
than the desirable level, then
like
it's okay. But
if there is a contamination of sewage in the drinking water lines, so there may be impact of TDS as well. There may be impact of chlorine if we are doing chlorine. There may be like we need to find some information about total organic carbon and dissolved organic carbon. So if sewage is getting contaminated in drinking water lines, so these basic parameters will get high, and then further we can investigate by the laboratory, so that we can do, sir. As of now, there is no such sensor for virus.
because even the elected members in the Himachal Pradesh Assembly, they got infected, and then they opened their eyes, and then they looked at the cause of this jaundice.
Yes, similar incident happened in the Indore itself. I think last month or last month, where 10-12 people died due to the mixing of sewage in drinking water lines. But we can have at least basic parameter, and we can analyze further in the laboratory, because these parameter like turbidity, TDS, TOC, they may give you indication that there is some contamination happen in drinking water. Then further we can analyze.
And what is the lifespan of these detectors and sensors which we are...
So they can work like 10 years, 15 years if we are maintaining them properly. So it is not that it will go into bad shape in like 2 years or 3 years. If we are maintaining well, so it can go up to 10 years or maybe more than that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big hand to Shri Udit Kumar sir? Thank you so much, Udit Kumar sir. It was a really insightful session. And now we have the next session. It's Advancing Aeration Technology in STP and ETP Systems, Engineering Innovation for Efficient Wastewater Treatment. And this presentation is being given by Shri Arun Gupta, founder and CEO of Arch and Enviro Equipment Private Limited. Can we have a big hand for Shri Arun Gupta, sir? Yeah, oh, no problem. May I request you all to please put your hands together for Shri Arun Gupta sir, founder CEO of Arch Enviro Equipment Private Limited. Arun sir will be taking us through the advancing aeration technology in STP and ETP systems, engineering innovation for effective wastewater treatment. Welcome, Arun sir.
You want a handheld mic or this mic will do? This mic is okay. Okay, and this is moving front, this is behind. This is behind? Yeah. Okay. Hello. So very good evening all of you, and thank you very much Envirotech Asia team to give us opportunity here to present our advanced aeration technology. And okay, so I am here to present aeration technology. My name is Arun Gupta. I am the CEO of Arch Enviro company, and that is Barodara based company. We started this company in 2020 with a focused with the manufacturing of equipment which can be used in water and wastewater. So we do all equipment manufacturing starts from mechanical screens to sludge dewatering or UV systems and other products. We have expertisely developed one technology which is jet aeration technology in India. We got the patent in 2021 for that, and since 2021 we are promoting this product in Indian market. We have done more than 400 installation for that. So this is about aeration, so we just talk about aeration. So if you can see here, what is aeration? This just to put air from the environment, whether it is from diffuse aeration, surface aerator or other kind of technology, you need to put air which will convert into the aeration. So this is aeration. So many type of aerations are there. So we always refer one book which is Metcalfe Eddy. I have referred one page here which is figure number 5 to 60, you can see here. That is talked about diffuse aeration, surface aerator, venturi type submersible aerator, and one is jet aeration if you can see. So that technology only we have developed because it is mentioned here. So diffuse aeration, it is you have to put a blower outside, pressurized air you have to give to the pipe which is forcefully mentioned on the bottom of the tank, and it will give you the aeration. So that is obviously advanced aeration, and the jet aerators are there which can be submersible type. It will give you the oxygen will suck from the top and put into the bottom, and then aspiration aerator which we do, which are also the advanced aeration comes into this. If you can see the chart here also we have mentioned how many type of diffusers like coarse bubble and fine bubble diffusers, surface aerators, jet aerators, submersible aerators, so many kind of aeration technology. So how aeration equipment performed is measured. So majorly it is oxygen transfer efficiency. So whatever the equipment you are putting, that you have to understand how much oxygen it is transfer, which is OTE. Next is bubble retention time, which is the major part, ki how the bubble retention time you can increase from the machine, which is the major role. And the mixing performance is also very much important into the tank. If mixing is not there through the tank,
then there is a scenario of, you can say, anoxic scenario also can be created into the tank. So these are the different type of technologies which how they can maintain the retention time of the bubble. So first one is the jet aerator which we promote. It will fix on the wall, put from the bottom to top. So there are the more possibilities of the retention time of the bubble. So bubble can travel from the one end to the tank, travel to the 20 meters or 15 meters as per the model we can decide. Then diffuse aeration which can be put into the bottom, and the bubbles can travel to the top. So maybe the tank height we can select 5 meters, 6 meter. So it can travel up to the 6 meter. And the surface aerator which can just flush, rotating to the slow RPM and push the water and give you the further. So that's why in surface aerator generally we got less oxygen transfer efficiency. So bubble retention time is whenever you are pressurizing. So a bubble size is also very important. In diffusers you will get very small size of diffuser. That's why diffusers always work with high oxygen transfer efficiency, but many challenges comes with, like blower you have to maintain, the pipeline, the hot air will go, the temperature will increase, and the diffuser membranes too, because this is a fine bubble, so bubble can be choke up because of the suspended particles, so it will choke very fast. So every year you have to clean. There is a tedious job. So diffuse aeration is also very good, but there are many challenges are there. So these are the oxygen transfer efficiency. Generally, if in fine bubble aeration, it will go 4.5 to 7.5. Jet aeration, what we do is 2.5, and surface aerator is 1.2. So these are the designed criteria as per CPHE manual or Metcalfe-Eddy. So these are the three technologies. Number one is jet aerator, diffuse aeration, and surface aerators. Surface aerators which been used in 1970s, 90s, or now also some people are using, but now they convert it into the diffuse aeration because of the area requirements are very high. In surface aerator, generally you go for 3.5 meter deep tank or maybe 4.5. Now people are saying that tubular type of diffusers are also coming, but diffusers you can go up to 6 meters, so that your area requirement is going to be reduces. In jet aeration also we have developed to look up the area requirement. So we can go even up to 7.5 meter. We have done installation in India with that depth, and it is working fantastically. So we offered a cycloxy aspirator and the same anoxic tank. If you want to offer, we can offer the similar way, the mixing solution as a cyclomix. This cycloxy we patent obviously, and then we put into the market, and we are getting very good results against the diffusers and surface aerator we have installed. Submersible aerator also we are selling in India from, that is one company, SCM Technology, that is from Europe. So diffusers also we are selling in municipals wherever the requirement. This is the patent certificate. We are the first company in India who got the patent, particularly in jet aerations. Even worldwide, if you see, 2-3 companies are there who got the patent, which has been in 1990s, which has been already discarded. Now we got the latest patent in 2021, which will be covered up to 2041. Recently, this product we are taking up to Europe. It's a make in India, and it's a proud moment. We are selling into Europe. That's why this CE certificate, if you can see here. So we are manufacturing as per the European standard requirement. So we got the CE certifications also for this product, and we are selling in, I actually put one small over office is there, and where we do the assembly. So assembly point is there. We sell our product from here to this company, and the company selling to Europe and Africa and Middle East also. So it's 100% make in India, developed by in our factory, which is based in Gujarat, Vadodara, and since 2020 we are doing last 5 years. There are the both type of arrangements we do as per the flexibility requirement. Float mount if it is an existing tank. If it is a new tank, we can design the fixed mount also. So major part is very less. So I can say not zero maintenance, but very, very less maintenance in compared to the present technologies which you can see, like diffusers, surface aerators, or many different technologies are coming into the market. But here I can say, because last 5 years we are experiencing there is no maintenance, and that's why we are getting repeated order from the industries, as well as just started with municipal also. So this is the cycloxy working. It is just a 1450 RPM motor which has been installed on the top of the tank. It will rotate on the 1450 RPM. It will, air will be sucking from the top because it is rotating as a hollow shaft. It will create a vacuum, suck the air and pushing downward to the tank. So it can be used in ASP, different kind of technology also we have done in SBR, MBR. MBBR also we are doing trials, but it is on trial phase. But ASP, SBR, IFAS, MBR, that we have done, installed in many plants in India. And SBR recently we have done in Punjab CETP, which is 15 MLD plant, and it is working very fantastically in compared with the diffuseration. We are getting 1.8 to 2.0 kg of oxygen transfer in our aeration. It's CE certified, I already told you. CapEx, OPEX cost. OPEX cost is very, very less compared to the other technologies. So in wastewater technology compatibility, like if you're having existing plant, we can install very easily. If you are not achieving the result, you need oxygen. As a plug-and-play system, we can put with diffuse aeration, we can put along with surface aerator. So it can be very easily, you can install as a top-up of oxygen into the plant wherever you are facing. Your investment going to be very less. Initially you invest less and you put such kind of installation also. This is the list where so many points, technically what is the difference with fine bubble, jet aeration, cycloxy and surface aerators. So list we have mentioned over here. Energy requirement, if you see the diffuse aeration and our jet aeration is at par, but surface aerator is very high power. We are giving the savings with the surface aerator. The mixing is very good into this because you can go up to 7 meter deep, which you cannot go by surface aerator or diffuse aeration. So these are the some installation photos which we have done in India. First one is from Miraj, a very big plant we have installed in one starch company. Municipal SBR also we have done in Chhattisgarh, in MP some of the projects we have done. These are our prestigious clients, Heikel, even the Vocard, Cadila, many pharma companies, this kind of food companies, Haldiram, Mother Dairy, these all are our clients. So we are working as a one-stop solution. If you have a wastewater requirement or somebody have a requirement, we can provide end-to-out solution even from the designing stage to the installation commissioning stage. That way also we can work. So thank you very much for your time. It is a short presentation because it is related to the product, so not many things. Thank you very much. Thank you. If any questions are there,
we
please.
have yes, sir.
Sir, if I have SBR
Yeah.
and diffuser system already
Correct.
installed,
Correct.
if I add on this jet aerator, what will be the increment of efficiency?
Sir, by means oxygen transfer you will get whatever your existing SBR power is taking. In the same power we can design. I have to obviously design how much BOD COD load is there. But you will get same, but you will not decrease. Because like in diffuser what happened? Your blower is going to be every year is dropping because the membrane is clogged. So in this machine if you install today, after 10 years also you will get the same efficiency. So whatever the power you have installed, in that same power I can design it today and you will get it after 10 years, even 15 years. You don't need to clean the membranes or you don't want to stop for the aeration for cleaning the membranes and nothing is there, sir. It is very smooth working. Even if you can see, we have done 1 year ago in Punjab only 15 MLD CETP, which is based on SBR, and fantastic result they are getting. So all we have done, sir. We can give you the reference also. You can discuss with them. We can visit the sites also. In that way also you can see, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah, please, sir.
In most of the aeration tanks, you may experience some dead zones where there is no proper mixing of oxygen. So how do you counter this?
Yeah, actually, I already mentioned there very quickly actually. Surface aeration is having a property of it will work as a circular. So when you have a rectangular tank, then corners always be a dead pocket. And second, if you select a higher depth, so many aeration technology can't work. So whenever we design the plant, so first we are seeing the depth. Number two, in every one tank, minimum 2 machines we design so that it can work as a simulation, so that you will not get any kind of settlement into the tank and you will get 100% efficiency of the volume and with the machine. So in that way we design.
So usually the circular configuration is better than the rectangular or a square configuration.
Sir, I cannot say it is better or because you can design it in your way. If you have a rectangular side, that is not a matter. But yes, if you are having surface aerator, you have to go with circular tank.
I'm not talking especially on surface
so
aerator,
then
but
sir, no, you can design it circular, you can design it rectangular. I can assure you with our technology, we can design it even in simulation way also we can showcase you, you will not get any kind of dead pockets into the tank. That way we can design.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big hand to Shri Arun Gupta, sir. Thank you so much for this insightful session. We'll get the setup ready and we'll get ready. Thank you, sir, Gupta, sir. And we'll have a plenary session. The topic of plenary session is wastewater as a future water source, advancing treatment technologies and tackling emerging contaminants. We will start the session in a couple of minutes from now. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start with our plenary session. Our topic for today is wastewater as future water source, advancing treatment technologies and tackling emerging contaminants. We have our moderator, Dr. Shri Ajit Salvi sir, Director RQs at AIILSG. Please, can we have a big hand for Dr. Shri Ajit Salvi sir? Can we have a big hand for him, please? And I'd like to invite the panelists. Sir, you can take the seat. We have a panelist for tonight. We have Dr. Yashwant B. Sontake, former Joint Director, WPC, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. Can we have a big hand for Dr. Yashwant Sontake? A big round of applause for Dr. Sir. We also have Shri Gilish Kale Sir, Sales Director, Viola Water Technology and Solution. Can we have a big hand for Shri Gilish Kale Sir? Let's hear it for Dr. Gilish Kale Sir. We also have Dr. Swapnil Desai, Deputy Engineer, Sewerage and Water Supply, Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation. A big hand to Dr. Swapnil Desai, sir. We also have with us Shri Indrakant Jaha, Emergy Environment Private Limited. Can we have a big hand for Shri Indrakant Saha?
Hello.
And a big hand to Shri Samir Kumar, Managing Director, Envirochem Services OPC Private Limited. A big hand to Shri Samir Kumar. So we have on dais our moderator, Dr. Shri Ajit Salvi sir, who will take over, sir. Yeah, Samir Kumar sir. So warm welcome to Dr. Yashwant, Shri Girish Kale sir, Dr. Swapnil Desai, Shri Indrakant Jha, and Shri Samir Kumar.
I think it will be a last session for the day. So far this conference is going on. As I said in my initial speech, that wastewater treatment or recycle and reuse cannot be concluded within one session. And this panel discussion, we are trying to focusing on various issues. And for that purpose, you can see that we have got diverse, say, panelists. On the left side, you can say expert from the, maybe a farmer, but expert from the Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. Say, that is what Dr. Y.B. Sontake. Then Mr. Girish Kale, you can say, he's a expert not only in India level, but you can say international, particularly membrane and all. Mr. Indrakant Jha, having definitely a good research background and having a particularly nature-based technology, lots of experience and lots of work he has done. Swapnil Desai, he is representing urban local body. In morning, I talked very good thing about the Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation. So we are very happy that he is one representative from NMC is also there. And definitely, last but not least, Mr. Samir Kumar, who is looking after Envirochem, maybe some chemical and all other background. So with this I can start that generally even today also though we are talking recycling, reuse, but in Indian scenario the general tendency is what? Flush and forget. Flush and forget, okay. That is the general scenario. Let us accept that. And I can tell you in one of my research, but that was a community research we have done, and I asked one question, a simple question as a different questionnaire, and one question was, what happens when you do the flushing, what happens to that waste? And you will not believe, more than 950, they are basically Mumbaikars, they told me, अरे यार पता नहीं क्या क्वेश्चन पूछ रहा है यार, समझेगी नहीं, ये भी कोई क्वेश्चन है, 940 का ट्रेन पकड़ना है, 840 का ट्रेन पकड़ना है, और ये कैसा क्वेश्चन होता है क्या? फ्लश एंड फॉरगेट, समझेगी नहीं, ट्रेन पकड़ना है. वेरी फ्यू से ने वो बीएमसी वाला देख रहेगा ऐसा वैसा, बट nobody is aware about what is happening. My point is what, though in a conference level we are talking, बहुत कुछ बात कर रहा है, but you can recollect my talk in a first session or maybe a first panel discussion. Public awareness is still an issue, and that is understand. So that is the reason we have to make some changes in that. Anyway, coming to this particular discussion, let us start with the Dr. Yashwant Sontakke, Mr. Y.B. Sontakke. Say, really speaking, Sontakke sir, there are so many CPCB guidelines are there and so many other things are there. But you will find that still there is a gap. You can say that whatever the wastewater treatment actually happening on the say ULB level, there are so many gaps are there, and please try to identify these particular gaps. But at the same time, I would like to add one more question to say to you, maybe an additional question, considering your long background in this particular sector. So what are the challenges in management of the water as a resource? So that is what expected. I request all panelists try to be very brief and precise to their answer.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Salvi. So it's a really good session, what I can say, because we are touching to all subjects and all issues which are pertinent to the government as well as the public at large. There are gaps. Why gaps have developed? Because environmental laws are need-based. Because in 1969, when first sugar factories have started in Maharashtra and somewhere in the UP, that time water pollution was the one issue which was arise because of the discharge of untreated sugar effluent. And because of that, the Water Act has been enacted by the Public Health Department in 1969. And after that, the first Water Act has came in the 1974 in the name of Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974. So that much time was required to enact the first parliament, first act uniform to India. Only Maharashtra has that earlier act and it has been further modified. So these are the gaps. When it has been developed, there are some specific few standards of the Public Health Department. There was no proper standards which are developed because of the Water Act. And after that, Bhopal tragedy was happened, and then the issue has arisen that we are taking care of the water by some enactment, but what happens with the animals? What happens with the human destruction? What happens with the other ecological concerns which are live in the earth, live on the earth today? So because of that, the first legislation, which is called as umbrella legislation, which has come in the name of Environmental Protection Act. So with the Protection Act, the rules has came and standards has been developed. These standards, again the standard has some different story, because environmental standards, then again agriculture standards, then again municipal standards, then again public health standards. So these are the different kinds of the sets of the standards we have. Even the groundwater authority has a different standards. So every department is having their monitoring system. Every department have their own set of the standards, and every department have utilization of that standard for different purposes. So this is the variation, because we are not able to marry all standards together or all systems together. When we are talking about in the morning, in one session we have discussed about the water recycling. At the same time, when we are talking about the environment, we are not really thought of for what kind of the standards are required when we are looking for the environment at a large. So these are the specific gaps lying with the system itself, because two departments, two systems, two enacts, means the Factory Act is applicable to factories only. Some acts are applicable to the only system, water pollution, air pollution. So these are some specific rules made in a tight compartment. When we will break that compartment and marry all the departments together under one platform, because we have tried to bring all standards together so we can get the big chunk of the samplings done by the groundwater authority, done by the CGWA, Central Groundwater Authority, then public health, then again the irrigation department. So every department is monitoring. So we wanted to bring all the standards together, but we failed in that because of the tight compartment. These are the gaps. And if we are not able to minimize these gaps, we are definitely not
able to put forward the clear and correct words what is really required for our environmental conservation, and then the issue comes for the recycling. Because recycling of the water for what? Recycling of water from what source and for what? We are just concentrating only on the industrial water recycling. What is happening with the municipal water? That is near about 70 to 72,000 million liters MLD of water. Nobody is looking for that. We are just concentrating on the hardly in Maharashtra the 1800 MLD of water. So these type of the disparity itself in the regulation comes, and because of that, that gaps could not be filled up. For that, the public awareness is very much important. When this type of the very important subject is going on in New Bombay, the common citizen doesn't have any thought in their mind to attend this kind of the workshop. So basic concern in my mind is the public education on the environmental ground and public awareness on the pollution perspective and what can be happen if suppose the things will go on. Public has to be make aware, and then only the political system can be alarmed, and then the system can be put into place. Otherwise, the what things are going on, the same will be going on. Nothing will be happen in future too. But we have to take call, and this is the time, and this is the forum where we can take. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Very descriptive, but covered all aspect. Thank you. Now, say coming to the Swapnil Desai, sir, basically, say since morning we are talking. Navi Mumbai is they are pioneer in recycle and reuse of treated wastewater, and you have got a good experience. But at the same time, we discuss that operation maintenance is a big issue, and if the operation maintenance is not good, not up to the mark, then definitely all other the quality aspect will come into picture. From your experience, my question is what? Ki initially, because whatever your experience, that will help others. So from your experience, what are the operational bottlenecks that encountered initially, maybe initially, that prevented the, say, major reuse of treated wastewater? What are the operational, say, drawbacks?
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity. So, sir, Navi Mumbai is a planned city. We have a robust infrastructure of water supply and sewage. We have a total 7 number of sewage treatment plant, which having a capacity of 454 MLD. And again, we installed around 4 number of tertiary treatment plant, which is based on ultrafiltration and UV disinfection system, having a capacity of around 52.5 MLD. So initially our main target is to increase the collective efficiency of domestic sewage within the city, and to let down the and to achieve the service level benchmark as per the CPHO norm. Then in the year of 2008, we firstly sell that secondary treated water to one of our residential complex, which is situated in Nerul, that is the NRI complex, of around 1.5 rupees per KL. So this is our first case study in 2008, where we sold treated wastewater, secondary treated water, to the commercial or institutional complex. Then the bottleneck is, first bottleneck is the policy. Like in the year of 2008, there is no any such policies for that treated wastewater. And the second bottleneck is the gap is distribution and collection network, which includes the distribution pipeline, the storage tank, the pumping system. So, and third gap is bottleneck, I say it's a cost, because to implement the reuse and to enhance the reuse within that city area, we required capital expenditure for secondary treatment plant, tertiary treatment plant. Again, operation maintenance cost is there. Again, convenience cost is also very huge. So these are some bottlenecks. But still now, Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation has uses around 30% of tertiary treated water for non-potable purpose like gardening or industrial establishment. We have made around 40 MLD MOU with the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation to sell the treated wastewater for around 18.5 rupees. So we are in the phase to achieve the reuse target for upcoming decade. So Navi Mumbai also we have planned to set up another tertiary treatment plant also to match our target in the coming couple of years. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I think it is, my point is what your experience will count and that will help others, because now we are, government of India is also talking about mentoring other cities and all. So definitely your experience will help other cities so that they will be more successful at the beginning only. Now with this, after having the input from the urban local body, now I want to put forward one more question. That is what, really speaking, if you find that when you talk about the sewage, whatever the say, maybe on a say, go in a history, the sewage is sewage, that I agree. But when you talk about the urban bodies, you will find that, say, when in our childhood, we used to use only one soap. That is for what? For body also and for hair also, same soap was used. But nowadays, the different shampoo, conditioner, ladies, gents, spray, so many. My point is what? Different shampoos, different detergent, and so many things. Apart from that, personal care products, and I can say that even you go to the say medical part, the in old days the use of antibiotics was not as usual, but nowadays something happens and doctor prescribes antibiotics. I hope that you understood my question. So considering all these aspects, say coming to Sri Samir Kumar, so if these are the additions to the sewage, so what are the challenges to monitor, or what is your say? I think he is the right person to answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. See, sir point out a very good point that whatever surfactant is manufactured since 1980s or 1960s is still present in environment. Our surfactant is not biodegradable. So if my grandmother was using detergent, it is still present in environment and doesn't degrade it at all. So when we are handling wastewater generated from a laundry or from hotel, we have to keep in mind that that surfactant will not be degraded biologically. We have to treat it through precipitation, coagulation, flocculation, and remove it from the complete cycle. Now another problem which we face in surfactant segment, that this removal of surfactant from water is going to soil through landfill sites. So again, whenever there is a leachate percolation or rainwater runoff, this surfactant again come to environment. So lot of work is still we are trying to identify that we should encourage the biodegradable surfactant to reduce this, to diminish this VCVS cycle. In pharmaceutical, currently we are facing we are on the verge of very big problem, like sir say antibiotics. When if I'm not wrong, couple of year back we used to see this advertisement of sanitizer. It killed 99.9% bacteria. Now what happened to 0.1%? So they understand and their gene get to updated and become immune to that process. So that 0.1% will again reproduce and become increase in quantities, and that quantity will immune themselves to antibiotics. So we have to give a higher dose. Like in sewage treatment plant, we already facing this problem in ultraviolet. When ultraviolet is introduced in the sewage treatment, we only immobilization was sufficient and a small dose, a small contact time was sufficient to get the result near to chlorination. But now we have to go for multiple impacts and higher intensity with higher contact times to get the same result. After near this decade, we will be facing a bigger challenge in antibiotic management, because DNA is already getting updated. Lot of antibiotics is already present in soil and wastewater, and there is only one good technology which is giving a good result, chlorination, but poses a serious carcinogenic byproducts also, problems. So yes, a lot of work is still required, and we feel that by this team or this governance, we can achieve 100% removal of pollutants from sewage. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. My point is what ki while we are talking about the resource recovery and so other things, we should not forget to consider this particular aspect. These are the emerging contaminants, you can say, and we have to understand that part. I can add, no, this is not the discussion topic. We are talking about sludge and all, again, resources for of the search, but forgetting the concept of the issue of the microplastics and all. My point is what only to understand ki it is not ki the recycled water is available, just use it. We have to, otherwise, by solving today's problem, we are going to encounter new problem later on, maybe after 5 years and 10 years. As he has rightly pointed out, some carcinogenic effects are also there. So that is the idea, and we cannot cover each and everything in a panel discussion, only tried to highlight. Now, one of the aspect of this particular panel discussion is what various technology. Now, one of the technology is what nature-based technology. And when I say nature-based technology, the only person comes into mind is what? Mr. Indrakanta. Okay. Now, my specific question is what? When you talk about the phytoremediation, bioremediation, on a pilot scale, okay, they are very successful and we get good results also. But what I found is what? In general, I'm not saying a statement as such. When you go to the, say, on a larger scale, we find that there are some problem when you go to the on a larger scale. So what is your say in that?
Hello. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's audible. Thanks, sir. Thanks for this question. This is a very critical aspect of any kind of nature-based solution, sir. I wish to highlight few things. Nature-based solution looks very simple from outside. It looks like a tank, plant, media, and then the treated water. And the perception is then everyone think, yeah, I can design it. And everyone started designing that part. And in pilot scale, if they try something on pilot, the flow is defined, flow is controlled. There is no major challenges. So they consider that they know the system, they can easily design. So improper design is one of the aspect of this thing. If you can consider something will work for 10,000 liter or 1 lakh liter, why it cannot work for 10 lakh liter or 20 lakh liter? So first and foremost thing is improper design. People are considering that this is very simple, tank is required, plant is required, gravel is required, we can do the design and the system will work. This is incorrect. The point that need to be considered if I am looking for any nature-based solution is very critical, complex ecosystem. You cannot consider it's very simple, it looks simple, but the ecosystem is very complex. You have to look into the hydraulics. How water is flowing, what is the gradient line, what hydrostatic pressure. Consider these points and then you are able to define some treatment. Everything is similar to any MBBR or SBBR. We have to go through the settling, we have to do the passive aeration, we have to ensure proper retention of solid for the water and manage the solid as well. So this improper design is the major problem related with the NBS, because people are considering it looks simple, I can also design. I know many people who don't know anything, but they are designing the system. And this is one of the critical components. Apart from that, in most of the places, few of my friends from IIT is in Europe or in USA. They are
still struggling to treat the sewage with the help of NBS. They are policing it. One of my colleagues is in Stanford. They told me ki we are still using the nature-based solution for policing purpose. He saw some of the plant we have designed. He was amazed to see, oh, this is something good. Then the vice chancellor from Swedish university, they came, they saw this part. So critical component is the design, design and design. You should know the hydraulics, you should know the engineering, then only you are able to say this will work or this will won't work. So this is major component. 2 or 3 more points I will just brief you in a minute. Second component is the chalking issue. Initially there is no space constraint. We have enough space. Nowadays, if client is saying to someone, no, I don't have a space. So in order to ensure कि मेरा client जाए नहीं, they design in that space only. So chalking is created major problem. So porosity is defined like 30%, 40%. Solid is coming 180 milligram per 200 milligram per liter, and that will chalk after 3 or 4 months. Then water will be flowing on the top of the bed and upsetting the whole thing. And most critical point is, we are discussing a lot about no automation, no automation. We have to automate NBS also in order to make it very feasible and sustainable. And last point, that is again very different, and I think that need to be considered. Our psychology is different. If I am saying ki NBS is minimal maintenance, people stop doing any maintenance. नहीं कर सकता है इसमें काम. We have to ensure that part कि minimal means minimal. Minimal is not meaning zero. If you are looking for the zero maintenance system, will born to fail. That kind of problem is with our setup, with our system, with our policies. That need to be strengthened.
Good, very precise answer. I can say design aspects are very important, and again operation and maintenance comes into picture. And one more point he has highlighted, like when the cricket match is done, everybody is expert in the cricket. Likewise, all are expert in say phytoremediation and bioremediation, and without understanding they implement. Okay, after discussing the nature-based technology, now let us think about the international technologies and all. And you understood Mr. Girish Kali just representing Veolia. Okay, so sir, my particular point is what? Ki though again we are talking about recycling, reuse, everything, policies are there, government is also behind that, there are mandates are there, 20%, 30%, and so many things are there. But irrespective of all that, from say global perspective, or as a say representative from the say international say company, so what you see as a municipal market, as a reuse point of view, from the global technology perspective, what is your take out in?
Thank you, Dr. Salvi. Let me also express my gratitude to the organizing committee and all the dignitaries on the dais. So, well, when we look at sewage itself, it's a very interesting subject. Veolia per se, as you all know, is the #1 company in the environment, water and energy field. So if I just try to quantify, see, everybody knows, India is the largest population in the world. And I think this issue has been discussed a couple of times. The amount of sewage what we generate is close to more than 72,000 MLD, and the treatment per se is close to 30% or 28%. That means, first of all, a lot of sewage is untreated. Now, if I look at the whole gamut, first is go to the basics, then go to the reuse. Now, definitely the way the urbanization has happened, definitely the way the industries are growing, we all know the availability of the fresh water is close to 4%. That typically sets the tone where you need to have a technology which will make your dependence less on the availability of the fresh water. Now today, what industries are looking, they want a technology wherein you can make it viable with the level of cost what you typically spend on the fresh water. Like here, Navi Mumbai Corporation, Dr. Desai is there. I think thanks to NMMC, in fact, they are also one of the pioneer in implementing under the Amrut 1. And I am also very glad to say that, I mean, both the Copper Kerne and I think Airoli, both the ultrafiltration plants have been using our technology, and it's running fundamentally well. Now, if I look at the wastewater from the reuse perspective from a global company per se, definitely all the global companies are trying to have their own sweet spots. Now, if I look at Veolia, definitely membrane becomes one of the pioneer because we are manufacturing of the membrane. We hold all the patents, whether it's ultrafiltration, reverse osmosis, MBR. With the legacy Veolia, we also have active flow, multi-flow. And we're also doing right now the two largest jobs in Mumbai, like Bandra Worli on the sewage side. And even we look at it on the other water side also. We'll be executing the Bandu 2000 MLD using active flow and the Panjrapur on 910. So wastewater, definitely we look at it as a resource. The reason is very clear. There is a specific demand from the industries and it has to be purpose driven. We can't use the advanced technologies everywhere. So we need to shift the focus from discharge to reuse. And once that happens, I think India is the huge market. And once we go on adding the step by step, the next generation I'm sure is all reuse and all I think we are in the same era and this same conference is also talking of the same. We have done a lot of projects on the discharge. I'm sure all our colleagues knows that, but the next level is on the reuse. So the next market I feel strongly is going to be on the reuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaliji. Say, after first round of question, mainly I was just trying to focus the problems, challenges, issues and all. In a second round, I am expecting some answers, maybe solutions, can be innovative. And that is what I expect, or maybe some plannings. So that is what I expect from the panelists. Again, just respect the time, try to be very short, already 5 o'clock, so try to be very short. Now my first question to Mr. Swapnil Desai, say all other cities are targeting for 50% recycle or so 70% recycle. I think Navi Mumbai should plan for 100% recycling and reuse. That is what I expect. So considering this particular target, so once you do it, others will follow, So considering this particular target, so what are your expectation, what policy, infrastructure, governance, what is required so that in the next coming years, so that this particular target can be achieved? So that is what, now I want some answers, no challenges.
It's a very good question. Yes, achieving 100% treated wastewater is ambitious, but it can be achieved through a set of interventions like social interventions, like in infrastructure interventions or the policy intervention. As we talk about the policy, every urban local body, I think it will set the reuse target and mandate for reuse of treated water in a phased manner. Like now we are using 30% of treated wastewater for non-potable purposes. Like phase-wise, in couple of years, let's say about 50% in 2028, let's say 50% in 2032, and around 100% in 2036. So we already set the target to achieve the 100% of treated waste in planning department. And the reuse target will be compiled with the city master plan, I think so. And city planning plan, local area planning authority. Again, in economic intervention, I think there should be a tax reforms or the in terms of like subsidized rate for tertiary treated water for the industry to better adaptability. Again, there should be credit reforms are also there, so that the industries or the communities are users there with or mitigate their requirement, or it can be bankable or it shall be traded. Again, if we are to achieve the 100% of treated wastewater, we have to formulate the penalties for, likewise in solid waste management, there is a rule of segregation at the source, but in wastewater also, there should be a penalty for segregation of wastewater at the source, and also non-improving their potential reuse infrastructure available within the industry or the commercial establishment. Again, these are the some, I think, intervention in governance. In infrastructure intervention, I think first stage is to upscale our existing infrastructure, like improving the second treatment plant, installing the reuse network on priority basis, like for the park, specific for the gardens, or specific for the industrial establishment as per their demand. Again, implement the dual plumbing system also for new constructed building. And MMC has laid down the one bylaws for dual plumbing and dual sump system also for our new building. And in a couple of months, the policy will be formulated. Again, monitoring and optimization of the reuse infrastructure through SCADA system, to real quality parameters, measurement and optimization. So these are some infrastructure interventions. Like governance, I think in Thane region, there are 7 number of urban local bodies. The huge potential is there for reuse. I think there should be a unified water reuse authority, like as we say, Navi Mumbai Resource Recovery Authority, where all the stakeholders from the state pollution control boards are there, stakeholder from the CIDCO, NMMC, then water authority, then urban development government of Maharashtra. So their role is to formulate the policy, or to integrate approach will be there for the entire Navi Mumbai region. Capacity building also required for the municipal engineers, for stakeholders, for better operation maintenance and the SOPs for operating the entire infrastructure. So these are some infrastructure intervention, I think, governance infrastructure. Again, one of the intervention is the behavior, or we can say the adaptability of that treated wastewater, because through ISA activity that can be done through some campaign and with the school, or with the some social welfare association or NGO. So in order to achieve the 100% of treated network, there should be a roadmap of around, per se, we set up a roadmap for another couple of decades. Then first stage is there are 4 stages, I think. First stage is the foundation stage, which includes the policy adoption, then standards, then institutional setup, baseline mapping, then strengthening our sewage collection efficiency. The second phase is, I think, it's a scale up and built up stage, where we have to strengthen our existing infrastructure, then dual premise system for new building. Third stage is, I think, it's a integration and expansion stage, where we have to implement all the distribution network with all the up to the end user, and retrofitting the existing building also for a dual plumbing system. And I think final stage is the optimization and sustainability, that upscale our technologies, monitoring, and real-time monitoring, again leak detection for the distribution network, and also the non-revenue water, that is also concentrated in the water treatment system also. So we can achieve the near to 100% treated wastewater reuse in a couple of decades through our storage capacity and demand forecasting. So that why these are the some of the intervention that can we achieve the 100% in a couple of decades.
Very descriptive answer, but I can say I liked one question, one particular point. That is what he suggesting, some incentive and some penalty also. I think this is a good point, and this is what very much needed, because otherwise other aspects will be implemented by the ULB or government, but to force some enforcement is required, and without that penalty, that enforcement is not possible. Now coming to the again hello. coming to Mr. Samir Kumar, generally when you talk about the chemicals, now before our say in technical presentation, one gentleman has nicely done a good presentation about the use of various chemicals. I really appreciate that. But generally chemicals, people think about what for some immediate solution. फीवर है ना 100 के ऊपर पैरासीटामोल ले लो नीचे कर दो बाकी नहीं देखता है कोई कैरेक्टर सो जस्ट दिस इज व्हाट द जनरल इंटरप्रिटेशन अबाउट द केमिकल my point is what ki you are from that particular industry my idea is what ki how we can consider these chemicals as a what that industries or users they should focus it as a reuse goals wastewater reuse goal for a longer term rather than short term compliance it should not be a short term compliance but long term reuse goal so that should be the focus and how what are the changes needed particularly from the operation point of view maybe a procurement point of view maybe the actual implementation point of view what are the changes you suggest so that I repeat again people should not consider this particular technology as a to make a compliance only it should be used for a long term sustainability what is your goal
Yes, sir, you are absolutely right. Currently, people are seeing physical chemical treatment and chemical treatment as a temporary solution. But if we see a wider spectrum, chemical treatment is actually a long-term solution. Like we already talk about pharmaceutical antibiotics. So antibiotics can highly treated with decomposed by chemical treatment only, that is chlorination. Microplastics, they are already coagulated and flocculated by using chemical treatments. And even though in tertiary treatment or secondary treatments we use granulated activated carbon, that is also chemical treatment. So there is one misconception overshadows this term that chemical treatment is only a temporary solution. It is not a permanent solution and it should be avoided for lower operation cost. Right now behind me there is one photo of clarifier. So this photo shows a sludge formation and sludge forming wastewater which is floated on the top of this clarifier bridge and a lot of images, this shadows are seen. That is due to sludge localization. This biological treatment and this clarifier will be revamped or get better result by using chemical solution. So chemical solution is very good if you select the technology accurately. You plan for a long-term chemical dose and short-term shock goes perfectly, then it shows a very good result. Now coming to the operational part, when we are talking about these issues which we are facing during chemical treatment, that operators are not trained to dose shock loads or handle negative results. When like in anoxic conditions, when we ask the operator to dose shock load the chlorine and to reduce the ammonia, they are looking our face like that, sir, why we are doing this? So there is a need of a short like diploma course, like safety we are already doing in industries. And I suggest my clients also that give a 7-day or 14 days crash course to their effluent treatment plant operators or engineers which are handling these situations and give them a mock drill like we are doing in fire and safety. We are giving them high blackish water and telling them use this chemical and treat it within a couple of hours. So such training course and mock drills should be encouraged to rectify the mindset and to control these operational manpower constraints which we are facing when we are handling a chemical treatments.
Thank you again, nice explanation about that. Now, see, generally, when you talk about the recycle and reuse, we always talk about the, say, urban setup. But in the process, the rural and, say, semi-rural, rural, urban, that areas are neglected, and there also lots of wastewater is generated. Say, I cannot say we cannot address the entire issue, but at least we should touch that issue. That is what my idea. Again, considering the research background of the Mr. Indrakant Jha, my specific question is what can be the technology-led solution for the sanitation domain, and that should be sustainable, particularly in a rural and a semi-urban areas. Sir, try to be specific. Let us appreciate
yes,
it.
sir. Sir, this is a very critical component because the data is saying we have around like 2.6 lakh gram panchayat and around 6 lakh of villages. Right now there
So
is
question is relevant.
हाँ हाँ
Very much
very relevant and जब भी हम सर बात करते हैं ना वेस्ट वाटर का सोनटके सर ने बोला था कि अराउंड 70,000 MLD is the generation. That generation is from class 1 class 2 city. We are not considering that 6 lakh village. So our generation will be more than around 1 lakh MLD of the wastewater every day. Out of that we are not counting that 6 lakh villages. And if I am looking into the 6 lakh villages, so challenges, if technology development or technology led solution must be defined based on the challenges we are facing on that setup. The first major challenge is financial. The government of India ke scheme se will get the capex from Swachh Bharat mission, from this, from that will get the capex. But how that will be operated? They are saying ki Gram Panchayat will operate the setup. Gram Panchayat is struggling for their own need. So first challenge is define the system that has the minimal operation or give the operational money. Second, the major challenge is the acceptability. At village level or at the Gram Panchayat level, we have to ensure ki not only the technical acceptability, social acceptability of the technology is equally matter. Third point that is again very critical is the geographical condition, means terrain. Hilly zone, plain zone, normal areas. So technology need to be defined in that periphery as well. And this and fourth point in under challenge is very funny component. Means I am telling you this need to be redo and redesigned. If I am looking for the wastewater treatment in village per MLD cost, government is saying ki about 70 lakh rupees. If the same we are looking into semi-urban area, it is around 1.25 crore rupees. If in the metros like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai and Hyderabad, it will be any amount, 3 crore, 4 crore, 5 crore, that is based on this. So in one of the interaction, I was interacting with a very senior bureaucrat. I told them, sir, if you are visiting your village, your BOD from the washroom is around 120, 130. If you are visiting any district place, because you are such a big senior person, again BOD is in the same range. If you are in the metro, your BOD is in the same range. My BOD is same, my TSS is same, my organic is same, nitrogen, phosphorus. Why the cost can vary? How that will be feasible? So what happened? In that way, like Swachh Bharat mission is giving 70 lakh. So that way the options are very limited. People are going septic tank followed by soak pit. Is it the solution? This will create another problem for the groundwater pollution, contamination, surface contamination. These are the challenges before defining the technology. So now, considering these points, if I am looking for the technology, policy level we have to ensure that there is a equality in the treatment scheme budgeting. Budgeting must be for the capex and the opex both. It should be decentralized considering the type of our villages and the gram panchayat. It must be low on energy. We can use the solar energy, we can harness the solar power and automate with the few of the things that can be taken from the district level, like all gram panchayat will be connected to the district server that can be monitored from that level. And another point is value driven process. Add the value with the process from the gram panchayat ki water, that water in some of the places we are complaining we don't have irrigation water. If we are generating everyday water in the washroom, let's create the value from that washroom water. That will be created somehow for the irrigation, somehow for the other purpose that we are looking for. And the composting, the sludge is the biggest headache of government bodies nowadays. So let's create in that way that will create the another revenue source for the gram panchayat, for the village, for the rural people, for the semi-urban people. This is the point. This need a large scale discussion.
But my idea was at least to touch that issue that it is not like that only we are focusing on urban. At least this is the forum where we are at least we are discussing and we understood the importance of that rural and semi-urban areas. Now, say when you open newspaper, you will find that particularly when you talk about the MPCB, there is always news that MPCB imposed the penalty. Always, they impose penalty, nothing else. Okay. My point is what? Now, Swapnil ji was talking about there should be some incentives also, and then penalties, like that. He is talking about that. Sir, Sontakke sir, my point is what? Beyond penalties, what incentive mechanism MPCB or state government can introduce so that we can accelerate recycle and reuse of the treated wastewater?
It's a really punching. Means everybody has get the pinch because of the penalties, but it's a true. And because there is tripod of the development. First is the public awareness. Second is the permission granted to that particular establishment with what conditions. And third one is the implementation of that conditions. So these are the three tripods of the development, basically. When we issue the permission, if suppose public is not aware, they start resisting. I will give you just within 10 seconds one example. At public places, smoking is not permitted. That was the slogan before 30 years. But now, public has adopted it, not to smoke at public place. Today there isn't required any law. So, awareness, then issuance of the permission with the certain conditions, and its implementation. These are the three concern issues. When permission is issued, with the 30% of the water has to be recycled. Immediately the concerned establishment, I am not talking about the New Bombay. New Bombay is the only corporation which is complied on solid waste and liquid waste. And it was happened in the long back. But there is one fun also, when we have issued the consent with the 10 BOD. That time, AG Auditor General have made a comment when 30 BOD was the standard, and they have asked for the 10 BOD standard, and we have issued them the permission. And unfortunately, they have got the 12 and 13 BOD. Because of that, one AG audit has came, and for resolve that audit, we have turned that permission to the 30, that is the national standard. So why I am telling you, when we start giving you the permission, then you start planning for its implementation. So therefore, when that implementation is not proper, then pinching should be there. Means we have to have some penalties. Otherwise, people will take so lightly. If everybody was asked drive as per your wish, and if suppose we are start penalizing to the drivers at the wrong side, immediately the things will come in a line. So that's why penalization is very much important, as well as the public awareness, means acceptance is also very important, and at the same time the issuance of the permission at a strengthened standard is also required. Otherwise, you won't find the good picture in future, because recycling, reuse and management of the waste will be the next recycling, means next revenue generation industry if good names will come in this field. We require the good names in this field for gaining the confidence from the people that yes, my ETP will work for 10 years, it will not give any problem. But our ETPs are next day get the problems. So these are the issues with our system. So that's why until and unless we issue them the strict permission and strict implementation with the public acceptance, means the stakeholder acceptance, definitely they will come when this pollution issue or this type of the conference may not require to aware the people. So we are looking for that day, and definitely through these conferences or through this good audience, number may be less, but good audience, definitely they can be equal to 1 is equal to 1,000, can be made the public awareness. I say with this.
Thank you. Last question to Mr. again Girish Kare. Point is what we are talking about environment, we talk about recycle, reuse, so many things. And that is what required. And that is the government guidelines, mandates, and so many things are there. But definitely business houses are not for the government mandates. No, they are for what? They are for revenue. They want to generate profit, right or not? And not for the social work. Sir, is it right, na? First principle of the business is what? To generate profit. नहीं तो कौन करेगा? Why these people are there here? My question is what, sir? How can new business model reduce financial risk, financial risks, and accelerate the adoption? I want both the things. The financial risks to be reduced and adoption of the advanced wastewater reuse projects in the India. Both things to be balanced. That is what I expected.
So it's a very interesting and it's like, riding on a horse, that kind of question. So, well, I think first of all, as I said initially, any advanced technology has to be purpose driven. So when I say a purpose driven, fundamentally if we look at the power plants have already made a mandate that any thermal power plant will not use fresh water. I think if they are within the 50-51 kilometer of radius, and if there is a STP, they need to use treated sewage. I think that's a very welcoming, I would say, the GR that came. And it has, because of that, I will say very proudly, there are a few projects which are really running successfully. Now, if I take that as a nod from the acceleration point of view, that why similar kind of efforts, or is it possible to make it mandatory for all the industries wherever it is possible? Like for example, in Mumbai, we have RCF. So RCF is also one of the trend-setter industry. They typically use the raw sewage from Ghatkopar and they use it for all the non-potable application. It's like IPR, we call it as, even for all the process application. So government incentivization is definitely necessary at the policy level, wherever it is possible. Because advanced technology is more or less, I will not say it's a myth, but people always will say, oh, it's expensive, whether we really need that. So unless there are specific drivers like highest water quality, which is going for the applications which is reusable. Second, if it's a landlock, that means if the area constraints are there. And third, I will always say that if we are going to look for any upgrade to the existing asset, that means if there is an old STP, maybe SBR, ASP, and if you want to really convert and increase the throughput, maybe the membranes is the best choice. So under such projects, we really need a very innovative approach where if the government can give a special incentive for the technology companies to come and play a direct role, where all the EPCs, I will use the word EPCs or infra companies, should get motivated to use this rather than going for a normal technology. But again, it's a purpose driven. The other area is generally like, more and more we see after the Namami Gange, the HAM projects are coming, hybrid annuity, PPP, public-private partnerships. So this is also one of the good area where, the financial risk gets balanced. I will not say completely mitigated, but it's a balance. Because if I am going to invest, I am sure of, the money is going to come. Then the bulk water agreement. So industries also need to have the bulk buying agreement in place, which gives technology companies or even the companies who are going to invest on the behalf, the surety of the return on money on the investment part. If we also look at other areas like carbon credits, so similar way can water use certificates can be given, a trade-off, which is also a very interesting and can be seen. Plus, we also seen the areas where green concepts are coming more, and even when you have STPs, you also have a sludge as one of the important area. We also look at it more that how the plants can be energy neutral, and if those are energy neutral, either some kind of, again, I'll go back to the same that, some incentivization, some motivation that can help. Of course, the other aspect or some area which I want to discuss, that most of the times technology people are always reluctant to get into the operational part. Now, there are companies who are even open to come with the main companies to do a O&M and carry the equitable risk with the main supplier. So that also helps them to mitigate the risk technically and financially. So these are the few aspects I think that can really help the technology companies to help financially to grow the business, have more references, and really produce the reusable water, which is good for everybody. I mean, I always say that sewage recycle for industrial reuse. That has to be the tagline. And it has, everybody's share is important. Only one pillar can't go up and the others are back. So it's a joint effort, and I think such kind of forums are really welcome. So we do more and more advocacy and education outreach programs, which will make more awareness in the people. Thank you.
Thank you. I think almost 5:30, so we have to conclude. But it can be I can say that it's a good panel discussion. Swapnil, he highlighted what are the good practices, you can say, from Navi Mumbai and what is expected also. We have purposely covered the chemical part also of the treatment, because which is also very much needed. We cannot say totally neglect that. And he has also pointed out a very good say points related to the chemical part. Sontakke sir, as we are well aware, he is from the mainly enforcement, Maharashtra Pollution Control Board, lots of say experience. So 35 years experience. So definitely always enforcement and all this aspect he has rightly pointed out. As I said, Indrakant Jha from the research background, and I tried to balance. Something should be the nature based and something should be the chemical and something should be from the international level. So that way he has given a good inputs for the nature based technology, and no doubt last and not but least, Girish Kaleji, he has explained what are the different technologies, how it can be implemented, and how say risk can be avoided. So that is what expected. Not only that, in a first question he explained how the challenges related to the implementation of these international technologies in an urban setup. So with this, I think we should conclude the panel discussion with a thanks to the all panelists. Okay, hand over mic to.
Thank you so. Check. Check. Thank you so much, Dr. Salvi. That was really well conducted session. A big hand to Dr. Salvi and all our panelists. May I request now the presence of Sanyal sir, Bhageshri on stage, so that we can felicitate all our panelists. A big hand to Bhageshri and Sanyal sir as well. They have been running all over the place and been here as well. Sanyal sir, if I may request you to kindly present an award to firstly a token of appreciation to Dr. Yashwant Sontake, former Joint Director WPC Maharashtra Pollution Control Board. A big hand to Dr. Yashwant Sontake sir. Thank you so much. Come on, can we all clap please? A big thank you to Shri Girish Kale, Sales Director, Viola Water Technology and Solution. A big hand to Girish sir. We'd also like to thank, and a big thank you to Dr. Swapnil Desai, Deputy Engineer, Sewerage and Water Supply, Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation. A big hand to Dr. Desai. A big hand to Shri Indrakant Jha sir, Emergy Enviro Private Limited. A big hand to him. Let's hear it for Shri Indrakant Jha sir. Thank you so much. Can we hear a huge round of applause, please, everyone? Let's clap for them. They really deserve a big round of applause. And Shri Samir Kumar, Managing Director, Envirochem Services OPC Private Limited. A big hand. Sorry. Swapnil Desai, sir. A big hand to Dr. Swapnil Desai. Now, Shri Samir Kumar, Managing Director, Envirochem Service OPC Private Limited. A big hand to them. Samir Kumar, thank you so much, sir. A big hand to Shri Samir Kumar. And last but not the least, I think so, sir has been in the limelight from morning to evening, but yet the energy levels are the highest. Dr. Shri Ajit Salvi, sir, Director RCUES at AIILSG. He's been such a wonderful, wonderful moderator and such a guiding force. Thank you so much. May I request all the panelists to join us for a picture? We also have two more felicitations. Yeah.
वो है ना एक फिल्म फेयर मैक्सिमम शाहरुख खान ही ले जाता है तो आज सालवी सर हमारा शाहरुख खान है
Without doubt, Shahrukh Khan ji hai ekdam. And we'll have a big hand to Shri Vikram Dumal sir, Business Head, GEIST Research. Vikram sir, if you can please come on stage. Yes, we'll felicitate Vikram sir and then we'll stand for a picture. And we'd also like to call on stage Shri Arun Gupta, Founder and CEO of Arch Environment Equipment Private Limited. Arun sir, thank you so much for your inspiring presentation. And a big hand to Arun sir as well. Can we have a big hand for Arun sir? Arun sir, please come on stage. We'll also request a nice picture with all of you all. Come in front, sir. Bhagishri. Thank you. Akshay, you want to join in? We'll have a group photograph with all our presenters and dignitaries. Sanyal sir, Bhagishri ma'am, if you can be in the center, that'll be great. Mr. Jha, if you can just be here for a picture. We're having one more picture. And may I request everyone to kindly come in front. Sir, Biren sir, please everyone. The entire team. Everyone please come in front. Come closer. मलाइका मैम या सब लोग प्लीज़ आ जाइए मलाइका मैम प्लीज़ सर जो बैठे हैं प्लीज़ आ जाओ सब लोग प्लीज़ आ जाओ प्लीज़ सर एवरीवन हु इज़ वेटिंग एवरीवन हु इज़ बिहाइंड एज वेल प्लीज़ इफ यू कैन प्लीज़ कम यस all our visitors, our panelists, Professor sir, please come. Professor sir, please come. Everyone, please come. The gentleman in the blue, please come. Yeah, please come. Yeah. A big round of applause to everyone. Thank you so much for being part of this first day at Envirotech Asia. A huge round of applause to all our dignitaries, our organizers, our partners, our associate partners, our session partner and session knowledge partner, All India Institute for Local Self-Government, RQs Mumbai. And thank you so much to all our exhibitors, our partners and our sponsors. We hope to see you tomorrow at 9:30.
We have a special announcement for our advisory committee members. We'll be felicitating them as well. Can I just have a couple of minutes of your time? We just need to felicitate our advisory committee members. May I call upon Dr. Ajit Salvi, sir, whose presence has made this day really possible today. Can we have the photographer, please?
A big hand to Ajit sir. Thank you so much. Let's have a big hand for Ajit sir.
Dr. Swapnil Desai.
Can we have a big hand to Dr. Swapnil Desai as well? Let's have a big hand for Dr. Swapnil Desai.
Swapnil, sir.
Come on, let's hear a huge round of applause for Dr. Swapnil.
Biren Dalal, sir.
A big hand to Biren sir. He has been smiling from morning to evening and he's yet having that 440 watt smile. Thank you so much, Biren sir.
And Dr. Sontakke, sir.
A big thank you to Dr. Sontakke. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Sontakke?
Thank you for your continuous guidance.
Thank you, Akshay. Thank you, Bhagyashri. Thank you, Sanyal sir. Thank you so much, everyone, all our dignitaries, our guests of honor, our VVIPs, our exhibitors, for spending time today and sharing your knowledge from your vast experience. We'd like to thank everyone.
Sorry, I forgot one more. Indrakant, sir, you are also requested to join, since you are a esteemed member of our advisory panel.
A big hand for sir. Can we have a big hand for sir?
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.